In this video, I'll be sharing 17 beginner to intermediate React projects. If you're new here, hi, my name's Zoe. I'm a software engineer that loves teaching folks how to code. If you're interested in learning how to code and starting from the ground up, learning HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and going all the way to potentially becoming a front-end web developer, check out that first link in the description for the bootcamp that I offer. But in this video, as I said, we'll be going through beginner to intermediate React projects. So it'll be really helpful if you know a little bit of React to start with, maybe some JavaScript and some basic styling, as well as how to work with HTML. But don't worry if you don't know any of that. These are tutorial videos, so you can use them as your jumping off point to start learning these technologies for yourself. So without further ado, let's hop into the video. All right, so as I said, this is going to be a simple first project, nothing too crazy. What we're going to do for this project is we are going to build a social links profile. So it's just going to have the image of the user, and some basic links. Pretty straightforward, but let's get started. So I've gone ahead and spun up an app using Next.js, and if you're interested in following along and working along with me, I'm using the Mux.ts app starter that I have on my GitHub portfolio, and yeah, that's what I'm using. So let me go ahead. I've dropped in the assets that I've downloaded from and I've dropped in the assets that I've downloaded from Front End Mentor. All the challenges are going to be using. I'm going to be using Front End Mentor for this challenge, and yeah, you can access and as this is a free challenge, you can access it yourself and do it yourself if you're interested. So yeah, let's go ahead and hop into it. All right, so the first thing I want to do is actually work on this main page, because really we're not going to need that many components for this. So I'm going to take out this typography element, and we're going to start with the larger box, but I'm going to make a smaller box, and this is going to be our actual card. So I could actually make a new file, and I'll call it card. I'm going to make a new folder, actually. Let's make this organized. Components, and then I'm going to create a new file, card.tsx. All right. And cool, we have our new card component. I'm going to use box. Box from Material UI. And yeah, we should be good to go. And then I'm just going to import the card here. So I will use some components. Old habits die hard. All right, so we'll save that. And now we have our card on our page. So if we check it out here, element type is invalid. Why is the element type invalid? Seems to be compiling. All right. Oh, you know what? I'm importing it incorrectly. It's importing the card from Material UI. I needed to import card from the components folder. Import card from component/card. Okay, good. There we go. So we have our card. So one thing you'll notice with the design is that, and I can actually pull up the design in Figma here. I've downloaded that file. Yeah, one thing you notice, it's very centered on the page, and we have this black background. So I'm gonna grab this color fill right here, gray. Let's see what hex that is. There we go, 1414. And I'm going to make that the background color. So I'll say background color is that with a little hash. All right, cool. And it's showing up for just a portion of what we have there. So actually what I probably want to do is get rid of all this CSS. Okay, cool. There we go. I just want to say HTML. We'll do the background color to be that. All right, awesome. So now everything is that color. Perfect. What else do we have in our design? We have some white here for the text. For the most part, the text is going to be white, just standard white. So we'll say color is going to be white. And what else? We have this green color. I'm going to call it neon. I'm going to grab that. I'm going to just make a class and call it neon. And I'll just add that class to whatever we're adding that to. So I'll say color is this. Okay, cool. what else do I need here? I think we should be about good. Oh, you know what? One thing, forgot this gray color. So let me grab that. I'm gonna create another class and I'm gonna call it card background. And we're gonna say background color is gonna be this. I like to try and set up my classes ahead of time so that it's a lot easier when I actually go to build out the project. But when I start building it out, I just want it to be super quick. And then we're grabbing this class. So this is gonna be the link background. Let's say background color is this. Okay, cool. So now we have most of our colors, if not all of our colors set up. So I'm gonna go ahead and start to build out this like larger card. So I guess one thing I want to do here is I want to center it on the page. So I'm gonna say display flex, flex direction, or no, justify content, center, and align items also to the center. We'll save that. Awesome. And I think one thing I'm going to want to do is I'm going to give this a class name. I'm going to try and use a little bit more CSS in this this tutorial just because I don't usually use CSS that often. But I'm going to give this a class name of, let's call it container. Container. All right, cool. And then I'm going to add that to my globals and I'm going to say container. I'm going to say height is 100 view height and width is going to be 100 view width. Awesome. It is creating a little bit of overlap there. So we're going to say overflow hidden. See if that fixes it. No. Take a look at what I'm doing wrong here. Let's try 99. I think there's some like default. Oh, you know what it is? There's padding and margin built in. I think I took out that padding 0, margin 0. Nope, not that. All right, we're just gonna change this to 99 and 99. Let's see if that fixes the issue. 98 and 98. Okay, cool, perfect. Yeah, I don't usually use this much, just normal CSS, but we're gonna try something different today. All right, cool. So we have our card. It's centered on the page. Now we need to start building it. So let's go ahead and look at our design. So we have this sort of larger placeholder card. So let's go ahead and build that. So we'll say that's going to be this box right here that is holding our card. And we're going to say we're going to use a class name. And we're going to say this is, what did I call it? Card background. And that's going to be the background of that. And you'll see already, it's really hard to see, but it has changed its background color. All right, so the next thing we want to do is fill out all of this stuff here. So we're going to need the image. Oh, sorry, and we need to do the border radius. So it looks like it does have a bit of a border radius and some padding. So we'll say padding equals, let's say 2 rem. Okay, and then we'll say border radius is, let's do 2 rem as well. Maybe not so much. Let's do 0.5 rem. Yeah, a little bit closer. Maybe 7.5 rem. All right, moving on. Let's now add in this image. So this is going to be the profile picture for the person whose account this is. And we have all of our assets in our public folder. So if I go into images, I should be able to grab the relative path and use it in a next image component. So let's say image from next image. Believe we're going to use source equals that source that I grabbed just there. I don't think you need to do public. I think you can just do that. And then we're going to say height, what are they looking for? Oh no, alt, sorry. Alt equals profile image. And that should work. And then we need, I think it does need a height and a width. So we'll say height equals, what do we have in our design here? 88. 88, oops, 88. And width equals 8. Perfect. So we have that. Failed to parse. Oh, I think it doesn't need the dot. Okay, awesome. So we have their picture. The last thing I want to do is just add in some styling there. And because this is a Next component, not a Material UI component, I have to use style instead of SX. So I'm going to say the style, I'm going to say border radius is going to be 50%. I'm going to save that. And awesome. That's looked pretty decent, like pretty much what the design is calling for. So let's move on. Next thing we want is this title. So it's going to be size 36. That's going to be our font size there. So I'm going to add in a typography element below. We say typography, and then we can add in a variant if we want. We can say variant equals H1, but I'm going to style it anyway. So I'm going to say the font size, I want it to be 2.25 rem? Let's see if I guesstimated that. Whoops. Guesstimate. Yes, 2.25 rem, so 36 pixels. And oh, yeah, because I am doing this as a non-client component, I need to directly import all of these. Cool, so there we have that. And then it's going to say Jessica Randall. And that's going to be our person. Okay, and that actually looks pretty decent. I think the because it's in H1, you know, it's already nicely formatted, so I think we can leave that as it is. And then this is going to be the location, and we're going to just do another typography element down below, typography. You can do a variant again. We'll say maybe H2, and I'm going to say size is going to be 21 pixels. So I'm going to say equals font size. I'm going to say 21 pixels, and then we'll convert that to rem. Cool. I wasn't even going to try and figure out the exact one for that. And then we're going to say the class name is going to be neon. So it gives it that color. And awesome. That's looking pretty good. I think we need to make it bold. So I'll say font weight is going to be probably about 600. Yeah, not too bad. Let's move on. Then we need this like sort of description here. And I'm just going to use the default variant for this, and I'm just going to drop that in there. I will, however, grab the actual font size, 21 as well, so we can borrow this part of it, just a piece of it. We'll take out the font weight there, as it is not as important, not as prevalent. I'm going to take out the double quotes there. I think I can just replace them with single quotes. No, we gotta escape them. Let's Google this. How to escape quotes. Backslash. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. But it doesn't seem to like that. How to write quotes in JS. Quotes in string. Exactly. That's what we need. Not quite. Not quite. Not quite. JavaScript quotes with strings. And I know this is like part of the challenge, which is why it makes it a little bit more interesting. I thought you could just, is it I or something? How do we do this? Maybe if I wrap it in something and then no? All right, we'll leave it alone for now, but we can come back and fix that in a minute. And then the last thing we're going to need are these links. So I'm actually going to create one more component. I'm going to say new file link.tsx. And for this link, we're going to use a box again for Material UI. And we'll say box, save that. And then what we're gonna do is on the card page, I'm gonna create an array. We're gonna say links. And then it's going to be an array of objects. So the first part of the object is going to be the link title. And that's going to be, let's say, GitHub. And then it's going to be the link itself. So we're going to say https://github.com. And then it would be whatever her username is. So that's the format we're going to use for these links so that we can just copy and paste them a few times. And it would be useful if I put commas in between so we don't get some errors. Don't think we need this many links. All right, actually 5. Front-end mentor, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram. So we'll say front-end mentor, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram. And then for these, we're just gonna change these to be front-end mentor, LinkedIn, and of course you would fill this in with your actual information, Twitter, and Instagram. This is really actually a little great project if you just want to kind of get started with a portfolio, but you don't want to do the whole situation. Could be a good option. So now that we've created this links component and we've created this links array, I'm going to map through the links array. I'm going to say links.map. I'm going to say for each link, I want to return a link from ./link with the link is going to be the link, if I haven't used the word link enough. And the key is going to be link title, because that should be unique. Or we can do link.link. That would also be unique. But anyhow, it's going to give me an error because I haven't told link that it needs to accept links. So we're going to tell it to accept that. And then we are going to give it a type of this. So I'm going to say interface props, or link props. I'm going to start with link title, which is going to be a string. And then we're going to do link, which is also going to be a string. I'm going to save that. So then link is going to have the type of link props. And there we go, solved our errors. Now I am doing this in TypeScript, but again, you could do this in JavaScript. As we know, TypeScript is just a superset of JavaScript. So just FYI on that one. All right, so then now for the link, I want to actually use these colors. So let's start with the background color here. We'll say, what do we call this? Link background. So I'm going to say, oops, why am I getting an error here? Link is not styled to type string. Links.map for each link. Why is it? Why is it expecting type string? Or maybe I need to say, oh, it's because I used the word link too many times. Let's say link data. And link data. Or do I need to actually just wrap it? I think I need to wrap it. Wrap these, I should say. All right, cool. That'll also make things a little less complicated for me. All right, cool. So fix that error. And then now we need to do our styling. So let's say class name is going to be equal to link background. Yep. And then we want to add in some padding and things like that. So let's see. 127-ish. 90-ish. All right, so let's add maybe 90 pixels of padding on the side there. So say padding, let's say 90 pixels. So that's going to be our left, right. And then top bottom is going to be 12 pixels. So we'll say Perfect. All right, cool. So now we have our padding, and then we'll have our link. So now for our link, we want to display, we want it to be a link. So we're going to import link from, we have to import it as something else. So import link from next link as next link. So I need to give it a different name so there's not that naming conflict. Import link as next link from next link. Module next. Okay, let's try this again. Import link from next link. Cool. As next link. Can we not do that? Naming conflicts. JS. Import naming conflicts JS. Right. Import that as that from that. Okay. I guess it just doesn't like that. It doesn't like that concept because that's the exact concept we're trying to use. Okay. What I will do instead, I'm just gonna call this custom link. And scope it here as custom link, and then we'll just leave that as link from next link. Cool. So then it won't matter in the other file because we've already established that the name of it is link. And it'll just import whatever that thing is as whatever name we tell it to import. So we're good to go in that sense. And then I'm gonna use the link now that we've imported. And it's going to have the link title, link data dot link title as the title of the link, and then the href is going to be the link data, link data dot link. I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to say target equals underscore blank so that it opens up in a new window and we don't sort of lose the portfolio page. Because if I had a portfolio page and I want people to look at all my links, I don't want them to keep having to navigate back and forth. Like they might end up losing the page kind of thing. So we have that. We have our padding. What else are we missing here? That might be it. I think we need to do our spacing and things like that. So let's take a look at how it's looking on our app. All right, not too bad, not great, not terrible. Let's fix it up a little bit. All right, so first things first, I want to just deal with all the spacing. Everything's kind of like spaced super all over the place. So let's start from the top level. Let's start with a card. We're gonna say display flex, flex direction column, and save that. And then we're gonna say justify content center. I'm gonna save that. And align item center. Great. Cool, cool, cool. So we'll do that. And then we need to add in some spacing. I think that's also part of the issue. So this has 24 pixels of spacing on the bottom. So we can say, we can add 24 on the bottom. That's probably a good move. We'll say margin bottom, 1.5 rem. And then for the text, for this text, I'm gonna add, doesn't seem like there's much, but I think there's a little bit of spacing there. So let's add margin bottom here, at least 4 rem. I'm sorry, at least 4 pixels. Let's say 1 rem. Yeah, 0.25 rem. And then for this one here, this is where it says London, we're gonna say, oh yeah, it's a good amount of space there. 24 pixels, so we'll say 1.5 rem. So that's looking decent-ish. I think we could add a little bit more padding to the, a little bit more margin to that title. And then we have some margin here, again, of 1.5 rem. I could have done like top and bottom for just one of them, but at this point I'm being consistent about something, so we'll try it. Okay, cool, and that looks pretty good. So the card itself, I think, is pretty decently sorted out. The next thing I want to deal with is, oh, actually, sorry, one last thing. For these links, I might be able to actually sort it on the link. Let's see. So for each link, I want the width to be, not Windows, width to be 100%. Oh, okay, no. Let's be a little bit more specific. Let's say, let's give it a number. 304, let's give it 304. 19 rem. Oh, that seems a little bit wide. I mean, and again, you can modify this to like suit whatever you're trying to achieve. It says it's 304. It seems a little wide on my screen. Personally, I think I'm going to go with like a 16. Even a 14. Just seems to fit a little bit better with my style. But again, modify it to make yourself happy. Or to make the designer happy if you're working for somebody specific. So do whatever makes sense. But no. So then we have that. Now we have our links that are in the middle. So I'm going to say for these, I'm going to say display flex, justify content is going to be center, align items is also going to be center. So that's just going to center the text for these. We are also going to give it a color of white. It did override it with our text decoration. I'm going to say text decoration none. Oh, it's really like serious about this. Oh, you know what? I think I have to put on the link. My bad. Style. Okay, awesome. And then we'll say, what else do we need to say here? I think it's a little bit bolded, so we might give it a little bit of a font weight. We'll say font weight of maybe 600. Cool. And then now for the spacing between the links, I'm going to say margin of, what do we have there? 1 rem. Margin top bottom of 1 rem. Maybe even half a rem because they're going to sort of share it. Okay, cool. That looks pretty decent. I'm going to add to the border radius so that we're consistent. I'm going to say, what did we set for the card? Whatever that is. That's what I want it to be. 0.75 rem. I'm going to save that. Cool. And yeah, that's looking pretty decent. I think we pretty much have what we need for this thing. The only last piece I might add, let's see if it'll let me do this, and hover, color, let's try something just so that we can see it. I don't think it'll let me do it. But what if I add a class name, name link, and I'm just actually gonna copy, I'm gonna cut all of this. We're gonna create a class, and then I'm gonna say, I'm gonna add all of these in, and then text decoration, font weight, cool. And then what I'm also gonna do is I'm gonna give it a hover. So I'm gonna say dot link hover. I'm going to say color is going to be, let's use that neon color. Give it that vibe. We're going to use that color. And we actually don't need all of these quotes because we moved it out of our file there. So now, oh, it is not hovering. Oh, you know what? I think I need to save this. Oh, and I need to, yeah, remove that there. Okay. And awesome. Now when we hover, we're seeing we're getting these little green situations. If you check in the corner, you can see you can actually get the correct links for each of them. And yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, so the page that we're going to be building here, the component, is just this like FAQ accordion. When you click on it, it drops down. Pretty simple design. Grabbed it from Frontend Mentor over here. And again, it's one of the free challenges. So if you want to do this and follow along, you can definitely do that. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started. I think this is a great portfolio piece because it just shows you it's something you can add to other projects as you build out your portfolio. So let's get started. All right, first things first, I've started up an app already and we have our little homepage there. I'm using my Next.js app starter, so Material UI, Next.js, and TypeScript, but you can definitely do it with JavaScript as well. And yeah, you can grab that on my GitHub account. So first things first, as always, I'm going to create a components folder. And let's take a look at the design. So we're going to need, we have this like general background here, and then we have our actual FAQ container, and then the actual questions. Okay, I'm not going to focus too much on the background to start with. I want to start with the FAQ container. So let's do FAQ container. And then I'm going to save that, and then I'm going to create a question accordion. Let's go accordion. Yeah, let's do question accordion. Okay, and whoops. Cool. And what else do I need? We'll start with that and then we'll move on from there. All right, so first thing we need is the FAQ container. I'm going to bring that into our app. I've also downloaded the starter code from Frontend Mentor, not really because I wanted to start with their like HTML file, but because to grab their images. So we might use some of those in the build. But first, let's drop in the FAQ container here. Cool. And we should be seeing that. Perfect. Seeing that up there. Awesome. And then I'm just going to center it. Oh, you know what? I also need to modify this. I have these like default styles that I need to take care of. Let's say go HTML body padding 0. Go margin. I'm just doing a bit of a reset here so that we don't have that weird like extra padding. You can also do this using a reset CSS file or something like that. And so then now for this, I'm going to say height, width is 100 feet width. Okay, and then we're going to say display flex. And then we're going to say justify content center. Oh, interesting. Okay, we're going to say align items center. Overflow, none. Because we're just building like a singular component here. If this was a larger web page, I wouldn't put overflow none or things like that. But just a literal singular component should be okay. Oh no, it's still overflowing. Overflow, or no, it's overflow hidden. Very important that you use the right properties, and that still might not fix it. Yeah, let's try putting it on here. Let's say overflow hidden. Where is that coming from? It's the body. Okay, so maybe I should set the body to 100 view height. Height 100 view height. And then if I change my box so it's not 100 view height. There we go. Okay, cool. So we'll set the body to 100 view height. And then my box now is going to be, okay, so it's short now. So let's say height. Let's try 90 view height. Let's say 95. Okay, cool. Good enough for me for now. So we have our container centered on the page, and now we want this like pink situation for the background. So let's see what colors we're working with. It's like a light pink. Yeah, it looks like a light pink. So I'll grab that for the background color. So we'll set that for our like global background color. So background color is going to be this. I don't even know if it took. It's so light. I don't think that's the right. Is that the right one? Yeah. Let's try it here. Oh, you know what? It wouldn't take because this is so large. There we go. Okay, cool. So we'll get rid of that. But that means we do need to fix the padding. Let's see. Body. We say margin 0. Okay, body margin should be 0. Maybe I need to put in globals. There we go. All right, cool. So we have our background. That is set. Now we can actually make our container's background white. So we'll do that. We'll say container. We're going to use a box for Material UI. And we'll say box. We'll say background color white. Cool. And then we'll say padding. Let's do like 2 rem all around. Cool. Let's do some border radius of like 2 rem all around. Cool. And then now we need to add in all this information. All right, so we have like our header, our FAQ header at the top here. So we'll use a typography element for that. And the reason I'm changing these is just so I don't get the use client error here. So within our typography element, we're going to say FAQs. Whoops. FAQs. And we'll say variant equals H1. Cool, good enough for me. And then we're going to do these questions, add these in here. Okay, so let's see, what's the best way to do this? Probably create some sort of JSON with the question and the answer. That might be the best way to do this. Okay. Let's do another folder, data, and then we'll do a new file. We'll call it data.json. And then in the data.json file, we're going to say const data equals, or sorry, we'll just say actually, no, let's not put it, we'll put it in a data.json after. Let's just finish building it up first. All right, so we have our question accordion. And what we're going to do, we're going to use some mock data for now. We're going to say const question answer equals an array of objects where the question is going to be what is front-end mentor and why will it help me? And the answer is going to be this one here. And we'll just use that for now. And we'll create, oops. Create 3 of those, 4 of those, 3 more. Perfect. All right, cool. So we have our mock data there. Then what we want to do for question answer, we want to map over each QA. And for each QA, we want to return a question accordion. And we're going to pass QA. There must be a better way to call this, but we're going to pass QA to that. And then we're going to say the key equals QA, QA dot question. Cool. Then now it's giving me an error because I haven't explicitly said we need to accept that. So we'll say question answer, say interface props, and we'll say question answer is going to have a question that is a string, and an answer that is also a string. And that's going to be the prop type here. And again, if you're doing this with just JavaScript, you don't need to worry about this piece right here. All right, now it's giving me an arrow. Yep, I did mean QA. Thank you. Okay. Cool. So that seems to be working. There we go. Question accordion, question accordion. Now here, let's make it a box as well. We are going to display our questions. So it's the tricky bit with accordions is that, you know, you're displaying this and then on click you display more. So it's a bit of a CSS challenge in that sense. I mean, most of these are CSS challenges because we're doing web dev, but yeah, it's a CSS challenge in that sense. So let's start by displaying the question. So we'll say typography. And we'll say, we're going to say question. We'll say question. Cool. So that's one. And then we'll say, we'll do another one for the answer. Cool. So how do we want to do this? We want to say, oh, we need the button, right? The button is going to be next to the question. So we'll probably wrap this in a box. Oops, box. And we'll say, do a button. Import button from material/button. And actually, this is going to have to be a client component anyway, but all right, cool. So we have our button, and then just fix up the style a little bit. Good. And then I'm going to wrap the answer in a box as well. I'm going to give it a fixed width so it doesn't go across the whole page. 520. Cool. And that's sort of like the basic gist of it. Now we need to hide this unless clicked. So I think what I'm going to do for this, I'm just going to use state. I'm just going to say like use state and just show it or hide it based on whether or not the button has been clicked. So we're going to say const show answer set show answer, use state false. We're going to start with false, and then I think I'm going to have to change to a client component. Use client. Okay. And then if true, we can set the display to be true. So we'll say display should be show answer. Or not display. Display display should be show answer. If true, display flex. If false, display none. It's either none or hidden. Okay, cool. And then on click, we're going to just set it to be set show answer to be the opposite of show answer. Okay, cool. So awesome. Now we have it showing. Perfect. So that's basically the gist of the accordion, but we can make it a little bit nicer now. So if you were just here for the logic, that's the logic, but let's make it a little bit more stylistic right now. So first things first, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to set a fixed size for this. So let's do 600 by 565. That's going to help with the jumping up and down. So this is this box. So I'm going to say width. What was it? 600 by 565. Cool. And that's going to be the fixed size. So now you see it's not jumping up and down anymore, which is great. Then they appear to be centered. The questions at least appear to be, are they centered? Yeah, somewhat centered in the, on the question itself. So I guess we'll say they're not really centered though, are they? They're just, they don't take up the whole width. Yeah, because this is not centered. Oh, you know what it is? The component is centered. The pieces are spaced between. That's what needs to happen. All right. And it should be flex. No. That's fine. Space, justify content, space between, and then we're going to say width, oops, not width, it's going to be 500 pixels. We'll do more than that, we'll do 540 pixels. Or put it to 2 rem on each side. It's 32, 32. All right, let's do 500 pixels. What I think I need to do is add there we go. So now it's all in line. Cool. Or maybe we just don't need that much padding. We could do maybe 1 rem. 1 rem. And then 30. Leave it at 2 for now. Okay. So we have that. Oh, and you know what? This now. Justify content center. Ooh, do I need justify content center? Width. I think I need it here. Direction is going to be column. I'm going to also say align items to the center. Okay, not bad. What's going on here on the right? Okay, let's make it 35. I'm just gonna make it a little bit wider. One rem. I'll say that at 2. Maybe there's just no margin left on this one. Okay. Cool. What else? Still don't love that extra like little padding there on the side. I think it's just because it's not wide enough, right? 37, 39. Anyhow. All right, so we need to remove the margin here. Oh, you know what it is? It's just not wide enough. And I think that's probably part of the problem. We need to just have a set width for everything. So we can say const width equals this, and then we'll just change it in one place. Oops. Not good to change it. Oh, just those 2 spots. Cool. Awesome. All right, so yeah, the next thing we're gonna do is just fix up the styling a little bit. So let's take a look at this a little bit more closely. So there's a hover state. This is actually a different color. This is a pale purple color, so we can already start just by setting that. So we'll say for our typography here, the answer, we're gonna say color is that. So that'll give that a nice color. Awesome. We're gonna actually make this a little bit more bold. So we'll say font weight for that. We'll put it to 600. We'll save that. And then we'll say, whoops. We'll say comma and, yeah, comma and hover. We're gonna say the color should be this pink, as they call it. And hover color is gonna be that. Awesome. And then, okay, so then on click, we wanna change, first of all, we want to set the background color of this. So let's fancy up this button a little bit. So we'll say background color is going to be that same pink. And then we're gonna say, okay, border radius is gonna be 50%. Make it a, oh, nope. I'll say 50%, then we'll change the width. We're gonna say width is 1 rem. Let's take a look at this. Actually, you know what? I might just use a regular button so I don't have to fight with Material UI. Oh, no, but I want to use the SX Pro. all right. We'll fight with it. We'll fight with Material UI. All right. There we go. We'll say 2 rem. Say maybe 3 rem. All right, 2 rem. And we'll say min height is going to also be 2 rem. What else? Padding is 0. All right, cool. That looks pretty decent for me. So we have the buttons, and then we're gonna say, and on hover, we want the background color to be, I think it's black, right? Or is it like dark purple? Sorry. It's gonna be dark purple. Okay, cool. And then we want the actual color of the text to be white regardless. So color, cool. We'll save that. All right, awesome. Not looking too bad. So then now on click, so if show answer is true, we then want it to stay on black. So say background color, we'll say if show answer is true, and not black, sorry, dark purple. We want it to be dark purple. If show answer is true, be dark purple, else be pink. So boom, and it stays. Awesome. Last thing we want to do here is if show answer is true, we want to display, if show answer is true, we want to display a minus, else we want to display a plus. So I'll probably have to put those in quotes. So it's like show less, show more. Show less, show more. So that was really quick there. And yeah, I think we can just do up the styling a little bit better now. So let's just make some more space. So when it's open, that's a good amount of space. I think what I want to see generally is just a little bit more space between the questions. So there, it looks like there's some padding, and that there's actually like a dotted line, I think. Is that a dotted line? Or no, just a regular line between the top, between each question. So I guess you can say, is it on the bottom only or on the top? Let's say border bottom 1 pixel solid and then light pink. And again, I think if you're doing this for a portfolio project, you should really spend the time to make, you know, like an individual color styles file and things like that, because you're just doing this really quickly for the purposes of a tutorial. Not strictly necessary, but still would recommend it. And then we're gonna say padding, top bottom 1 rem and 0 left and right. I think we could even maybe get away with 2 rem. .5 rem. We'll say margin top 1 rem. Cool, and that looks pretty decent, I think. I think I might add a little bit more space underneath margin bottom, the question. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. What else can we add? Let's see if we can add in this little star and fix up the background. So the star should be in this images folder. Oh, they even have icons, so the plus, the minus. We made our own. Background pattern, icon star. So this must be it. So we'll go back to our FAQ container next to our FAQs, and then I'm going to need to import an image or use an image from Next component. We'll say source equals, let's copy the relative path, put it there. I think it's just /images. And we're going to say the height is 35, height is 35, width is also 35, and we're going to call alt equals star icon. We're going to save that. Let's see. There it is. Awesome. Cool. So then I'm just going to add, how should we do this? We'll add a little padding, margin to the right. Yeah, we'll say style equals margin right. We'll do 1 rem. We'll save that. Awesome. Looks pretty decent. The last thing we're going to try and do now is adding in this like background situation here. So let's see what that gives us. So we have our background pattern. Oh, it's just desktop and mobile. Okay, cool. Copy the relative path for that. And we're going to want to do that on our actual page itself. So if we go back to our app and go to our page, we'll say we have the FAQ container, and then we have the box that's holding everything in. We want this background image to be on the top half. So we could just do another box and absolute position it. Box. Or we just do the image and absolute position it. Try that. Alt equals background image width. What is the width? Because it wants like actual width. 1440. Height is 320. I will say that. Okay, not terrible. I'm going to say style, sorry, equals top 0. Oh no, I think I need to say position absolute first. Okay, perfect. And then we're going to say z index -1. Is that? No. Z index of 1. And then maybe I change the z index of the container. Oops. To like 5. Awesome. That's pretty much it. And again, we could do more semantic things. We can put the data from here into a data.json, things like that. And these are things I would recommend doing if you're building it as a portfolio piece. As we're going through this challenge, sometimes it's better to just push out as many projects as you can, learn and iterate and really get them finished. But, if once you go back and you want to clean them up and actually submit them for some jobs, I think it'd be really helpful to move this information into a data.json, maybe clean up the components. All right, so today we're going to be building this single page launch website here. So pretty straightforward. Let's go ahead and hop into the code. So first things first, I'm going to hop into these 2 pages and just clear them out, these 2 files, CSS files. And you'll see it just automatically just cleared out all the sort of default styles that I had put in there already. I'm using a starter file that I have on my GitHub account, the Muxt Material UI, Next.js, and TypeScript app router starter, but you can use literally anything to build this. This I just used because it was quick. And you can also use that if you're interested. I'll link it down below as well. All right, so looks like we have just a basic launch page with some icons and an email validator in the middle here. Okay, not too bad. Let's go ahead and get that started. So I guess one thing I'm going to do first, I'm going to create a new folder for my components. And I'm going to say, let's see, and we need to access our page, which is just going to be all in one page. I guess we'll start with this. I also dropped in the assets, so let's see what assets we have. We have our logo. Okay, so let's start with the logo. Get rid of this typography element, and we'll say, we'll use an image from Next.js. Well, source is going to be /images/logo.svg. And we're going to say our alt is going to be logo, and then we'll grab our width and our height from our Figma. And all these projects, all these challenges are from Frontend Mentor, so if you do want to check them out and do your own challenge, or do this challenge, you can check it out there. So we're going to do, the width is 90, height is 39. It's 90, height is 39. And we're going to save that there. Okay, awesome. Cool, updated, perfect. Looks a little squished. But those are the dimensions it's calling for. All right, we'll see how this goes. All right, so the next one we need is, we actually do need a typography element. We are launching soon. So we'll drop that underneath. We'll say typography. Variant. I guess that's going to be for each one. We are launching soon. I'm just going to wrap this in a span because soon was bolded. And I'm going to add a style here. I'm going to say font weight is going to be, let's say 600. Oh, and you know what? I need to set the font weight generally to be 500. So that it, oh, maybe even less. 400. So that it pops. And then what color is this? This is actually a different color. So we'll say the color is going to be color and then the color of this I think is going to go back to black. But let me double check. It might not be complete black. Yeah, usually you don't get black on white because it creates an unpleasant visual experience. So it's usually something very close to, but not exactly black. And then down here, subscribe and get notified. I'm just going to say typography. Drop that there. And that's going to be size 20. That same not black color. And then font size is going to be what, 1.25 rem. We'll save that. Cool. Decent. So we have those three, and then now we need our email validator and a notify me button. Now there's a couple of ways we can do this. We could do it using something like Material UI. You know, we can actually access I'm sure they have an email component that we could leverage here, or we could build it manually. So let's take a look and see what they have here. They have like a form control API. And you'll see that when you use their forms, you get a lot of like sort of built-in functionality. So we could do that, or we can build it manually. Let's start trying to build it manually. If it gets too taxing, too complicated, no, we can build it using this. But no, I think we should be all right. All right, so let's start with, I think it's an input we need here. So we're gonna say, and this one I'm actually gonna put in another component file. We'll say new file. Email.tsx, because it is going to be a client component, and Material UI, or not Material UI, Next.js is not going to like that. So we're going to use that, drop this in here. Cool, so far so good. Now we're going to say input. Open this. We'll just leverage their styles. If they have anything interesting. Maybe not. Okay. All right, maybe we'll have to just style it ourselves. So we'll say input. Let's see what color this is. Looks like there's a little, yeah, this like light blue. We'll say border. Border, 1 pixel, solid, whatever color that is, light blue. Okay, cool. We'll say border radius equals 2 rem. Cool. We'll say placeholder, I believe it is, your email address. And then the button is notify me. Oh, and maybe I need to set the color. The color I think is the same as the border. Cool. And let's see how wide this is. 421 pixels. So we'll set that. Add a little bit of padding there. And then the notify me button next to it. So it's a button. And that's going to be this color. Is the color already white? No, it's not. It's a color. It's going to be white. And then we're going to copy that because we want them to kind of match. Copy the padding. We could also create like a base thing, but that's not really necessary. It's going to be 200 pixels wide. And we're actually going to give it a height of 56 pixels, 3.5 rem. All right, cool. So that looks pretty decent. Yeah, it looks pretty good. All right, right now there's no validation. All right, let's finish out the design and then we'll add in the validation. All right, so one of the last things we need here is this image. So back on our page, we're gonna add in another image, and I'm assuming, yeah, we have a relative path for that. Source is gonna be that. We're gonna say alt example. Not really sure what we're advertising here. 640 by 383. So width is gonna be 640. Height is gonna be 383. Save that. Cool, there we go. And then we have these favicon. Oh, I don't think we actually got those. All right, so we'll skip that. We didn't grab those images. But this is pretty much the website. So I'm gonna just go ahead and center everything really quickly. Okay, cool, looking pretty good. I think the height of this could probably be a little bit less. Maybe let's go with 29. This is the logo I'm looking at. Awesome. I'm gonna add some margin. Say margin, top bottom, 40 pixels. Oh, you know what? Added it to the wrong component. That's why it's not working. All right, so we'll say style equals that margin. There we go. Much better. And then this one. That looks good. Subscribe and get notified. I'll say margin bottom. Oops, bottom 25 rem. And we'll say margin top 1 rem. Cool. And then this margin bottom is 94. That's the email. Bottom 94. Whoops, 94 pixels. Imagine 94 rem, that'd be way too much. All right, so we'll save that. Cool. Maybe even a little bit too much space because we don't actually need all of that space. Yeah, there we go. That looks pretty decent. And I'll add some margin to the right of that. Awesome. Looks pretty good. So I think we're design-wise we're set. Let's actually make this do something now. So what we want to do is when a user inputs their email address, we want it to like return something. Let me see if they have anything in the design. Okay, so it says please provide a valid email address when you click on the button. So that's basically using some sort of email validator. So again, we could do this with Material UI. You could see if we have an email validator. No. Okay, let's do email validator. JS. And let's see how we can do this. How can I validate an email address in JavaScript? Let's see. Using regular expressions, we could do that. Oh, that's just going to tell me what a regular expression is. All right, so we could try something like this. Cool. That could work. This validates in use, do not use. All right, so let's try something else. Google to get a proper regex. All right, let's try, see what that. AI. All right, is email. Okay, so this could be valid, might be valid. Let's see. And again, we don't want to go like super crazy with this. We just want something that works well enough. Let's try this for now. So this is just using regular expressions to test whether or not the input we put in is valid. So I'm going to say const is email. I'm just going to use that to test whether or not what we've input is an email. And we're going to say email is of type string. And so then, let's see, we want to, on the input, we want to, on change, I guess. On change. say is email e.target.value, I believe. And we're going to try console.log email. Let's see if we get an answer there. So let's inspect. Whoops. Just want to see console here. And we'll say, okay, cool. So we're getting what we're typing in. Perfect. So yeah, just targeting the target value of whatever it is. And we'll say if it is email, okay. So that's a checker for the email. Now we need to do something with this information. So we'll say const validator. So we'll run the is email check. So we'll say email is email with email. Const is valid email equals is email. If is valid email, then we want to, I'm going to use state again, const use state, const is valid, we're going to say set is valid, valid equals use state, false. If is valid email, I'm going to set is valid to true. This is going to be a type string. And then if is valid, else set is valid to false. So actually, let's start with use valid. Let's say true. We'll set started as true, and then the border for our input is going to be, let me check the design. Yeah, so it should change to red. So it's going to start out as this, and we're going to say is valid, and if it is valid is true, then it should be that. If is valid is not true, however, it should be this pink kind of color here. All right. And then we're going to call the validator, instead of his email, we're going to call the validator with that. Might work. Let's try it. So when we start, it should be nothing. Then when I type, yes, it's invalid. But if I say e@gmail.com, it's valid. Perfect. All right, cool. So that's pretty much the validator right there. And then obviously once you click notified me, you'd want to send it somewhere. So let me just run through what we did. So we got this regex email checker, and it's basically checking to see if, based on what characters are provided to it, whether or not it's in the correct format of an email. I'm not saying that this is the best regex email checker validator, you know, just what we found, as you saw looking online. So then what we did, we went to our input component here, and we said on change. So every time the user types a new letter, a new key, we want to take that event and get the target value of that event. And then we want to pass that to our validator. What our validator is going to do is it's going to call our isEmail validator, and it's going to save it to a variable that says isValidEmail. If it is a valid email, it's going to set our state of isValid to true. If it's not, it's going to set our state of isValid to false. IsValid is basically just our border. We're just using it for CSS at the moment, but we could actually use it to prevent submission. Is what it's going to say is if it is valid, we're going to change the color back to blue so it looks normal in with the design. But if it isn't valid, we're going to change it to red, this like reddish pinkish color, to say, hey, you're doing something incorrectly. And then when you notify me, we could hook it up to actually send the result somewhere and say, hey, you know, they've sent a valid email. And again, there's a lot more you could do. You could say, please provide a valid email address. We could actually just drop that in the bottom here. We could say, please provide a valid email address. again, this is all just based on whether or not is valid is true. So if valid, if is valid, if not is valid, we do that. Oh no, if it is valid, do that. We're just gonna set it to this color, which is our red. And so you'll see please provide a valid email address. So again, we'd have to fix up the style a little bit, but we can basically use this check to initialize different actions, show different things on our page. All right, so today we're going to be building this single page landing page here. And it's fairly straightforward, you know, just a bunch of different design elements, some absolute positioning, Z indexing, etc. But then we do have some like active hover type states, things like that. So we'll be using those, we'll be implementing those as well. So let's go ahead and get started. I've already spun up the application, again, using my Material UI Next.js TypeScript starter. You can definitely access that down in the description below, and it's available on my GitHub site as well. So we've got that spun up. I'm gonna go and start just doing my general structure, folders, components, and things like that. So I'm going to start with a folder called components, and this is where all of my major components are going to live. And I'm also going to go into my app, and I'm going to go ahead and just delete all of these sort of built-in CSS files. You can leave them in if you want. I just find usually when I'm building these more custom pages, they do more harm than good, and then I end up having to just rework a bunch of stuff. So we have our home page right here, and it's working. Let's see what we need to do. So I guess the first thing we want to focus on is this like hero component here. So I'm going to start by making two components, the hero and the nav. So let's say new file, hero.tsx. And then we're going to have another component and we're going to call it the nav. And I believe our nav is going to go inside our hero because our hero image just takes up so much of the background. I want to make sure that we're not cutting off any of it by having things weirdly placed. So all that being said, let me take a look at our images and see what we're working with. Background pattern, background pattern. All right, so it seems like we're going to use a pattern for the background, and then we're going to use, we're going to do the coloring ourselves, essentially. So with the hero now, I'm going to grab this color to start with. So color slate 900, it's going to be this color right there. And I think one thing I might want to do, just because this is a slightly larger site, I'm going to actually create a colors file. So I'm just going to create a new file. I'm going to call it colors.ts. I'm going to just create a const called colors. And I'm going to say, what was this, like a purple or a dark purple? And I'm just going to assign these colors that we're going to be working with here. That's just going to make things a little bit easier when it comes time to sort of finish out the design. All right, so this is a white, so I can just, actually let me make sure, yeah, it's just regular white. So we'll say white is white. Save that. We're going to do this green. Grab that. Save that. What other colors did they just mention here? Oh, do we have like a text color? No, that seems to be the same. Oh, it's this background color. I'm gonna grab a light, call this light purple. Cool. And I think that should be it for now. Yeah, it looks like that's it for now. We can always add in more colors if we need. All right, so back to our actual design. So we're gonna go to our hero. I'm gonna turn this into a box from Material UI. that. And I'm going to make the background color of this. We're going to set it to colors. Oh, and I should export colors. So it knows to import it. Colors dot dark purple. And that's going to be our hero. And then we should actually import our hero on our page. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's import hero. We'll save that. All right. Awesome. So we have our hero there. We're not quite seeing the background color. Oh, because I didn't spell it right. There we go. Now we're seeing our background color. All right. So background color, not bad. I am still getting an issue with the margin though. So I think I need to go to my globals. I'll set my HTML and I'll set my body. I'm just going to tell them that they should have a margin of 0. Great, so we've gotten rid of that extra margin. All right, let's move back to our hero. So yeah, with our hero now, we have the background color set to purple. We're going to set the color of the text to white, just so we can see it. And I guess what we want to do is have this like little curved situation here with the, I'm trying to see if I can select it for you. Yeah, there, with the bottom of the image there, which is really interesting. I think that's like a really cool design there. But I guess they want us to implement it using CSS. So let's try that. Let's do a Google. Let's say how to implement curved lines using CSS. Draw a curve with CSS. And this is how I'd figure out anything I didn't know how to do. Just go ahead and figure out, Stack Overflow it, just Google it. And I think a lot of people get stuck when they see something that they don't know how to do and they just don't continue to work on it. But really the best thing you can do is actually to just look it up and see if you can figure out an answer to it. All right, so now, all right, so yeah, we're looking here on Stack Overflow. You said you can use an asymmetrical border to make curves with CSS. Let's take a look. Okay, that's pretty much what we want to do right here. So we have a div. Let me say border radius, border color, border solid. Interesting. Okay. And there's another one here. Okay. That looks pretty good. Let's try this. I'm gonna grab this and see if we can get that to work on our box here. So I guess first thing I'll want to do, I'll say height. Let's go 40 view height, just so it's we have a little bit more to work with. And we'll adjust this to whatever we actually need it to be. But we'll say 40 view height. We'll say border. We'll go 1 pix solid. We'll say FFF. So border bottom. And then we'll try this. Border color, transparent. Okay, so this is saying top. So what if I just moved it top to here? And maybe I'm doing too many things at once right now. I might just mess it up for myself, but we're gonna try. Border radius is going to be that. Actually, let me move this back because I'm probably going to screw it up moving it around too much. All right, cool. All right, so it worked. So it worked on the top, so we just need to flip it now. All right, so if I move this to the bottom and I move this to what should be the bottom position, and I save that. Okay, it's a little different. Not exactly what I wanted. If I move there. Or move this here and put that there. Okay, that's not bad actually. That's kind of what we're going for. So what if I try that there as well? No, that's not what we're going for. All right. And again, I'm just messing around with this to see when I get the desired sort of look that we're going for, because we want it to curve on both sides. Honestly, I think we had better luck before, so I'm just gonna drop this back in as that, and then I'm just gonna flip it. I think that's probably the easiest thing, but there's probably a very straightforward way that I'm just missing here to just make it on the bottom as opposed to the top. All right, cool. That doesn't look too bad. That's like fairly close to what we want. Maybe we can adjust. What if I say 60%? What does that do? Or 100%? Okay, it's kind of softening out a little bit. I like that. What if I say 200 pixels? Okay. What if I say 25 pixels? Okay, not bad. Yeah, let's try maybe a 50 pixel. And should we try this at 50 as well? Oops, 50. It's a little less dramatic. Maybe we'll go with 75. Yeah, that's all. I don't want anything crazy, just a little bit of a curve there. So we'll go with that. We don't need to spend too much time working on that. That's not really the point of this. The point is to show that you understand how to do it to a degree. So we'll go with that. Next thing we want to do here, so we have our background. I'm going to make it a little bit larger. Let's say 80 view height. Cool. And then we're going to start dropping in our actual pieces here. So we're going to go with our nav. Let's start with that. And we're going to start with a box from Material UI. I'm going to say box. And then it's going to be the logo and a line that says apply for access. So I'm assuming the logo is going to be in our images here. There's a light logo and a dark logo. Okay, dark logo goes at the bottom, light logo goes on the top. Makes sense. So in the nav, we're going to start with an image from Next Image. And source is going to be /images/logo -light light.svg, and then alt is going to be logo, and then the height, width and height, we'll grab that from the actual piece here. Width is going to be 95, height is going to be 25. Width 95, height 25. Cool. And then we need to put our nav within our actual hero so it works. We're just on the page somewhere so you can see it. All right, cool. So we have our nav up there. So that's the first piece. I don't see our logo actually, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And then we also need apply for access. So we'll drop in a typography element as well. Drop that in there. We'll say apply for access. And we'll save that. Oh, it flips everything. Oh, that's super not ideal. All right, so then, what do we do? Do I just wrap? Oh, what if I made another box? This is a bit convoluted now. But if I made another box and I said everything inside, we flip. Okay, that works, but we have this huge space. Why is that? Transform, translate. See if that works. Okay, and that kind of works. Again, this is probably not the ideal solution. If you do have a better solution, please implement it here because it'll look a lot better, I'm sure. All right, so the next thing that we want to do is actually, yeah, let's finish fixing up the nav. So let's turn this, let's do some styling with this. Let's say display is flex, and justify content is going to be space between. Cool, looks pretty good. And then I want to, how does the containering kind of work here? It looks like there's like a general inner container. So maybe what I'll do is I'll use, instead of a box, I'm gonna maybe use a container. A material UI container. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll say import container. And save that. And awesome, that looks a lot better. So then we'll just use this container for the inner pieces of all our components, and that should work really well. All right, so we have work it, we have apply for access. With this, with our typography here, I'm gonna say, and hover, or no, sorry, first we need the, is there an underline? There's an underline. So we'll say text decoration. We'll say text decoration underline, and then we'll say, is it text decoration? Text decoration color is going to be colors.green. We just need to import colors. Import colors. We did the last one. What was it? Oh, here we go. Cool. Awesome. Not bad. What else can we do then? Text decoration. Decoration thickness. We'll say. And then what else can we do? Text decoration. Underline offset, we'll say. Okay, cool. I think that's pretty decent for now. We'll go with that and maybe make it a little bit thinner. Yeah, pretty good. All right, cool. We'll go with that for now. Let's move on to the next section here. And honestly, I think I should have just made that some sort of like fixed style because I think we're going to be reusing it. But anyway, now we want to do this middle section here, the H1, data tailored to your needs. So let's hop out of the nav and go back into the hero. Get rid of this, we've already implemented it. And underneath our nav, we're going to add in our typography element, and we're going to say variant equals to H1. And we're going to say data tailored to your needs. Data tailored to your needs. Save that. Import this. Save that. Cool. Awesome. Not too bad. Oh, that's not great. So basically every time I add something now it's going to push it up. All right, that's annoying. All right, we'll have to work with this. But again, as you see, it's not an ideal solution. So yeah, if you figure out how to do this better when you spend a little more time on it, definitely do that. All right, so data tailored to your needs. We're going to say font family is going to be serif. So it's going to be different from the rest of them. And then, what is the font weight of this? Semi-bold. I guess that's fine. But we want tailored to be underlined. So let's add in, let's make a span here. And I think what I'm going to do, I think in my globals, I'm going to make a neon underline class. And then I'm going to just grab all of those styles, all of this right here from my access, apply for access piece. And I'm just going to use that as my neon underline class. And I'm just going to write this out as regular CSS. and then just apply the class across all these elements because it's necessary for so many different elements. I think it'll be worth it. Underline. The only thing I will need to do though is import that color. But I can do that. That is a small thing. So this one, underline, does not need to be in quotes. To rem. This. All right, cool. So then now if I go to my nav and I just say class name and I say neon underline, we should see no difference. Perfect. So then now what I can do, the reason I did all that was so I could go with my span and I can do the same thing. I can say class name equals neon underline. And I'll save that. And there we go. Perfect. All right, so that's there. Let us, okay, I'm going to set a max width for this to be, let's say max width, so it wraps. Width is going to be 600 pixels. That's way too much, apparently. Oh no, I just didn't save anything. All right, let's do maybe 35 rem. Because we want it to wrap on the 2. Oh, and there's a period at the end of needs. Let's do 30. Great. And then we're gonna say text align center. And save that. Perfect. Awesome. All right, so that's looking pretty decent. With the container now, I want to have it as a flex box. So I'm going to say display flex. Flex direction is going to be column. And we're going to say align items to the center. Cool. But then for the nav, I want to say justify content space between width, oops, 100%. I'm not sure if that's going to work. That worked. Okay, cool. Perfect. And then, yeah, so now for my H1, I want some more margin to it. So I'm going to say margin. I'm going to say 2 rem, top and bottom. And again, you see it's pushing stuff up. That's because of our weird attempt to make this look interesting. So I'll just move all that down for now. And then we're going to do a learn more button. Now, is this a button that we reuse? We do. We have two, this button's reused twice. So I'm just going to create a custom button for this. So I'm going to go into my components. I'm going to say button.tsx. And I'm going to say import button as custom. Import button. I wonder if it'll let me do custom or as movie button. Slash button. It doesn't usually let me do this. All right, so we'll just change it to be custom button. Custom button. And we'll just import that. And then we're going to change this to button. And what custom button is going to do is going to take in some text. If we were building this out fully, it would probably also take in like where it's going to link to or whatever action is going to happen on click. But for right now, it's just going to take in text. So we're going to say text string, really simple. And then we'll say text. We're going to the props, and we'll say oops text, and we'll save that there. All right, cool. So we have custom button with our text there, and that looks pretty good. We're gonna put it in under our typography element. So we're gonna say we're gonna import our button from custom button, and then we're gonna say text equals what is our text? Learn more. Save that. Cool. All right, so getting started. It's working. Now we want to style it. So we'll say background color is going to be, let's say colors dot green. good. We'll say border radius is 0. We'll say the color is going to be dark purple. Dark purple. Awesome. And then we're going to add in, we're going to say text transform none. So I think right now it's, converting it to uppercase. Let's see. We'll do a little bit of padding. Okay. And then I think I'm just going to make the font weight a little bit more pronounced. Let's try 600. Maybe that's too much. That's all right. Cool. Maybe 5, but 5 is normal. Yeah, let's go with 6, just to make it a little bit more pronounced. All right, cool. And actually, no, it should be 5. Which I think is default. Anyhow, let's go with that. And yeah, that looks pretty decent right now. I'm pretty content with that. I want to add in these like squiggly things next so that we can finish up with this hero component. So I'll close up my custom button, and I'm going to now look for my images. So I'll say image, same, did we not import it from Next earlier? All right, we'll say image, Next, and then background pattern. I don't know which one is which, so we're just gonna copy the path and change the number as necessary. So source is gonna be BG pattern 1, alt equals decorative squiggle. And then the dimensions of this ornamental. I don't know, let's do a guesstimate. Let's say height 200, width 350, and we'll save that. Okay, cool, not bad. And it was the right squiggle, so we're good to go. All right, so this I'm gonna then style. I'm gonna say position absolute. We're gonna say left is going to be -10, or left is 0. Ooh, I wonder if it'll -100. All right. Yeah, because it's in the container, so it needs to like go outside the container. So let's say -250. Okay, getting closer. I also want to make it a little bit bigger, so let's change the height to 400, the width to like 650. Yeah, that's a little bit closer. 350. $250, $350. Move it up a little bit too. We'll say top 0. Oh, and you know what? That's probably going to change too because of the when I change where things are laying. So let's actually leave that for now. Actually, let's set the top. Let's move it down a little bit. It's going to be further away from Workit. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. I think we could even get away with 400 here. Cool. Let's go with that for now. 375. And then we'll do the other squiggle, which is smaller. So we'll copy this. I'm hoping it's BG pattern 2. Okay. Oh, that's a different squiggle. Let's see. Let's remove this. Put that to 0. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's the next squiggle. So we're going to make it a little bit smaller, 300 by, let's say 500. And then we'll say right 0, let's say right minus 375. Maybe not so much, maybe 350, maybe 300. Cool. And it's going to be a little bit lower, so say top 150. Maybe even lower than that, let's say top 200. And actually, I think it's a little bit too big still. We're going to change it to 200 by 400. All right, cool. And I think you could go down a little bit more still, maybe 300. Oops, 300. I think that's pretty good. Last thing we'll need to put in before we do the whole adjusting of vertical situation here is this phone image. So let me grab that, drop in another one of these, and we'll just change it to be the image. So I think it's image hero. Hero.webp iPhone cartoon, something like that. Take those out. Okay, looking pretty good. 767 by 441. Pretty close. And then we want to just bring it down a bit. So we'll say top. $300. That looks pretty decent. Okay, we're gonna have to deal with that overflow in a second, but other than that, it might actually be a little bit too big, to be honest. That looks a little bit closer to the size of the design. Yeah, I think that's a little bit closer. So now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to move everything up. So yeah, up here where I have the translate Y, maybe I don't need to translate at all. Or maybe I do. Let's see, when I take it to -10, translate Y, maybe I need to actually do the opposite, translate it up. Oh no, that's translating it down. So let's say -40 view height. Wow, and that's pretty much it. We'll move that phone up a little bit more. Somewhere in the middle. And I think the hero is pretty good. I think I'm pretty much set on the hero. The only thing I don't like is this overflow. So let me see if I can see where that's coming from. Body. Div. I think it's coming from the image. All right, so let's see if we can set the overflow. To be hidden. Perfect. Awesome. So we're good to go there. Oh, the one thing I do have to do now is change the Z index of this. Change that to FFF and change the Z index of the image. Maybe like 5 or something like that. Did not quite work. Interesting. Overflow. Maybe I changed overflow X hidden. Let's look at the X. Interesting. So it's just gonna be stuck regardless. I wonder if I put it outside the container, if that helps. Oh, weird. Now it makes a container scroll. Okay. Maybe this is something that goes on the page itself, if it's giving it this much trouble. Okay, yeah, that looks a lot better. We're just gonna say line items gonna be center. Ooh. Let's see if we can do width. 100%. That doesn't look great. Let's see. Alright, well that doesn't look great, so we'll just take out that. I was trying to just center it more easily, but we can just also do it with left and right. Let's do 450. And it's not going to be perfect. Again, this is like not the ideal solution for your portfolio, but in terms of just getting stuff out the door, right? Like part of what stops a lot of people from becoming engineers is that they don't just like build stuff. And so this is part of this challenge. The whole purpose of this challenge is to just spend several days just building things, just building until you get into that habit of coding every single day and building new projects. All right, cool. So the hero's pretty much done. Let's move on. We have this middle section here. Oh, and that's so interesting. There's another curve section. Oh, geez. All right. We'll make it work. All right, so we have this, they're calling it value. All right, we'll call it value section here. So we'll create a new file, call it value.tsx. And it's these three cards that have like a number, title, and information. Okay, pretty straightforward. So we're going to create a new file. I'm going to say card. Just so I can have something to sort of like hold them all in. We're going to turn that into a box, which is really just a div. And then, yeah, it's going to be pretty straightforward. So we'll say display, flex direction is going to be column, and then we're going to have we're going to pass in a number, a title, and the description. And those are going to come from, define those in our props. Number is number, title is string, description is also a string, and those are going to be of the props type. Cool, good to go there. So then here in the top first one, we're going to say it's going to be a number. And we're going to have a border, one pick solid, and it's going to be, I think it's that dark purple color. Colors, yep, dark purple. And then also the actual text itself is going to be the dark purple color. So we'll say colors dot dark purple, save that. And then we are going to have the title. So we'll say title, oops, title, same thing. And then we're going to have the description. And then I'll assign variants to this in a minute. But I just want to get the sort of base set up. And then now for the value, this is what's going to actually hold like all the cards. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to create a box. Say box. And then I'm going to say const card detail. And it's going to be an array of objects where the number, we start with 1. The title is going to be actionable insights. Actionable insights. And then the description is going to be that. Cool. And we'll just create 2 more of those. And we'll change that up to 2 and to 3. Cool. And so then now for our value box, I'm going to say this is going to have a display of flex. And we're going to say we want to justify our content by spacing them evenly. I think it's either going to be space evenly or space around. Have not decided yet. And then we're going to take the card detail and we're going to map over each card. Oops, card. And then we want to go ahead and return a card. And then we're going to pass it that information. So we're going to say number equals card dot number, title equals card dot title, description equals card dot description, and key, which is probably why it's giving the error, is card dot number. Cool. We'll save that. So now if we look back at our page, we don't have anything yet because we have not put this on the page. So let's put the value on the page. The real value of this. Value, and we'll save that. All right, cool. So we have something going on there. It's not exactly how we want it to look, but it's working so far. All right, so value is there on the page. We do want to do this like background thing again. So I guess that's part of what we'll need to do with this box. So let me borrow this part of this. And then yes, we do need to do the container pattern. All right, so I'll borrow some of this, closing out a few of these extra ones. I'm gonna drop that in there. I'm gonna do colors.light purple for the background. We're gonna take that off. Not sure if we're gonna do 80 view heights. All of that checks out. Then we're gonna drop the container in here. And that's gonna wrap around that. We'll say /container. And then we're gonna apply this to the container. Cool. And that kind of works. It kind of works. If I move it up more. Nothing to translate. Why? Oh, no. Plus faulty view height. Okay. And then we'll say z index is 1. And if I say the z index of this is 5, there we go. We have an overlap there. All right, so that's good. So then back to the value now. Pause. back to the value now. So we have this scroll situation, which is not ideal. So let's maybe only translate this 10 view height. And we'll say overflow hidden. Good. I think that's the wrong color though. That doesn't seem like the right, yeah, this I think is a different color. Extra light purple. Yeah, probably would have been better if I just borrowed their naming convention, but here we are. That's better. Okay. And then, let's see. Okay, so then we just need to push it down a little bit. Cool, that's good. And then we don't need a flex direction of column. Good. All right, cool. So that's working pretty well. And yeah, we actually don't need this translate situation anymore. So now looking at the cards themselves, let's try and match it a little bit more closely to this design. So, oh, and there's a combination of serif and sans serif font. So for instance, this first one is going to be a serif. So we'll say font family, serif, and the border radius is going to be 50%. So hopefully it should make, oh, nope, did not make a great circle there. Let's say height, 1 rem. Let's say width, 1 rem. I'll save that. Okay, good. Yeah, let's make it a little bit bigger. Good. Center all of this. Okay, cool. So we have 1, 2, and 3. And then actionable insight is also a serif font, so we'll add that to this one here. And again, we could do this with classes and make a serif class, and you know, it kind of just depends on how you want to do it. We're gonna make this, what is 38, and it's a little bit bold, so we're gonna say font size. And actually, I'm gonna use a variant for this. I'm gonna say variant equals H2, maybe H3 actually. Let's say font size 38. Save that. And then we'll say font weight, it's gonna be 600. Okay, so we have our actionable insights. And then we have just our regular information on the bottom here. Just our regular description details. Cool. So now within these cards, I want everything to be centered. So on the box here, I'm going to say align items to the center. And then I want to add some spacing. So 56 is the margin bottom here. 3.5 rem. And then 28 is the margin bottom on the title. Cool. And then we want a text align center here. So we'll say this is for the description. Center. Not bad. And then I think I want to increase the line height. Line height to 1.5. Kind kind of something like that. Maybe 1.5 rem, 1.75 rem. All right, cool. That looks pretty decent. So we have our 3 sections here. And again, you can go ahead and put in the right text and things like that. Really, we're focusing on the style and design of this one. So we have that there, and then we need our last section now here. So this is our CTA. So if we hop over, oh, and we do have our icons, so we can even do the little footer. So if we hop over, I'm going to close out value now, close out hero. We're going to create a new component called CTA, call to action. We're going to create that, and it's going to be this image with this box. All right, so let's start by creating this, turning it into a box. Save that, and we need to grab the image component, and it's going to be, let's see, image founder webp. Perfect, and it already has the background color. So we'll just copy the relative path there, and we'll say source equals that. Clear that out. Alt equals founder image. Height is going to be 477 by 477. Width is going to be 477. Cool, and then we should actually import CTA onto the page. And we'll import that there, and there we go. All right, cool, so we have our founder's image right there. Other thing that reminded me to do was to actually drop a container here. I actually probably could have just used the container as used the container instead of the box, but also not the worst thing in the world. It would just make it cleaner. And cool, now we have our founder within the bounds of what we've decided to show. All right, so then we have that, and then now we need this sort of text box situation. Let's go ahead and just create another box here. So we'll say box, and then it's going to be 2 typography elements and a button. Be the first to test. So does this match typography? Be the first to test. And it's 64. For rem, right? Yes. And then font family is going to be serif. Oh, typography. And this is just because I'm using server side instead of client side at the moment. Be the first to test. Great. Oh, we also want this to have a background color. Background color to be colors dot dark purple. And we also then need this to have a color of colors dot white so we can actually see it. Cool. And then I'm trying to think how I think I want to absolute position this box. Absolute. This is just in such an awkward place. I think I'm going to say right 0. Okay. Maybe right 25. Right 200. And then bottom 200. Oh, no, not what I want to do there. Bottom minus 200. Get rid of the bottom entirely. All right, cool. We'll go with that. Let's say top 2,000. Okay, so we could do it from the top, but not really fancying that. Let's finish building it out. Whoops, and we'll see. Oh, it does actually come a little bit below, so that could work well. So we'll say be the first to test. We'll add in some padding. This is in this box. Say padding, 4M, all the way around. Be the first to test. Oh, it just keeps going down further. We might actually have to move it up. All right, we'll say bottom 10. Minus 10. We'll say top 1,000. $1,500. And actually, it's going to be over his face a little bit, so 250. Nope, 400. Nope, 350. This is the fun of CSS. You're like, not quite. I guess I could make my life easier if I just put up a second screen. But sometimes you're not able to put up a second screen. Sometimes it's not the right thing to do. Nope, 1450. Okay, cool. That looks pretty decent. Let's grab this blurb and we'll drop in a new typography element here. And okay, we're gonna set a max width for this, 602. Or just a width. Cool. Oh, and that's gonna mess up our left and right and all that. Okay. Well, let me finish throwing everything in here and then we can adjust that. So then I'll have that there, and then I'm gonna also add in the button, our custom button. And our text is going to be apply for access. We're gonna save that. Cool. And also I need to change the color of this to colors, not white. Good. And then where was it that I had that line height? It was in the value in the cards. I'm going to use that same line height over here. Okay, cool. I just want to add a little bit of margin to this. Say margin 2rem. And actually 1rem, 2rem. Cool. And then yeah, we'll move it back over a little bit. Say 200. 175. Cool. Not bad. I think that's pretty close. Oh, last thing we need is this squiggly. So this is a third squiggly, I suppose. So I'll just go back to my hero, borrow this, and drop it on the bottom here. Should be within the container. And I guess we're going to use squiggly pattern 3, I believe. Yeah, background pattern 3. And let's see if we can figure out where that went. Okay, so no, that's not where we want it. Let's put it 1400 down from the top. Okay, there it is, almost there. Let's say 1600. I'm gonna change it to relative. Yeah, I think that's what I was doing wrong there. I should just make it relative. That way, when I change the rest of the page, this doesn't move. Where is it supposed to go under? Under there. All right, so maybe just like 25. Okay. And then top 100. Try 150. All right, cool. So something like that. And then I can also fix this, the box itself. I'll say relative, and then I'll say 200. And then right, we'll say 0. All right, cool. And that looks pretty decent. Oh, it's throwing off our other piece there, sorry. All right, cool. Pretty decent. So we have those two. The last step now is just going to be adding in this little footer element right here. So that looks just like a logo and those SVG icons. So let's see if we can add those in there. So let's create one last component. Call it footer.tsx. And we're going to turn it into a box like we do. Save that. And then I'm going to use the image component. So image from next image, source equals copy relative path. We're going to say alt is logo, height is whatever we set the first height to. I'm going to copy those two because they should be the same. And close the tag. Awesome. Oops. Close the tag. Oh, and I should actually put it on the page. That would help us see it. Footer. Save that. All right, so we are getting some weird spacing now. Let's see why that is. Ah, okay, it's because of this box. So I'm gonna, this is the lower box. All right, so I'm gonna set a max height for the CTA box. So I'll say, okay, cool. So that's no longer setting the height. What is still setting the height though? What is that? Oh, the container. The container. All right, so we'll also set this to the max height. Or maybe not. Something else still. All right, we'll leave that alone. All right, so we have our footer. I'm gonna wrap it in a container as well. And then we're gonna say display flex. justify content center. Actually, it's going to be flex direction column. And we're going to say align items to be in the center. And then, so we have our image, and then we're going to make a box, and we're going to bring in a couple. Actually, I shouldn't have copied those so quickly. I want to grab these icons, but yeah, they're going to be 20 by 20. 20 by 20. And then we're going to just say icon Facebook, and just create 3 of those. Instagram, Twitter. Cool. And then we'll say style, margin, bottom. Cool. Get some spacing there. And then we'll say style, margin, bottom. Get some space in there. Maybe we'll do just margin, bottom, and top. Make it 4. Oh, when did I do that? When did I do that? All right. All right, we're gonna set this back to absolute. I think making that change screwed a lot of things up. All right, so we'll set this back to, and leave that as relative for now. Yeah, I think that just screwed a bunch of stuff up. Absolute. Okay. And then for this, then we'll have work it. And we'll have, oh yeah, our little squiggly line. Cool, and there we go. We have, oh geez, I screwed it up again. We have almost our full page application there. Okay, there it is, just disappeared. Whew. It's like, how did I make that disappear? All right, cool. So yeah, we have our full page application here. You know, we could do some hover states. Which would be, I guess, when you hover on the button. Oh, when you hover on the button or you hover on apply for access, it turns green. All right, that's pretty straightforward. Let's do that real quick. So if you go to the nav, typography, we say, and, whoops, and hover. Color is going to be colors.green. So now when I hover, it turns green. Cool. And now when I hover on that, the button, say, and hover. The border is 1 pixel, solid colors to green, and the actual color of the text also becomes green. Colors green, and the background color becomes transparent. Can we do that? Background color none. Let's see if that works. Yes. Sick. And we're gonna do 2 pixels. All right, the shifting is not great, but other than that, I think everything's pretty solid with this. So I'm fairly happy with this, considering it was a quick build just to get. All right, so this is the component we're trying to build here. It's just a simple ratings component that will allow you to submit a rating. You see there are some active, some hover states here that we need to add in there. And then it'll actually tell you, once you've submitted the rating, which rating you submitted. So here it says you selected 4 out of 5. So there's a little bit of JavaScript logic that we need to add in there. But yeah, pretty straightforward. Let's go ahead and get started. So I've already gone ahead and spun up the app here. So we just have our base Material UI, Next.js, TypeScript app starter. If you do want to use that, you can just check out that link in the description below. I'll leave it linked down below. But yeah, solely free to use starter kit. And if you do want to actually follow along with the design and do this for yourself, you can check out Frontend Mentor. They have the challenge there on their website. Again, I'll link that down in the description below. All right, so first things first, I do have some base styles baked in, so I always like to comment those out or just completely remove them entirely. So I'll do that, and then I'll create a components folder. So let's say components, save that, and close these two, and then open up our main page here. And so looking at this component here, it's pretty straightforward. I think we'll probably have maybe like a component for these little buttons, and then just this larger like rating container. I think that's how we're going to do it. So let's start with the rating container. So I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it ratings container tsx, and I'm going to go ahead and turn that into a box. Save that, and then I'm going to import that onto my home page. Cool, save that. Awesome, so got that started, and we can see we have ratings container there. The other thing I need to think about is the color. So there is like this black that we're going to be using here, I think. Yeah, looks like that's the black there. So I think I want to grab that color, which is, oh, it's a gradient. No, that's not the color. I don't think it's a gradient. It might actually be this color. Yeah, I think it's going to be this color we're going to use for the background. So I'm just going to drop in my globals file. I'm going to say I want the HTML and the body to have a background color of that. Of that. And there we go. We have our background color set. Actually, I don't think that's the correct background color. I think it's actually this one. Let's see. Usually they have like a design like swath, but I guess they don't have it for this. But we can go with that. Let's go with this color. I think that's probably a little bit closer. Yeah, that's definitely. Actually, let's go back to what we had before. I take it back. I think what we had previously was a little bit closer. All right, so let's leave that alone. Just the background color, not that deep. All right, working on the container now. You see, we have this lighter. I mean, still a dark blue, but it's like a lighter dark blue. It's kind of the color we were just looking at there. And yeah, so it's that black gradient fill. I don't know if we need to do the gradient. We could do the gradient, but for me right now, what's important is just getting the color. So I'm just gonna, again, grab that color. I think this is the right color for that background. It's like a top to bottom, bottom to top gradient. And we're just gonna set the background color to that. So say background color is going to be that, cool. And we're seeing it up there. Perfect. And then I want to position this on the page. So I think what I'm going to do here, I'm going to say display a flex for the outer box that's holding it. And then I'm going to say justify content center. I'm going to say align items to be also center. And then I'm going to say height, not center, center. Yeah. Height is going to be 98 dpi, because usually it needs some sort of height in order to properly center. All right, cool. So now we have our container right in the center, which looks good so far. Next thing I want to do is start to think about these inner elements. So let's take a look at the padding. So it looks like there's about 32 pixels of padding all around, or about 2 rem. So let's go ahead and throw that in there first. So 2 rem of padding all around for the radiance container. And then we want to go ahead and drop in these different pieces here. So as I said, I'm probably going to make individual, like a reusable button component, because there's going to be some interactivity there with these buttons, I think. But I think the rest of these I can probably just do as individual imports. So let's start with this star logo. I did drop in the images from the that, like, when you start the challenge with Frontend Mentor. So this is already here. So I can grab that and use that in, I'm gonna copy the relative path, use that in this container here. So we're gonna use the image component from Next and just drop in the source here. And then we'll give it an alt. We'll say star logo. And then the height is going to be 48, and width is going to be 48. We'll save that. Cool. And okay, so it's just the star. It's not necessarily the background as well. So actually, I think the star is only 16 by 16, and then we'll have to add that that, like, you see the circle here, we'll have to add that in ourselves, so we can do that. So the fill for that is this dark blue color. Let's grab that color. So then we'll just wrap this in a box, and we'll say background color is this. Do that, and then we'll just say the border radius is 50%. And there's probably some amount of padding as well. We should take, yeah, padding is 1 rem. Okay, cool. Not bad so far. So we have our little logo there. Cool. Let's move on to our first typography element. So it says, how did we do? About 30, it's probably 2 rem or 35. Yeah, it's probably 2 rem plus the line height. So we'll add that in underneath. We'll say typography. We'll say, how did we do? And we'll say font size is 2 rem. And now you can go ahead and customize, like, the theme and things like that if you want to really bake this in. And I would recommend doing that if, you know, this is something you're going to add to your portfolio. But as we're just doing it quickly, we can add in our just font size here. But yeah, you could customize the variant if you really wanted to sort of be very specific about it. All right, so then next one is this body, piece of body text here. So we'll say add another typography element, and we'll throw that in there. Also, I think we want to make this one a little bit thicker. So we'll say font weight. So let's give it maybe a 600. We'll start with that. And this one also has a slightly different color. So let's see if we can grab that light gray. We'll say color is going to be that. We'll save that there. Perfect. Let's take a look. We need to fix the typography import because this is not a client-side component. All right, cool. Awesome. Looking good, minus the logo. The logo's a little bit off, and the color. So let's fix those two things really quickly. So let's set this color to white. We'll say FFFF. And then the logo, let's see. Oh, you know what? I think I'm just going to set the height and the width. So height is, what is it? 4M? 4M? Oops. Three rem. Height and width are going to be 3 rem. Okay, not bad. I think maybe we also need to display flex. And this is just trying to fix up the logo here. Okay, and yeah, it looks a little off. So this is 48 pixels, 16 pixels. Maybe there's too much padding. Let's take that out, see if that makes a difference. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. So we can go with that for now. The other thing I want to do is sort of set the size of this larger component here. So width is 412, height is 416, and that's this container here. So we're going to say width 412, height is 416, and we're also going to set the border radius to be 30 pixels. And yeah, that looks pretty decent. I think we got it right there. So save that there. Awesome. I'm not totally convinced this is the right color for the background, but I think probably we need to go with the lighter. Since it is a gradient, maybe if we go with the lighter color, we'll get better visualization. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. All right, cool. So we'll go with that. Then the next thing we need to do is add in these buttons. So we have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 button and the submit button. So I think, yeah, I'm going to make a new file. I'm going to call it ratings buttons.tsx. I'm going to, or should I do individual? I don't want to add too many components, but I think it would be useful to have a container for these and then map through them and then have the individual button as another component. So we'll say rating button. Cool. And so the button itself is just going to take in a number, and then on click or on hover, it's going to change. On select, it's going to also change, but then it's going to pass up whatever that value is back to the this like main component, so we can say you've selected whatever out of whatever. So that's basically how the whole thing is going to work. So let's just start with the design of the button. So we're going to start with let's try a Material UI button, see if that works. Okay, and ratings buttons, const buttons. I'm just going to make an array of buttons for it to map through. So I'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're going to return buttons.map for each button. Turn rating button. Okay, and then it's going to be label equals button. Whoops. Button, and then we'll go into rating button and ask it to take in a label. And we're going to say interface props. And again, you can do this without the TypeScript, so you don't need to do all this typing. But if you do want to do it, you know, it's good to get in the practice. All right, and then we'll say label. And then we will take the ratings buttons and drop them in the ratings container. Yeah, because I was going to map through them here, but it seems like it's getting a little bit crowded. Oh, it's not a valid. Ah, okay. So let's do this. Okay, so maybe we don't have the ratings buttons. So maybe we skip this and we just have rating button. All right, so let's skip that. Let's go back into the container. We'll say buttons, and we'll do this in this container. It's probably actually going to be easier in terms of passing around the state. Oh, and it needs a key. Will also be the button. Okay, cool. So that's good. We're going to delete ratings button. Yep, because we won't need that anymore. So ratings container, rating button. And we'll get rid of that because we don't need it. All right, cool. Yeah, this is probably going to make it easier to pass the state around anyway. So we have the buttons and we have, there we go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can go ahead and style them up a little bit. So we want this to be our background color. I think it's that dark blue. So let's grab that color there. So we'll say background color is going to be this here. And then we're going to say the actual color of the text is going to be this light gray. And we're going to grab that. And that looks good. And then we're going to say width is 51 pixels. Height shall be the same. Border radius will be 50%. Cool. So we have these nice little circles. And what else? What is it? 100%. Okay. What else? Oh yeah, then we should have some spacing between them. I think what I'll do, actually, I'll drop them in a box here, which is probably what I should have done with the ratings container, drop it in a box, but anyhow, we'll put it in a box here, and then we'll say display flex, justify content space between, and that should space them out nicely. Perfect. Cool, that looks good. And then I'm going to add a little bit of margin. Where should we add in our margins here? 32. I think I'm going to add in the margin to this typography element. So I'll say margin top bottom is going to be 24 pixels, left right 0. And then we'll add in some margin here, or we'll add in margin to the logo box. We'll say margin bottom 30 pixels. Looking good. What else? and then we need our submit button as well. All right, so let's go ahead and create the submit button. So that's just gonna, I'm just gonna use just a regular button, Material UI button, and just style it. So let's say button, and then we'll go back and fix up the ratings buttons to do everything we need to do, because that's gonna be the bulk of our work. So we'll say submit, and then the background color is gonna be this orange. Going to be that. And the text color is going to be very dark blue, as they've labeled it here. Cool, looking good. And then what else do we need? Let's say font weight is 600. And then I'm gonna give it, oh, that's interesting, margin top, I think is gonna be 32 pixels, yeah. And then let's say width 100%. Yep, looks good. And then the corner radius is 22.5. So we'll say border radius is 22.5 pixels. It looks pretty good. I think we just need some padding in here. And maybe the text could be a little, well, the text looks okay. Maybe it's not quite 1 rem, maybe it's 0.75 rem. Okay, cool. And that doesn't look too bad. I think so the next thing we want to do here is check out our interactive hover states, right? And we can go through and kind of tweak the exact pixels and stuff like that. But I think it's important that we actually get the interactivity going. So on hover, we want the background color to change, or is it on select? Let's see what they're saying here. On hover, I think we want it to be orange. On select, I think we want it to be white. So on hover, let's grab this orange color and add that as an option to our rating button. So we'll say, back in our rating button component, we'll say and hover. We'll say background color is going to be orange. Let's save that. That's in, yep, background color is orange. Then we'll also need to change the actual text color to dark blue. We'll say the color is going to be dark blue. Oops, dark blue. Cool. So that works. Awesome. I think these also could be a little bit thicker. So we'll say font weight is going to be 600. Okay, cool. Looking good. The next thing I think we probably want that same interactive hover color on submit as well. Or no, submit is already orange, so we just want the white. I guess white on hover. Yeah, because they're showing us the two different hover states. All right, so for the submit button, we'll say and hover background color is going to be white. And I think this is already the correct color. Yeah, that looks all right. We'll leave the color the same. Okay, cool. So that looks good. Last thing we want to do is give a selected color. So now to know which one is selected, we're going to have to interact with our state. So we have our list of buttons. I think we're going to want to use state in this component. We're going to say const selected set selected equals use state. now it is null. I'm gonna have to probably change this, definitely change this to a client. So we'll say use client, save that. All right, so right now, nothing is selected. However, we want to pass in set selected to the rating button. And we're going to say set selected is going to take arg. It's going to take a number. That's a type of a number. Our arg. It doesn't like that. It's a number. We're going to actually, let's start by setting it to 0. Cool. Again, all TypeScript stuff. If you don't want to do that bit, you don't have to. Just make it a JavaScript file instead, or a JSX file. All right, so on click of this button, we want to call set selected with the label, because that's going to be the number that we're setting. Really, it should probably be the rating. I should probably change this to rating. And we'll change that rather than the label, because it's like a data value, you know. So we'll change the name to rating. But yeah, we're gonna set the selected when we do that. And so then, let's see. And then I guess we also want to pass who is selected, like which one is selected, equals selected. Selected rating equals selected. We'll say selected rating is a number. Cool. And then we want to say if rating and selected rating are the same, then we want to do something with the colors. So for the background color, we want to say selected rating equals, or rating equals selected rating. If so, we want the background color to be white. If not, we want it to be the regular color. So let's try that and see if it works. So I should click here, and it does. Okay, so it works. It sets the selected. So that's exactly what we want to happen. So that works. And then the only thing I'm going to do here, I'm going to do the same thing for this, for the actual text color, so that it stands out a little bit more, like in the design. So we'll do that. And there we go. So when you select it, we're set. Cool. So that worked, that little state situation we did there. The last thing we need to do now is build out this final page. So once we've selected and we've hit submit, we want it then to show with make this next component visible. So I'm gonna call this the thank you container. So we'll say thanks container, because thank you container is a bit long. All right, and I'm already seeing some things that I could have done differently, but we're gonna keep moving ahead for the sake of time. But one thing I'm now looking at, I'm like, I could have just made the same container rather than I'm gonna end up making the same container twice, and like copying some code, so don't do this. But you could have just made like a larger container for these two containers to go within. So we're gonna use a box here. Import that from Material UI. Perfect. And then on submit, we want to on submit, we want to show thanks container. So how will we trigger that? I think we could potentially trigger it up here, but I think it might give us a problem with state. Let's see, if I make this a client component, what happens? Okay, so far so good. Let's see if this works. So we'll say const submitted set submitted. Oops, false. So we're going to ask here, submitted. If yes, we want to show thanks container. If not, we want to show ratings container. And I think that should work. Although I think there's we're probably missing. Yeah, that's going to be challenging. No, I don't think I need to do all that. This is actually, I'm overcomplicating things. So I don't need to make a whole nother container. I can just say thanks message. And I don't need to copy all of this. I can just say within the ratings container, there we go. I'm going to say const submitted set submit use state, and it's going to start with false. And if it's false, we want this bit. Yeah, this bit here. So we'll say submitted question mark. If submitted is true, we want thanks container or thanks message. But if it's false, we want what we had previously. And oh, it's giving me an error because I think this needs a parent component, a parent tag, I should say. Okay, cool. And then what I really could also do is just put this in, like that whole thing in its own container. But we'll optimize later. So we'll say thanks message, thanks message. That way we don't end up duplicating as much code. All right, cool. So that looks good. And submitted is going to be set by this button. So we're going to say on click, set submitted to true. Submitted is true. Oh, I made it all disappear. Why did it all disappear? Let's take a look here. Oh, you know what? I think I know what I did. I got rid of it entirely here. It didn't stand a chance of showing up. All right, let's get rid of that. I was wondering, I was like, what did I do wrong? All right, cool. Perfect. All right, that's exactly what we want to happen. Let's go ahead and finish up this thanks container. So first things first, we need to put in this image. So we'll grab image from next image. And the source for that is going to be here. Yeah. Copy relative path. Alt is going to be receipt, I guess. And then height is 108, width is 162. 108, width is 162. 62. Cool. So we have that. I should probably, yep, we have that. Awesome. And then we also want to set this to be display flex, flex direction column, align items to the center. So that's good. And then we have two pieces. We have like our message here. So you selected 4 of 5, 4 out of 5. So let's do this. So we'll make a little typography element. Actually, we'll make a box because it looks like it has a bit of a border. And then within that box, we'll make a typography element. And it's just going to display selected rating. Selected rating. And then we need it to yeah, okay. It's going to display that. So it says you selected 4 out of 5. You selected out of 5. Cool. And then the color is going to be that orange. Okay, good. Good. And then the background is going to be this dark blue. And I'm assuming 22.5, yeah, border radius. Okay, cool. And you can kind of barely see it. Let's see if we can make it a little bit more visible. Okay, that's better. Cool. All right, that looks a lot better. Awesome. And then I'm just gonna add some margin, top and bottom. Looks good. And then this heading here, we'll say typography. To rem. Outside of the box. And it should be white. And also about 600. 600, cool. And then we'll do the same one here. So we'll say typography. Color is going to be light gray. There we go. Save that. And we're going to say text align to the center. Cool. Looks pretty good. And yeah, I think that's pretty decent. We can add some more, we can add a bit of space between these two. Same margin. Oops. Top corner. Awesome. I think I'm going to make the container a little bit shorter. And now for the final test. Oops, I made it a little bit too short. Let's see what happens. So I'm going to select 3. We're going to hit submit. And yes, it's working. You selected 3 out of 5. So it is working. We've got it going. So we've passed in our state from our buttons. We've passed it over to our sort of thanks message. Now there are a few ways you can go ahead and optimize this. As I said, you could probably drop all of this that are in these little empty tags. You could go ahead and drop that in its own container, in this own component, and then sort of clean up the component there. There are a bunch of different ways you could definitely optimize this, but as far as just getting it up and working, getting it up and running, this was a great first start, and I would encourage you to go ahead and build this project because it's something you can definitely add to a larger website as you're building it out, which, yeah, hopefully you'll build something like that by the end of this challenge. All right, so yeah, as you can see, we have this 3-column component that basically just has these 3 cards that will tell us a little bit about the products and that we're offering here. So if we mouse over a little bit, we'll also see that there's a mobile design. And this is a really simple, really quick way to just get ourselves familiar with media queries and how to work with a mobily responsive design. So let's hop into the build here. All right, so I've already gotten the app spun up and ready to go, and it's here at localhost 3000. Again, if you do want to use this starter, it's linked down in the description below. It's my Material UI, Next.js, and TypeScript starter using the app router. So you can go ahead and use that if you want. And then again, the design for this 3-column preview card component, this is available on Frontend Mentor as well, and it's one of their free options, so you can definitely go ahead and follow along. Also linked down in the description below. All right, so first things first, I usually like to go in, and there's some like reset styles that I've put in here. I just usually like to go in and clear those out. But again, if you would like the dark mode, you can leave it in. Clear that out. And let's go ahead and get started on our page. So looking at this, it looks like we have 3 cards that pretty much have the same style, right? So there's some sort of like image, there's some like a title, there's the body section, and then there's a learn more button. Now we don't need to hook it up to actually do anything, but let's go ahead and format like an individual card, and then we'll use that for each of them. So I'm going to create a new folder, as I do, call it components. And then I'm going to create a new file called card.tsx. And we are going to, let me close these 2 out. I'm going to also go ahead and create an array. And this array is going to have all of our data. So I'm going to say const data equals, it's going to be an array of objects. So let's go with the, let's call it the image. So say image is going to be something, title is going to be something else, description is going to be a third thing, and then learn more button, I'm going to leave that because it's going to be the same thing. If we did have a button that like linked somewhere else, maybe I would change where the link is going, but for now we're just going to leave it as it is. So what we're going to do here is we are going to put in this information. So I went ahead and also dropped in the images that you get from Frontend Mentor, so you can actually just use the like assets they give you. So I'm going to grab the relative links to these. So we have sedans. I'm going to drop that in there. And the title is going to be sedans, and I'll grab this copy here. Sedans. That's going to be the copy. And then I'm just going to copy this 3 times. And I'm going to modify it so it's sedans, SUVs, and luxury. And luxury. And let me just grab the internal description here. And what I'm just doing here is setting up our data so that when we go to plug and play this, it's really quite simple. Again, if we had an API we were working with, we could just use that instead. But because we're using just sort of the static data, it's a quick way to get it done. All right, so we have our data. Good to go. Let's work on actually building out the card, and then we'll put the data into the card. So I'm going to actually start using a box from Material UI, basically just a div that allows us to use some of their more customized stylings. And this is going to make our responsive design a little bit easier. All right, so we're going to use the box, and actually I think for the cards themselves, their inner design doesn't change, but it does look like, obviously they'll stack differently. So we have our box. First things first, we want to have our image from Next image. And the source is going to be the image. The alt text is going to be, let's use the title. And the height, let's grab that from the design. Height is going to be 40, width is going to be 64. It's going to be 64. And then to get all of this, let's go ahead and import it from our data, our page. So let's declare our props. And again, I'm using TypeScript, so I'm declaring props, and you're worried about types. But if you want to do this with JSX instead, you can totally do that. That's not a problem at all. And then you don't need to worry about any of the types. So for the image, it's going to be a string. The title is also going to be a string. What else are we going to be bringing in? We're going to bring in the description, which is, again, a string. And I think that was it. And then we just need to bring these in here. So image, title, description. And we'll use props. And we'll save that. Cool. Looking good so far. So we have the title. Next thing we need, we have the image. Next thing we need is the title. So let's bring in a typography element. Cool. And then the typography element is just going to show our title. And I'm going to style these a little bit more once we actually start showing up, having our data show up. But for now, I'm just setting up the base. And then we're going to have another typography element. And it's going to be our description. Oops. Description. Cool. And then the final element is going to be a button. And it says learn more. Yeah. So it's going to be a learn more button. And we can style that out. Make sure we import it. Perfect. Yeah, and we can style that up. So it's going to be, oh, actually, I'm missing one really important thing, the color. So if you notice, all three of them are different colors. So that's going to be another piece that we need here. So let's start with color is going to be whatever it is. Let's grab the colors because that's going to be super important. Because I'm looking at the background text of the learn more and I'm like, oh, they're all different. All right, so color for this one is going to be this. And then color for this one is going to be this. Cool. All right, awesome. And then we'll bring in color as well. All right, cool. Very important. So now we can style out our button. So we'll say SX equals the color of the text is actually going to be color. The background color is going to be white. Let's take a look at what the border radius is going to be 25 pixels. That and 12 on top-ish. So the padding gonna be 0.75 rem and maybe like just about 2 rem on the left and right. All right, cool. And so we have the card, sort of the structure set up. Oh, I guess one other thing I'm going to want to do is really define the box here. So each of these individual boxes, let's see, group 3, group 2. Okay, so it's 500 tall. Height is going to be 500 pixels. Oops. and the width is going to be about 300 pixels. Cool. Save that. And then the background color is going to be color. Color. What else should we update? Oh, the text color for the typography elements. Color is going to be white. Copy that for, whoops. Actually, yeah, I think they're both white. This one's just smaller. So we'll use that for the description as well. And what else? Oh, I'm going to want to do a text transform for the title. So text transform just allows it to be uppercase so that we don't need to worry about whether or not the actual data is correctly uppercase. Everything's just formatted the same. And I think that's good for now. So let's go ahead and actually map through these cards. So I'm going to say data.map. For each card, we want to go ahead and return a card. And then with the card, we're going to pass in color is going to be color, card.color. The title is going to be card.title. The description is going to be card.description. And, oh yeah, the image is going to be card.image. And then we also need a key, and the key, we're going to use the title as well for that. And we'll save that. Cool. So then now we have our cards. So if we've done it correctly, there we go. We're seeing it on the page. So we have our 3 cards already basically set out. We just need to modify the styles a little bit and then also work on our responsive design. So in order to do that, let me take a look at, the background of this really isn't anything special. So I'm just going to go ahead and let's take a look at the use media query hook from Material UI. So use media query. From movie. So yeah, with Material UI, we can actually use this hook basically to determine at which point our breakpoints are essentially. So we can use this simple like media query syntax here and to say like basically if it's larger than this point, do this. If it's smaller, do that. So I'm just going to grab this right here and import it into our page. Let's save that. And then I'm going to use this, but we're going to modify it a little bit. So I'm going to say const mobile equals use media query max width of 600 pixels. So basically I want to do like a mobile query, like are we on a mobile device? And again, this is not accounted for iPads, but I'm just thinking more cell phone type of thing. But are we on a small screen mobile device or are we on a larger screen desktop device? So with that, basically what that's going to modify is our box here. So let's do our initial, our styling of our box. So with the box, we want it to be display of flex. And let's take a look at our piece here. Oh, you know what? We need to turn this into a client component. Otherwise it's going to complain because we are using a hook. All right, so turn it into a client component. Cool. So yeah, we see that it's already just set it up like that. We're going to say display flex. We're going to say justify content center, align items to be center. Let's save that. Cool. And then I think we do need to set a height on this so that it uses the full width. So I'm going to say 98 view height. Cool. So now it's centered on the page properly. What I then want to also do is now I want to take into account whether or not we're mobile or desktop, right? So if I inspect this currently and I go into a mobile view, it's just going to squish everything together, which is not what we want. So let's use our mobile query. So we want to say, let's say flex direction And then we want to query for a mobile. So if it is mobile, we want our flex direction to be column. If not, we want it to be row. We'll save that. And so now you can see when it is mobile, then it's putting it, straight from the top to the bottom. When it's on the desktop, it's not the same. So it's left to right. So that is exactly what we want. So now let's go in and actually fix up the actual card styles itself and make everything a little bit cleaner. So first thing I'm noticing here is that we need some padding. So let's take a look at how much padding there is here. It looks like about 48 pixels all around. So let's go ahead and throw that in. So we'll say padding, 3 rem, save that. Cool. What else? This, we should set the size of the font here. So we'll say font size. Let's go another, let's do 2.5 rem. Cool. We'll say font weight, 600. Nice, nice. All right, let's see distance. It looks like about 2 rem margin. So we'll say margin 2 rem auto. Oops, auto. Cool. We have a little bit of margin there. And then now we have our description. So it looks like the line height, I believe, is a little bit higher. So we'll say line height. Let's go 0.5. Okay, not bad. And then I think also, where does it break? It breaks on affordability. It's regular text. And the padding does appear to be 48. All right, maybe I need to set a max width for this. So we'll say max width of 125 pixels. So I want it to break at a certain point. Maybe that's a little too small. Let's go 8 rem, 10 rem, 12 rem. For its affordability. Yeah, that's what we want. Maybe the whole thing's a little bit too tall or too wide. Let's try and set max width. Max width. Yeah, there we go. I think what I need to do is set the max width. So that's the max width, and we'll set that as the max height rather than the height itself. So that's looking a lot better already. Cool. I think we can lower the line height. Or you know what it is? I think actually it's the font size. We can lower font size to 15 pixels because it is a little bit smaller. Perfect. And now we're really, really close. All right. So the last thing I want to do is add some space for this learn more. So the learn more, I think the margin top, about 83 pixels. Margin top. About 5 rem. And yeah, that's looking pretty good. That's pretty solid. So let's take a look. I'm actually just gonna open this up in another tab. And awesome, awesome. So now we have it already basically set up for us. Don't know why it's loading weirdly. Not sure why it's loading weird, but other than that, seems to be working just exactly as how we expect it to load. I'm wondering. Let's take a look, see what's going on there. Okay, it's the height. The height is the issue there. All right, so then I think I'll just take off the height for, this is on the page, I'll take off the height if it's mobile. Mobile, auto, or 98 view height. Let's refresh, see if that fixed it. Yep, seems to have fixed it. All right, perfect. So we have our mobile and we have our desktop. So yeah, that was just a really quick way of using the media query hook that's provided by Material UI in order to actually work with our responsive design. So you can use this, you know, as you saw in the CSS, you can use this to show different components depending on if it's a mobile or a desktop design. Really, it's a really versatile way for you to be able to do a really quick responsive design. All right, so yeah, as you can see, it's a pretty simple component that we're going to be building here, but we're going to do it responsively, so it has the desktop version and the mobile version, and we're going to use CSS Grid if we can. So taking a look at our component here, we don't actually have to use Grid, we could use Flex as well, so let's see how it goes. It might be easier actually for us to use Flexbox. But we see how we have our individual sort of that first section on the top here, and then we have our two smaller sections on the bottom. And then on the mobile design, it just falls straightforward in a column. So pretty straightforward, pretty simple, but just a little bit different because that lower section does shift in terms of where it's placed. So let's go ahead and build this out. So I've gone ahead and built out the starter app already. Again, that's nothing. I did this like months ago sort of thing in terms of setup. You can just go ahead and use this starter kit. It's the Material UI and Next.js TypeScript combination all already set up. And you can just go ahead and clone it and use this as your starter. You can use this and you don't necessarily have to use the TypeScript element. You could use JavaScript if you prefer. So totally up to you if you want to use this, but it's linked in the description below. And also, if you do want to follow along, like always, I'm going to link the design. This is one of the free designs from Frontend Mentor. I'm going to link that in the description below as well. So we have our basic spun up app here. I'm just going to go ahead and delete all of the existing sort of reset stylings there. And delete that there. And then I'm going to actually go ahead and drop in the background color for this design here, if I can grab it. Desktop. Let's see which color we're dealing with here. I think it's this light blue sort of color. So I'm going to say for the body and the HTML, the background color is going to be this. And yeah, that looks about right. So we have our background color set. Let's go ahead and build out this page. So on the page, we're going to have 3 cards. One card with like 3 sections, I should say. So I guess for this larger section, how should we do it? Let's do 3 little boxes. So I'm going to create a components folder, components, and we'll say new file is going to be card header. I'm going to call it new file card header. Oops. Header.tsx. And again, you can use JSX if you prefer. And then I'm going to create a new file called card container.tsx. And that's just going to hold all of our cards. So we'll use box to be able to style using our XX prop for Material UI. And then I'm going to import the card container onto our home page. So card container, and save that there. Awesome. And then the card container now is going to take our card header, and then it'll take the other 2 smaller card components as well. Card header. Awesome. Cool. So far, so good. So let's work on the card header now. So again, I'm going to turn this into a box. Save that. And cool, we're seeing it on the page. Let's center the card container on the page. So yeah, the card container is, I'm going to set the display of the page to flex. And we're going to say flex, or say justify content, sorry, center, and align items center. Save that. And I think I do need to set a height for this to be 98 view height. I think I should probably end up doing this in CSS, but we'll cross that bridge a little bit later. All right, so the next thing we want to do here is, yeah, build out build out these little pieces here. So within the card header, it looks like we have join our community. So we need some sort of typography. We need probably 3 different typography elements. So let's drop those in. We'll say typography. Cool. And this will be our first one, join our community. Awesome. Second one, hassle-free money-back guarantee. And then the description of like what they're trying to actually sell us. Cool. So that is pretty straightforward. Now let's do a little bit of styling. It looks like there's about 40 pixels of padding, I should say. Padding around the elements. We'll say 40 pixels, 2.5 rem. And what else do we need here? I think, yeah, that might be, we should do our font size and things like that. So this is going to be 24 pixels. Font size is going to be 1.5 rem. This one here is going to be 18. And then this one here is going to be regular, so we'll leave that alone. And then we'll set our color. So this one is going to be this color here. Font, or just color. Good. This is going to be this like neon green. Let's do that there. And then this one is going to be this like bluish sort of thing. So we'll say that. Cool. We'll save that there. Awesome. So far so good. We have our little box there. The other thing we do need to do is set the background color. So we'll set the background color of the box to be white. Save that. And that's looking pretty good. So far so good. The other thing I want to do is set the max width for this box here. So it looks like the width is 635. That's going to be for this card container. I'm going to say max width is going to be 635. Oops, pixels. And the max height, because it's just supposed to be a component. It's not like a whole page. It's going to be 475. And we'll set that there. Awesome. Cool. So far, so good. Oh, another thing. Actually, yeah, another thing we're going to want to end up doing is setting the corner radius. It looks like it's about 8 pixels. So we'll say the border radius is going to be 0.5 rem. And that'll just curve all the edges. Oh no, it didn't. Okay, so we actually have to set it on the card. All right, so we'll go ahead and set it on the card pieces instead. So we're gonna set the border radius, and it should be the same as when you're like doing top right, bottom left. So it's gonna be top left? Let's say 0.5 rem, 0.5 rem, and 0 and 0, and then we can modify it if that's not correct. No, okay, yeah, that's correct. So see how I just curved the top left and right? So that's just to get us that little bezel. So we're gonna leave that as is, and I think maybe we can add some font weight, just a little bit of weight to this one here. Not much, maybe 600. Oops. Font weight. And yeah, maybe for this one as well, we'll do the same. And save that. And yeah, that looks pretty good. Do a little bit of spacing, maybe. 24 pixels. All right, so let's say margin top is 1.5 rem. Whoops. 1.5 rem. Right, and then what was it, like 0.75 rem? And then 0. Yeah, and just gives us a little bit of margin around there. And yeah, I think that's pretty good for now. Let's go with that, and let's go ahead and build the next 2 little boxes here. So first box there. Next one is going to be our CTA. I'll call it our CTA, call to action. So whatever we end up, if we end up changing the product, we can always just repurpose this component. So we'll say box, box. Cool. So far, so good. And then we'll import it into our card container. Now this is where it gets interesting. So this is where I was like, we could use grid or we could use flex. What I'm thinking we do here is we use a box, and then within this box we have our next two components. So we'll have the CTA and we'll have the whatever else YUS, component, and then we'll flip where they're positioned based on the orientation. We'll use the media query to do that. So let's try that, see if it works. So with our CTA now, we see we have it right there. Let's go ahead and do the same thing. So we're gonna add in some similar stylings, and honestly, we could just use like a component for some of this stuff, but it's not like, we could create a card that has 2.5 padding automatically and then takes a background color as a property and takes border radius as a property. I think if we were building something larger, it'd definitely be useful to do that. Especially as we maintain our design language. But I think because it's just a singular component right now, we can just copy a couple of the styles. So we'll add in some padding there. We'll set the background color to be, let's see what it is. Rectangle, this rectangle. Let's see. I think it's this color. If it's not, we can change it. So we'll start with this color. Cool. And then we need same thing essentially. Three different CTAs, or three different typography elements. So we'll start with typography. And first one is going to be monthly subscription. Save that. Cool. And again, if they were more similar in terms of the actual style, this would totally make sense to just separate it out into one reusable component. So then we have this, and I'm going to put in a span here for the per month, just because it is a little bit different in terms of style, but we want it to be on the same line. And then it's more of a design choice rather than like an informational separation. And then we have that, and then we'll have a button underneath all of that. Oops, I will save that. All right, cool. So yeah, that's basically that section of the CTA. The next thing we want to do is actually set the max width. So what is it? Height is going to be 259. Max width is going to be 318. So we'll say max width is going to be 318 pixels. That way it doesn't take up too much space. Cool. I think that is correct. I think once we add in the other one, it'll sort of occupy that other space. So let's go ahead now, and we want to set the color. So we'll say colors for this. Color is white. And we'll borrow that for the next one as well. I think, are they all white? Yeah, they're all white. Except for that little span, I'm not quite sure. Let's take a look and see what color that is. Okay, it's still white, just the opacity is smaller. So we'll style this. We'll say, what is it? Color is RGBA. Oops, make that into, put it in quotes. Oh, it's missing. There we go. And I think it's 100, 100, 100, then 0.5. Yeah, that's basically, yeah. So I want it, actually, sorry, 255, 255, yeah. Okay, that's what I want. I want it white, but a little bit see-through. That looks correct. And then let's set the sizing now. So this is going to be 18. Whoops. We'll say font size 18 pixels. This is going to be 32 pixels. And also font weight, we could probably set as well. Font weight of 600. We'll say font size to rem. And font weight probably like 800. And then, but per month is different. We don't want per month to have any of that. So we'll say font weight like 400. And font size is going to be 16, so 1 rem. Cool. And I think we also probably need to do some sort of display flex, align items in the center. Yeah, that way there's a little bit of space there. Okay, interesting. And then we'll also, guys, do margin left, just to give some space there of like 0.5 rem. Awesome. Looks pretty good. And then the last one, I don't think we need to change it. It's just regular size 16. Another thing, we'll add in some, again, just add in some padding, some margin between these two. I think this is about 1 rem. Let's say margin top, 1 rem. And yeah, pretty good. And then we'll add in this button at the bottom. So the button, probably about 1.5 rem padding on top. Okay, and then it's gonna say sign up. And the background color is gonna be this. So we'll say background color is that. And the actual text color is going to be white. Cool. And yeah, that should be it. I think, yeah, we'll make it full width. I think that's what, width, oops, equals 100%. Text transform is none because it's actually forcing it into uppercase, which we don't want. And then we'll probably make it like font weight, maybe 600, make it a little bit more bold. Size-wise, yeah, it's just regular. Maybe we do 800 even. Cool. And I think maybe there's a little bit more padding on top. And yeah, that looks pretty good. So that's the second card right there. Let's go ahead and create that the third piece of the card, I should say. And that is going to be our Y. And again, you could probably come up with a better name than Y, but we're going to use Y for now. So this is, again, starting with the box from Material UI. Using that as our base. We'll import it into our card container now. So we'll say Y. Cool. So now we have it. You see how it's stacking, going straight down? We actually want it to come over to the side. So this is where we'll start to mess around with our display. So we'll say display flex. And that should just, yeah, that pops over to the side. And you see how it takes up an equal amount on the sides? So it's sort of compensating for the fact that it's there. The other thing we actually do want to do, which I completely forgot about, is setting that border radius on the bottom. So let's do that real quick before we completely move on. So sort of copying over from the card header, we're going to modify where the border radius is. We actually want it to be the bottom two. So we'll change that. Or no, actually, probably just the bottom one. Yeah. So it'll be 3 zeros and 0.5. So we just want this corner to be curved. So yeah, we have that there. And then let's move on to Y. So now for Y, we want to do basically a similar style to this. So we'll copy, we can borrow this and use that as our base, and then just change where this 0 goes. So the 0 we want on that side. So yeah, you'll see it, the outside edge is curved. We also need to grab this color, which is, oops, which color is that? I think that was the other color. I don't think that, yeah. Another quick way I often grab colors is using this color picker. Yeah. Awesome, super quick. Background color is going to be this. Perfect. Perfect. All right, cool. So we have that. Now let's drop in our text, and this should be a lot more simple. So we have why us. So we'll drop in a typography element. Why us? Typography. Cool. And it's going to be, again, a size 18. And then font weight is going to be, I think we agreed on 600 for the other one. Yeah, so it should match. And then the color is going to be white. Cool. Awesome. Max width, we got that set. Then we need this list here. Now there are two ways we could do this. We could do this like just kind of using breaks, but I think the better way to do it is using an actual unordered list. So we'll say unordered list. Do they have a list component? Oh, they do. I haven't used it before. Let's try and see how it goes. So we'll say list. And then, what is it? List item, maybe? Yeah, list item. Okay. And then let me put in the first one and see if that looks all right. Tutorials by industry experts. See, element type, valid. Lazy element type. Oh, list item. Okay. It indents it. I don't really love that it indents it. I think there's a property that's like list style. List style none. No. List style CSS. Square inside none. Inside URL. Oh, interesting. Okay. I don't really love that. How to remove list indentation CSS. Margin left. Margin left 0. Let's see if that worked. No. Let's try it here. No. Okay. I'm not really loving the list just because it's not doing what we need it to do. So let's use a box and let's use typography elements, just going right down. So let me copy all of that text, drop it there. Okay, and we'll just drop these into typography elements. Oh, geez. All right. Okay. Yep. And wow, I just put the right number. Fantastic. Oops. Okay, cool. We'll get rid of this extra little space there. All right, cool. So now we have all of those lined out. Another thing that I'll want to do, I could have just made a style component for these, but I did not. Again, there are ways to make this a lot cleaner, you know, if you're using this for your portfolio. And that looks good. The only thing I want to do is set like a min width. So what is it, 318? I think I'm going to set the max width, but min width. Or is that the same? That should be the same, actually. Oh no, that's not right. I think this is why it's saying use grid. So let's just go to CSS tricks, grid layout guide. So we say display grid. Let's try that. So it would be for this container. So if we say display grid, grid template columns, 1FR, 1FR, they should just take up the same amount of space. Cool, that solved our problem. We'll go with that. So that works for this, for the desktop design. So our desktop design is basically complete. We're good to go. The next thing we want to look at is our mobile design. So I have it open in a second tab just so I can toggle back and forth between the two. For the mobile design, we actually want we want it to just be one option. So if I say 1FR, yeah, that's what we want. All right, so let's put our mobile query in here. So we're going to use our media query hook from Material UI, import it from here. I think we might need to use it. Well, let's see. We might have to use it in a couple locations. And I'm just going to flip it up a little bit. I'm going to say const mobile equals max width 600 pixels. And so I'm going to be asking, like, if it is mobile, do this. If not, do something else. So if it is mobile, we want the grid template columns to just be one fraction. Otherwise, we want it to be one fraction, basically saying like it's either set up like 1 and 1 or it's 1 and 2. So that's what we'll do there. Oh, and it does not like it because this needs to be a client component. We'll save that. Okay, awesome, cool, so that looks good. And then, yeah, it's doing it correctly here. The only other thing I want to change is these little pesky little border radius things. And I feel like that's part of the trick of the design. Oh, actually here, they just don't have it curved at the bottom at all. Interesting. So I guess you just remove the border radius if it's straight down. Don't know if that's ideal or if that was an accident, but we'll follow the design as it is outlined. So border radius, yeah, we're gonna have to do two more mobile queries. So we'll copy this media query into CTA. And again, it's not strictly necessary, but it doesn't look great. It doesn't look polished. So we do want to make sure that we sort of do the best with what we're working with. So we'll turn this into a client component, and then we'll say if mobile border radius is 0, otherwise border radius is that. And then we'll do the same thing in our Y. Also remove some of these imports we're not using, just to keep things clean. We'll say if it is mobile border radius will be 0, otherwise it will be that. And yeah, that looks pretty good. That's exactly what we want there. So I think, yeah, we think we're pretty good to go there. So yeah, that was a really quick way of how we can use CSS Grid, a combination of Grid and Flexbox really, in order to build a responsive design. As I said, there are ways to optimize this and sort of make it a lot cleaner. And I'd recommend that if this is one of your portfolio pieces, you definitely take a few minutes and just clean it up, you know, use a lot more reusable components, don't repeat yourself as much, and yeah, make it a really, really solid portfolio piece. All right, so this is a really simple design. We're not going to spend too much time focused on the design today. We're really building this to challenge ourselves by working with an API. So, yeah, basically what happens here, you have a piece of advice that's going to show up, and then when you click this dice, it's going to roll, and you're going to get another randomized piece of advice. Now, again, I got this design from Frontend Mentor. This is another one of their free challenges, so if you want to go ahead and follow along, I'll leave a link to this design down in the description below. So the first things first, just looking at the information they provide here, they actually give you the API that they want you to work with, which is basically what's going to give us our advice. So when I open up the API in a separate tab, or the documentation, I should say, it's going to tell me exactly what I need to know in terms of how to use it, how to grab a specific piece of advice by ID, if I can even search the advice if I want to do that. We're going to do a more random piece, so we're not going to do that. We're just going to use the first endpoint that they provide here. But one great thing you can do when you're checking to see if something works, just go ahead and open up the URL in another tab, and you'll see if it's actually working. And this will actually show you also the structure of the data, so you know how to actually query it and get the actual piece of advice more easily, actually. And yeah, if you refresh, you'll see you get a new piece of advice every time, so you know that it's working correctly. Awesome. So I've gone ahead and spun up an app, just again using that starter that I'll link in the description below. So let's hop in there and get started. I've also taken the assets from the they give you a starter kit when you work with Frontend Mentor. They give you like some starter assets, and so you can use that as well from them. So I dropped that in the app already. So first things first, clean up these styles. Oops. Clean up this style. And the background color for this is going to be, I think, this dark blue. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and set the body, the HTML, to be, oops, have a background color of dark blue. Awesome. I'll leave that alone. And then we'll get onto the actual design. All right, so it looks like basically we have this card in the middle, and that's going to be our advice. So I'm going to create a folder, components, and again, it's probably going to have just one file in here, and I'm just going to say advice. And I'm going to bring this advice component into here. So say add, whoops, I should also actually create it, but I'm going to bring advice in here. And that's basically going to be the structure of the app. Another thing I do need to do actually is set the center it in the page. So we'll say center, and height is going to be 98. All right, now we can go back to our advice. So yeah, for the advice, again, we're using Material UI here. So I'm going to use a box from Material UI, basically just a div that allows us to use their special properties. And we see it in the middle there. Perfect. So we're going to use this as the background color for our advice. What is that, a grayish blue? Yes, that's a grayish blue. So that's going to be our background color here. So say background, oops, background color is going to be grayish blue. And then what else do we need? We need some sort of like button here, and then we're gonna grab, I guess, the piece of advice. Maybe the ID will be the number, and then the actual advice itself there. And then this button is gonna be our trigger button. Okay, so we'll drop in a couple of typography elements. So we'll start with that. Say typography. And it's going to be advice number, and then I'm going to say const. I'm just going to set a variable. We're going to say ID equals 0. And we'll say ID for now. We're going to structure it differently once we set it up. And then we're going to have a second typography element, which is going to be, it's just going to be advice. And we'll say const advice equals a string. And so we have the base set up there. We also have this like HR. I'm wondering if this is an image that they provide to us. Pattern divider. Yeah, they do have a divider. So I'm just going to copy this path and see what it looks like. So we'll drop that in here. We'll say image from next image. And the source is going to be that. And the alt is going to be divider. And then the height is going to be 16. Width is going to be, I don't know, let's say 196. I'm not sure what they're giving us exactly. Okay, so it's just that. So it's going to be 20. Put it back at 196. All right, so we'll put that there. And then we have the die button at the bottom. So we'll say button. Background color is going to be neon green. Cool. And then within the button, oh, we should also import the button from somewhere. Within the button, we're going to have the die. So we'll say image from next image, copy relative path, source equals that. And we'll say the alt equals dice icon. Height is going to be 24. Width is going to be 24. We'll save that. And, oh, source. There we go. Perfect. What else? Oh, we need it to be top down. So we'll say display flex direction column. Save that. Looking good. And then the button itself, max width is going to be 64. Which is 4M. Oops, 4M. Max height 4M. Save that. And we'll say a little bit of padding. Okay, and then we'll say border radius 58%. Cool, got a little circle button there. Awesome. What else do we need? I think maybe an HR, a horizontal rule. I don't know if that's gonna look great. HR. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. So let's do that. Let's make a box and make the two little HRs there. What did I say? 196. 96. Oops. Make a second one. Or no, we also need the color. What's the color of that? Grayish blue. Okay. Or is it border? Oh, does it blend in now? What is it? Oh yeah, it's the same as the background color, so that's not going to show up. So this must be dark grayish blue. That's what that is. Yeah, that must be dark grayish blue. Oh, okay. They're already there. I don't need to worry about creating a horizontal rule. Just couldn't see them. All right, cool. Get rid of this box. Awesome. Makes my life easier. Perfect. Width then is going to be, oops, did I accidentally delete it? Width is going to be 444. Cool. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Awesome. Looking pretty good. Flex direction column. Align items, oops, to the center, so they're all lined up nicely in the center. Good. And then we'll throw in some padding, and that will pretty much be our styling. This is going to be neon green. This is going to be light cyan. And then this is going to have 24 on top. 24 on top. Or let's say 24 below the advice. And 40 2.5 rem. Yeah, and then we can translate the button down as well. We could say position absolute, or we could say relative. Top. Oh. Okay, cool. And then we have our button there. Awesome. And the corner radius. All right. Border radius. 50 pixels. Okay. Good to go. Good to go here. So yeah, let's hook it up to the API now. So what we want to do for our API, so we already know which API we're using, obviously. It's going to be this URL here, right? We're going to perform a get on this URL. So a couple ways we could do it. We could do it in a use effect, or we could try and put it into a function. Let's try put it into a function. If not, we'll put it in a use effect. So we'll say const get advice. And we'll say fetch this, then response, we want to turn it into JSON. Then we want to take that data and we want to set our data. So let's create const data, const advice data, or then yeah, let's call it advice data set advice data equals use state, and we'll initialize it to be ID is 0, advice is an empty string, and we'll say set advice data to be data. We'll save that, and then we'll also turn this into a client component so it doesn't complain. Cool. And again, you don't need to do that if you're not using this starter kit. That's just a quirk from it. So we're going to fetch it. We're going to take the response, turn the response to JSON. then get the data from the JSONified data from that, and then set the advice data to that. And so in theory, on click, we want to do this. So say on click, get advice. And that should be it. So now if I console.log advice data, let's see what happens. Inspect console. Okay. Ah, nice. So we get slip, advice, ID. Perfect. Okay. I don't know what the slip is for, but we'll go with that. So it's working. We're getting what we want here. So what we want to do now is we want to do two things. We want to create a use effect, and we'll say, so when we start up, we want to just call get advice. So we get an initial piece of advice. And then here we actually want to take advice data dot ID, although it's going to be dot slip dot ID. Let's see, how can we do this? Yeah, I guess dot slip dot ID. Slip dot ID. So we'll say slip, just because that's how it comes back from the API. I'll save that. Cool, dot slip dot ID, and then we'll do advice data dot slip dot advice. We'll save that. Cool, so we can get rid of these two placeholders. And that should work, so let's try it here. So if I refresh, if you find yourself distressed about something, ask yourself, it will still matter tomorrow or next week or next month. Advice number 133. If I press the button, awesome, we get it again. Perfect. So seems to be working pretty well. I think the only thing we might want to do is just put a max width and maybe touch up the styling here. So we can say max width is 540. So we'll say max width 540 pixels. And make this into, turn it, it's light cyan already, what size? Quote 28, okay. So we'll say, and font weight, and then text align. And then the other little thing is that it puts it in quotes, so we'll add a quote. Oh, that's gonna make it difficult, isn't it? Yeah, we'll do this. Okay, so quote there. And yeah, that looks pretty decent. I think we're good there. So yeah. So yeah, we made our advice generator. So yeah, basically just to go over what we did here, right? We initialized advice, and again, this is a lot of TypeScript stuff. You don't necessarily need to do it if you're not using TypeScript, but we created a function that allowed us to fetch and get advice that set our advice data to what we got from that that API, and then we called it once when our page loaded so that we would get the advice initially when the app started up, but then we set our button, our on-click for our button, to be just calling that function of get advice and setting our variable to get that advice. And we have our advice data here. All right, so as you can see, it's just a really simple intro, landing page situation that we have going on here, but then the thing that we're gonna make it different with is just these drop down menus here. So let's work through how we're going to add that to our project and build it out pretty quickly. All right, so I've gone ahead and already started up the app, and as I said, I use the starter that I have available on my my GitHub. It's the Material UI Next.js TypeScript app starter. Again, if you don't want to use it, don't have to. You can start from whatever scratch you want to start. And if you want to use JavaScript, you can totally do that as well. The only thing that's going to be different is the typing that I do in my code. So if you want to use this, feel free. I'll link it down below as well. And I'll also link the actual design. This is one of the free designs from Front End Mentor. I'll link that down below as well. So yeah, getting started with the files here. I'm just going to go ahead and remove a lot of the reset files I added in here just so we can have a clean slate. And I'm going to go ahead and set the background color because I think, yeah, this is the page color. So I'm just going to go ahead and set that, and then we should be good to go. Okay, awesome, looking good. I'll close these two out. And we'll go to our main page. So we have our home page here. So what I'm thinking is that we need a nav, and then the hero, and then this image on the side here. And this is like the other, I guess, teams that they were working with. Okay, it's pretty straightforward. I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder called components. And then within that, I'm going to create a new file called nav.tsx. Cool. And this is where the bulk of our work is going to be, in this nav. So we'll go ahead and import it into our main app page here. And let's get started. All right, so we need the snap, features, company, careers, about, login, and register. Okay, let's see. I already went ahead and dropped in the images from the from downloading the assets from Front End Mentor, so you can definitely use those again if you want to use these exact files. So I think what I'm going to want to do here is see if they have, yeah, they have a logo. So let's use that and see what it gives us. So I'm going to start with the box prop from Material UI, or the box component, excuse me. Save that. And then now within this, we're going to start with the logo. So we'll use an image component. And the source, I'm just going to go ahead and grab the relative path. Let's grab the relative path for that and drop that in there. Alt is going to be logo. And then height and width, what is it, 87 by 35. All right, so width, 35, height, 87. Oops. And that is going to be the first thing on the page. Okay, cool. So we're seeing it there. I think actually I probably got that backwards. It should be 87 by 35. That makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, there we go. That looks good. All right, cool. So we have our first piece there. What's next? I think we need some typography elements, maybe wrapped in a button. Let's see. So we have features, company, careers, and about. So let's go ahead and start with typography elements for those. Yeah, features, company, career, oops, and about. Cool. No careers. And that should be that set. And so what I'm actually going to do is wrap these first 5 elements in a box so that they're kind of like off to one side, and then I'm going to do the last 2 in another box so that those, we can easily separate them to the other side. So we're going to have login, and then register is going to be a button. So we'll say, we'll import button and register. Cool. Just fix up the imports here. Cool, looking good. Awesome. Awesome, so we have all of that laid out. Let's go ahead and style up this box a little bit better. So we'll turn it into a flex box, first of all, so that everything falls into one line, and then we'll turn these into flex boxes as well. And save that. Okay, awesome, looking good. And then I'm going to want to, as I said, separate these two. So I'll say justify content is going to be space between. And let's say width 100%. Where did I put it? Oh, sorry, I put it on the wrong item. I need to put it up here. There we go. Perfect. And then we want to align, align items to the center. Same thing over here. We want to align items to the center. Oops. There we go. Okay, awesome. Looking pretty good. What else? I think the next thing we need to do is, let's see how it looks. Okay, so there is a little arrow. So actually that's something I'm going to want to add into the typography. So basically on click, if it's open, we want the arrow to point up. If it's closed, we want the arrow to point down, suggesting that there's more content that we want to add there. So we can do that. Let's start by, how should we do this? I'm wondering if we should add a button or just, let's start by, actually I'm going to turn this into a client component to start with. Use client, and then I'm going to say const is open, comma set is open, use state, and false. Okay, so then on click, set is open to be the opposite of is open. And then here now we want to have is open. If yes, we want it to point up. If no, we want it to point down. Let's see if that works. Okay, cool. Working so far. We're going to copy that over to here and see what happens. Okay, so now they move together. Well, that actually is not what we want. So I think actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a separate component for that. So we'll say new file, drop down menu item. And I'm going to copy this over here. I'm just going to move the state into the actual, the handling of the state into this smaller component. So we're going to remove all of that. Remove all of that and take out all of that. Okay, and the first one is features. Yeah. So we'll go ahead and import this from React, and we're going to turn this into a client component. I will say drop down menu item. It's going to be label. I'm going to say label is a string, props, and then label will be here. Label. Great. And then we're going to bring this back into here. I'm going to say drop down menu item. I think it's going to take more than that. I think we're going to end up passing in the next items that are in that drop down, but we'll get there in a second. So we'll say features. Oops. Features. Okay, cool. So we have drop down menu item features, and we're going to do a second one, drop down menu item company. And that way, now we'll get rid of these two. When we click, it clicks independently. So that's the first step there, just to make sure that everything is working as expected. So first, that's the first thing. I think the next thing we can do, we can actually fix up the styles a little bit. We'll say margin right of what? 1 rem. Or better way to do this would be line item center, justify content space between, and then set a width to be 45 view width. There we go. So now they're all just evenly spaced around, which is what we wanted. Actually, maybe not even as much as 45. Maybe we could get away with like 35 view width. Cool. Looking pretty good. So yeah, we have those. The other thing that I'm noticing is there's like a slight container. It's like there are two containers. Like there's this outer container and then there's an inner container. So I think what I'm going to do is wrap everything in a container, turn this box into a container. And then set the max width to extra large. And then I'll put another container in lower. Yeah, so that just gives it a little bit of padding there. And I'll add 2 rem of padding, margin to the top. Margin top, 2 rem. Cool, looking pretty good. The other thing I want to do with these two, similar thing, I want to justify content, space between, and then I want to set the width to be like 10 view width, maybe 20, maybe 15. All right, cool. Cool, looks good. All right, so the next thing we want to do now is to actually implement that drop down. So when you click open, it actually shows the drop down menu. So for this drop down menu, I think what I'm going to end up doing is I think I'm going to end up wrapping this in a box or maybe an empty element. Box is not defined. We should define box. Okay, and then within the box now, we're going to have the drop-down menu. Down menu.tsx. And what this is going to be is this thing right here, this like list of whatever the things are. So to-do list, calendar, etc., etc., etc. And so really all this is it's a box. And then it's going to take in menu items. Menu items. And menu items should be an array of menu items. Type menu item. It's an object with possibly, what is it called? Possibly an icon. And then definitely label. Oops, I don't actually need that yet. Oh, that's right. Oh, props. There we go. Okay, cool. So then, yeah, we're gonna take in menu items and there we go. So for the menu items, so for the box, let's start with the box. So the box is going to be a box with border radius, 10 pixels. And then the color of the box is going to be white. So background color, I should say. Background color is going to be white. Cool. And then there's like a box shadow situation here. Drop shadow. 0, 10, 40, 0, 0, 0. Okay. And then we are going to map through the menu items. Menu items dot map. For each item, we want to return a typography element. A typography element with item dot label, and possibly also item dot icon. Or no, we want probably an image. Yeah, we would want an image. So we'd want image from next image with source equals item dot icon, and alt equals icon height equals 16, width equals 16. We'll go with that for now. And then, oh yeah, it's missing a key prop, so we'll say key is item dot label. Lovely. Label. Cool. Source item dot icon. Then we'll say if item dot icon. So if it exists, show this. If not, just show the label. And so then now let's go ahead and define some of our data. So we'll say const menu items equals icon. Let's just do one icon to do. And label is to-do list. We'll say menu items equals, menu items. Save that. Okay. And this is actually, I'm gonna have to actually lift this up, but for now, we'll show that. So we'll say if is open is true, show the drop-down menu. Cool. So that works. It does do that little shift, which is not great, but other than that, it's working. And it shows the same right now for both, but that's not what we want to do. All right, so I'm going to move the menu items. I'm going to hoist it up to here. And how are we going to do this? Let's say const drop down menu item equals, so we'll say menu label is going to be features, and then menu items is going to be this array of menu items. And so then we'll do the same thing for company. And we'll just change up the menu item. So let's add in a couple more for this. Let's say, 3, 4. And we'll say calendar. And we'll say reminders and planning. And then for company, it's going to be history, our team, and blog with no icons. history, our team, and blog. We'll save that. And then drop-down menu items, we're going to map through these. We're going to return drop down menu item, and then we're going to pass in two things. We're going to say label equals drop down menu item dot menu label. Is that? Yep, that's right. And then we'll say menu items is equal to drop down menu item dot menu items. And we're gonna take that in here. So say label and menu items, which is an array of menu items. Oops. Let's see. Missing a key prop, right? So key equals label dot menu label, sorry. And then this, cannot find any menu items. Oh, items. Okay, cool. So that looks like it's working. Let's take a look at it now. Menu items is not defined. Hold on. Okay, cool. Awesome. So we're seeing what we want to see now. We do have to work on the positioning, but other than that, it's looking pretty decent. All right, so let's work on the style a little bit in the positioning. So let's say for the menu itself, we have all of that. Let's add in some padding. 1.5 rem all around. And then between the items, actually, let's do it like this. Good. And then we'll say good. All right, looking at it. Awesome. So we have that. Oh yeah, we need to set the position to be relative. Or should we set it to be absolute? Okay, that looks good. Yep, position absolute. And I think we might need to add a little bit more oh, it like left align the first one and right align the second. I think that's okay. I think what we can do is just add a little bit more space here. Yeah, that looks good. And you shouldn't really have both open at the same time. I don't think that's good practice. All right, so we have the menu items. We have that, we have that. So that part is pretty much set. I think we're good to go on that. The next bit we can work on is this main section here. So let's just finish up the hero, etc. So we'll say, let's go ahead and create a hero section. Let's see, new file, hero.tsx. And we'll say it's a box. and then make remote work. Make this into typography element. Save that, typography, and then we'll grab this one, typography, select button, save that, and say learn more. Learn more, lowercase m. And then, so I think we'll do, I called it the hero, but we could do like one section, one side is this, and then all of these little company logos. So we'll do a box at the bottom here, and then we're gonna do all the company logos. So we'll say image from next image, source equals, let's say data biz. Alt equals company logo, height, and then we'll do 4 of these. Save that. Display flex. Save that. And that'll be the left-hand side. And then on the right-hand side, we'll just have the image, the other image, which is image hero desktop, which is alt equals user with a laptop, and we'll say the height 640 width 480, 640 width 480. We'll save that. Okay, and then we'll drop the hero onto the page. Oh, and we also need to put a container around the hero. So we'll actually just turn this into a container. Container. Okay. We'll say max width equals, let's say large for this one. Might be medium, but we'll say. All right, good to go. Looking pretty decent. This one we need to turn into a flex box. Flex. I think I might have put the boxes. Let me check. So we have this. Oh yeah, no, that's wrong. This one we need to turn to a flex box. The other one we also still need to turn to a flex box, but this one is the one that I was thinking we need to turn into a flex box. There we go. Yeah, so that pops over to the right side there. Awesome. And then we'll say align items to the center. Perfect. Looking good. And then we can also say, I think I'm gonna add the margin to the to this. So we'll say 67-ish. We'll say margin bottom. Say margin bottom. About 4M. Cool, that looks good. All right, go back to the hero now. And let's just finish the styling here. So make remote work. This is a large heading, 80, all right. 80 pixels. And again, you can do this in the styles folder if you want. Like you can customize the theme if you want to do it like that and set this in H1. But I'm not going to do that for this just because it's a lot more setup than it's worth for just a singular component. Font size or font weight, sorry. It's going to be 600. And then line height. Okay, cool. Make remote work. Awesome. And then for the second section here, get your team in sync. We are looking at the body, which is going to be 18. So I'll say looks good. And then I'm just going to add in a couple of breaks here. And this is just a trick. If you know that you want it to break at certain points, you could do this. There are better ways to do it as well, but just an option if you want to use it. And then we're going to say for these two, justify content is going to be space between. We'll save that. Good. And then for the last piece here, we have these two buttons. Now we have really similar buttons, so I think we could just create one custom button. So we'll say new file, custom button.tsx. And then the button is going to use, let's use the button component from Material UI. Import that, call it button, save that. We'll say border 1 pixel solid. What color is it? Is it close to black? That, and then color is going to be that. And then it's going to take the label and interface props. Label is going to be a string. I'm going to say props. And then we're going to say the string label. Save that. And then border radius 15 pixels. Cool. And what else? Oh, background color. Color. No. And I think we can use that now instead. So let's go to our hero and we're going to change this button from button to custom button. And it's going to pass in label equals learn more. Okay, looking pretty good. Could probably add a little bit more padding there. Send some font weights. Font weight 600, padding 5 rem, 1 rem. A little better. And then I just want to fix up this little bottom section here. So at the bottom of the here we have data biz. I think the next one's supposed to be audio file. Meet and maker. And right now, oh, they already are all in order. I think they're all at different sizes though. 73, I think I saw there. And maybe 30. Meet. Maker. Cool, looks good. And we'll say justify content space between. Save that, and then we'll say margin top 108 pixels. Save that, looks good. And then now for this description, 51, 48, it's about the same. We're gonna say margin 50 pixels and 0 on left and right. Awesome. Last thing to do, hop over back to our nav. I'm going to change this button to a custom button. Label is going to be register, and we'll just get rid of the rest of that. Make sure it imports. And there we go. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much our intro section with the drop-down menus. As you see, when you click on it, it pops down. We have our drop-down menu. Click on it again and it goes away. Same thing for that one. So yeah. All right, so as I said, we're going to be building just a dictionary web app. We're going to be using an API that's provided by Frontend Mentor. I'll get to that in a second. And basically what you should be able to do is to search the dictionary for whatever word you're looking for. And then you have, the word spelled out, the definition, possibly the audio as well, a whole bunch of different things like that. There are many different ways you can expand this project. You could change the different fonts, or you could do different dark mode versus light mode. And we'll see how much time we have and if we can get to all of those. But it's a project that allows you to really showcase a bunch of skills without using a very heavy design. So let's get started. All right, so I've gone ahead and started up the base app. This is just using the Material UI Next.js TypeScript starter that I have on my GitHub, again, linked down below. And then we're going to be using the dictionary web app project here from Frontend Mentor. So now this is one of the premium ones, so you do have to pay to get access to it. But if you are very serious about becoming a front-end developer and you can afford it, I definitely think it's worth paying for a subscription to this. This is what I used to actually build a lot of my portfolio projects when I was first applying to jobs. So would definitely recommend. So let's take a look at the API, because this is going to be using this API in order for us to actually query the dictionary. So it seems like we just query the dictionary with the word, and then this is the example, like if we search for the word hello, we get the word, we get the phonetic spelling, we get the audio, definition, origins. Okay, cool. Looks pretty straightforward. So let's go ahead and start building it out. Let's take a look at the design. So looks like we have a bit of a heading situation here. Then we have our search bar here, and then we have our actual definition there. Cool. So I'm going to go ahead and start by creating a new folder called components. Components with an S. There we go. And then I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it nav. And I'm going to go ahead and drop that into our main page here. So I'm going to go ahead and drop that in here. Let's say nav. Oh, and there we go. Nav. Awesome. I'm also going to go ahead and change this box into a container for Material UI, just so I can actually utilize the max width property. And I'm going to go ahead and set it, I think, to either large or medium, to be honest. It's pretty slim. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And let's take a look at our page. It is complaining because this is not a client-side component. And I imported it incorrectly. All right, cool, perfect. The other thing I'm going to do is clear out my dark mode styles. Those come default when you start up with the base. And it looks pretty decent. I think I actually might want to change it to medium. It looks pretty slim on the design. That looks much better. All right, so we're going to go with medium for this. So first things first, let's create the nav. It's going to be really straightforward and simple because we're not doing a whole bunch of crazy styles. It looks like we have a dictionary icon here. So I'm going to actually borrow something from Material UI here and see if I can find something. Yeah, let's go with this library books one here. And I think we might need to download the Material UI icons package. Yeah, we need to download this, or install it, I should say. npm install. Okay, you know what? That's going to create a bunch of issues. Let's just ignore that for now. So we're just going to say, we're going to freestyle here. We're going to use the box. Because really the point of this is not to get the best icon. The point is to work with the API, and I don't want to waste too much time working on that. We can always go back and fix it up later. So we'll have a box here. And we're going to have a typography element on one side. Typography. And I'm going to say, we're just going to call it dictionary. And close that out. Oops. Oh. Good. And then we are going to have a secondary box here. And we're going to have font switcher with a little down arrow. And we're going to have, put this in a typography element. Oops. And then we'll have, I think it's actually called a switch from Material UI. Yeah, we'll just have a switch there. We'll save that. Yeah, and there's just a switch there. And I'll put dark mode. Oh, maybe it doesn't take children. Yeah, okay. So it'll just be just a switch. Maybe I'll put dark mode after it. Cool, looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and set the display of this to be flex. And we'll set this display to also be flex. And that looks pretty decent. We'll say align items in the center. Same thing here. Items in the center. And then we're going to say we want to justify the content, space between. And yeah, there we go. So we have a really quick font switcher. You can even do, you could say justify content, space between, just so they have a little bit of room. We'll say width. Oops. $20. Yeah, just to give it a little bit of space. And yeah, that's like sort of the basic nav. Nothing too fancy, nothing too crazy. We don't want to spend too much time sort of making this look too much like anything, because this is not the point of the project. All right, moving on. Let's work on our text box here. So our text box is probably going to change on change. So we're going to use a text input, I should say. So in our components, I'm going to say new file search .tsx, and it's just going to be our text field. That's what it is. Text field and text field. And what it's going to do is on change is going to call a function. So for the stylings, we're going to set the background color to be this. Okay. And we should actually drop it into our container here. So we'll say search. And the border. Okay, there we go. looking good. And then width is going to be 100%. Good. And then border radius is going to be 16. And then the margin, 45. Cool. Looks pretty good. Yeah, looks pretty good. All right, cool. So we have that. Now what we want to do is on change, we want to call the API with whatever we have and return that back. Or do we want to set it so it's on search? Let's take a look at the API. So if I say he, it's going to return multiple results. Now, do we want to return multiple results or do we want to return a single result? We're kind of going off the assumption that we're just returning the first result from whatever we get. So I guess as much we can do that. We can just change the result every time. We can basically just do the query again each time we get a new letter. So what we want to do is we want to say const result, set result equals use state, and we're going to say nothing right now. We also are going to turn this into a client component. And then we're going to say in a use effect, or actually, I think we might say const search for query. Might say fetch, and then we're gonna get query, and it's going to query this API with our query. It's gonna fetch from this API with our query, then response to response.json. Then we're going to take the data and we're going to set the results. Set result to data. And query is going to be string. String. Okay, there we go. Good. And again, if you're not using TypeScript, you don't have to worry about all that typing. But what we're going to do is pass in, we're going to pass this into the search. So we're going to say search for query. And this is going to go into our search. And then on change, we're going to call it. On change. Search for query. And we're going to call that. And then when that happens, I want to just console.log the result and see if it works. let's go back to our app. Let's check out the console, refresh, and see if it works. Test. No definitions found. Oh, but then it did find it. So I was typing in the word test. So we've got TE, TES, it didn't find anything, but TST, it did find test. Okay, so that works. It would be a little bit annoying if we get an error in the middle. So maybe on submit, we send it, rather than on change. So let's make that update. Let's say on submit. Okay, that wouldn't work. Okay, on change. Or on change, here's what we do. We set const query set query. We'll say use state. Query is null. Okay, and then I'm just going to wrap this in a box. And then I'm going to say button. I'm going to say component equals form. And then type equals submit. I'm going to say search. On change, we want on submit. Let's copy this. On change, on submit. On submit, we want to search for the query with query. On change, we want to set query to e.target.value. So let's see if that works now. And we'll fix that button in a second, that placement. All right, so if I go back again with test, and I search, it refreshes the page. On submit, oops, e.prevent default. Let's see if that works. No, it still refreshes the page. On click. On click. Let me get rid of this on submit. See if that works. Okay, perfect. That's how we're going to do it. Awesome. So we'll do it through the on click on the button. We'll say on click, search for it. Let's do a little bit of something with this button just to make it look a little bit cleaner. We'll say display flex. I'm going to say color black. I don't know, or border. Okay, there we go. Interesting. Okay, so then we want to probably move this over a little bit. Border radius, we'll probably make that the same there. Like that. Border radius like that. And then positions. substantive. Yeah, we'll just have that there. Cool. So you can go ahead, search. And it'll search for the test. Perfect. All right, so now we can actually go ahead and display what we're trying to display here. So if we go into, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to say results.tsx. I'm going to save that. And we are going to pass in our results to our result. Our results object. Results. And I'm just going to any type it for now because I'm going to need to actually grab the right type. From there. All right, so then let's create another box. And let's see what we're working with. So it's going to be an array. It's going to be, an array of word, which is a string. It's going to be an array of an object. Well, I guess the individual, right? So word, which is a string. Phonetic. Actually, let me just go ahead and copy all of this. Yeah, there we go. Phonetic, which is also going to be a string. Phonetics, which is going to be an array of text, which is going to be a string. Audio, which is going to be a, audio, which is going to be a string. And that's it. And then another text string. Origin, origin string. Meanings. It's going to be an array of part of speech, which is also a string. And again, if you're not doing TypeScript, you can skip this little piece here. But if you are, we need to create this type to make our lives a little bit easier. Definition of a string. Example, string. Synonyms, an array. Antonyms, an array. Possibly of strings, though. Part of speech, going to be a string. Definition, array, definition. Again, just the kind of like annoying bit about TypeScript as far as the typing goes, but then when you do make a mistake, if you do make a mistake, you know, sometimes we're perfect, but if you're not perfect, you know, then finding it after. Okay, so actually I'm gonna, yeah, let me do that. Part of this should be type meaning. That's going to be an array of meaning. Okay, cool. And I'm actually going to go ahead and do one more thing. I'm going to create a new folder called types, just because this is kind of big. And I'll create, oops. I'm going to create an index.ts that just has all of these types, so we can just export it from one file and make things a little bit easier. So we'll say export, export. Cool. That looks okay so far. So results is going to be type result. And we're going to import type result from types. There we go. Page type string is not. Oh yeah, so it's going to ask me, it's going to need me to put in this. Basically a base. All right, so it's going to be word, whoops, word, phonetic, phonetics, text, audio. Oh, that should be in an object. Make that optional. Origin. Meanings. And then part of speech. Oops, drop this into an object. Part of speech, comma, definitions, definition, example. Oops, that. There we go. All right, cool. Looking pretty good. So that's just our like base type. All right, cool. Results. All right, we are missing a bunch of types. All right, to speed up this process, I'm just gonna set it to be any for now, but you shouldn't do that. You should properly type it. Okay, so yeah, we'll just skip the types for now. And then when we go back in here, okay, so yeah, now we're gonna get our results. So what we wanna do with our results is display them. So looking at our design here, we wanna display the word, the phonetic of the word, and then some ability to play it. So let's start with that top section there. So let's see, we're gonna have a typography element. And then we're gonna say, and for the results too, so we're gonna get maybe more than one answer. For the results, we wanna pass in a result, like the first result, like we only want one result. So for the results, we'll pass in the first result, and then it's gonna be result.word for our first result. I'm actually gonna change this to result. Change that to result. Result.word. Yeah, cool. Awesome thing about typing is now we get all these fun sort of fill in the blanks. Oh, looks like I'm getting an error. Undefined reading word. Okay, so then what we'll also do is say result does not equal null. Result.word does not equal that. If true, display this. If true, display that. Sorry, else display null. There we go. Okay, cool. So yeah, if result.word exists, show it. If not, show null. If, okay, let's just say if result does not equal null, does not equal null, or undefined, or maybe I'll just set it to null to begin with. That might make more sense. Okay, let's change back to results. I know this is getting confusing, but it'll make sense. Results, const result equals results 0. First item. Okay. Cannot read property of null. You know what? Maybe I just need to do the call here. Result equals null. If true, else return results. There we go. All right, perfect. Good to go. All right, so we have our results. I think we can actually get rid of this because now we've done the check. There we go. Okay, cool. So when I go for test, awesome, I get the word. So that's what we're going for. So we're going to say result.word, and then the size, height is going to be 64. All right, so we'll say font size 4rem, font weight 600, and then we'll do another typography element, say typography, and we'll say it's going to be result dot phonetic, I believe. Yep, that's it. And then we'll say font, what's the size of that? 24. Save that, and then the color is gonna be this color here. Grab that. Cool. And then the last thing, we want this audio source on the right hand side. So we're gonna say audio, controls, and then we're gonna say source equals, and I think the source is result dot phonetics dot, what was it? Let me check the dot audio, phonetics dot breach. Phonetics dot audio. That's what we're gonna do. And we'll take out the question mark. All right.
Test.
All right.
Test.
So it's working. Cool, cool, cool. So then let's go ahead and just wrap these two in a box and wrap these three in a larger box. And we'll say display flex. Flex. This one is going to be flex direction column. This is the inner box. And then this one is going to be justify content space between. And then all of it's going to be align items center. Save that. And cool, looks pretty decent. I think we're going to roll with that for now. I think what we could do is change the button for the audio. That would make it look a little bit cleaner, but we can come back to that. I want to make sure that we get through the API and just have everything on the page. All right, so the next thing we have is our meanings. So in this, we have the just like the word itself. Now let's get to the meanings. So we'll say meanings. A little header so we can kind of separate them a little bit. Okay, and so it's like what type of word it is. So the meanings, it's part of speech definitions. Okay, so for each result, it might have multiple meanings. Okay, so we want to basically create a new file called meanings.tsx. And we want to loop through this and return whatever meaning is applicable, or multiple meanings if applicable to, if returned, I should say, not applicable, from the dictionary result. Okay, so it's going to return a meaning. I should rename, whatever. Interface meanings. Meaning is of type meaning. Cool. And I'll say meanings. And what we want to return is, let's see, the part of speech. So we'll say meaning dot part of speech, and then we want the definition. So looking back at our example here, we have part of speech, and then we have an array of definitions. So it's definition dot definition with an example, part of speech, exclamation, verb, noun. Okay, so the next piece is a list item. And that's going to be, meaning dot definitions brackets 0 dot definitions. Definition. Yeah, and that looks good. And then within this, it looks like typography as well as horizontal rule. I might fix up the style on that, and then we return the next meaning. And I'll just drop in also a little header here that says meaning. Okay, not too bad. This should be italicized and bolded. Font weight and font size 1.5 rem. This should be this color, 75 and 20. Oops. Okay. And then actually for meanings, we're just gonna say result dot meanings dot map. For each meaning, we want to go ahead and return meanings. And then the key is going to be meaning dot part of speech, because there should only be one for each part of speech in theory. Cool. And there we go. So meaning, a challenge, a trial, test, meaning, to challenge. Perfect. So that's pretty much working how we're expecting it. Let's fix up the styles a little bit. I'll add some margin. So let's say and then good, and then oops. Good. All right, that's pretty good. And then the last bit that we possibly want to add is the synonyms if they exist. So synonyms, if they exist, is we're going to use the same size as the meaning typography. And synonyms would be where it would be within meaning. Okay. So if it does exist, we should put it in meanings. So meaning, synonym. electronic keyboard. And oh no, wait, hold on. Oh no, yeah, that's correct. This piece is the bit that needs to be a different color. And then color would be the purple. This one right here. But this is only going to exist if meaning dot definition bracket 0 dot synonyms dot length. Otherwise, dot length is greater than 0. Good. All right, awesome. So let's use the root keyboard and do that as a test and see if this is working as expected. So keyboard. Okay, looks to be working correctly. I'm not getting as many definitions as that we got here. Let me take a look. Let me console log the results and make sure we're getting everything as expected. Could also just check the network tab. Keyboard, meanings to part of speech noun. Ah, okay, it has multiple definitions. A set of keys, a component of many instruments. So I think what we actually want to do then, in this case, is map through the meanings, map through the definitions. Yeah. So we'll say meaning dot definitions dot map for each definition. Return a list item with definition. Okay. So then, yeah, now we're getting all of them. Good. That looks better. What else doesn't compute? Synonyms. Oh, do I have it wrong? Meanings dot synonym. Meanings dot. Ah, I have it under definitions, but it's actually not. It's meanings dot synonyms. Is that correct? Meanings. Meanings dot. Let's see. Meaning dot definition. Definition. Dot map. Meaning dot map. So it really should be meanings. I wonder if it's going to complain if I make this an array. Yes, it will. Dot definition. Dot synonym. But do the definitions have so the definitions also have synonyms? That's the tricky bit. Okay, so it's a twofold problem. So it's actually that we have the meanings, and within the meanings there's a definition, but then there's also the synonym. Synonyms. And that is also an array. That's the confusion there. All right, so we'll say meaning dot synonyms. So if meanings dot synonyms, dot length is greater than 0, then also show that. Perfect. There we go. All right, so that looks pretty good. I think this is a pretty good first implementation using the API. So we were able to query the API for whatever we're looking for. We were able to do a little basic design. I think you do a lot better with the design if you spend a few more minutes and really, put your all into it. But again, the point of this was really to work with a new API and see how far we could leverage it. As you can see, there's a lot that can be done with this API. You can show the different parts of speech. You can play the audio back, show different definitions of the same word. And so, yeah, there's really a lot you can do with this project in a really simple format. Again, you can set up the font switcher, so you can switch the different types of fonts. You can try dark mode. So yeah, I would definitely recommend taking on this project and definitely expanding it because there's a lot of room to grow with this. So, all right, so yeah, as I said, we're going to be building this BMI calculator. I want to really focus on the calculator portion first, and then we can add in the styles as we have time. So it's pretty straightforward. What you do, you just drop in your height and your weight, and you select metric or imperial, and then it will calculate your BMI and return that for you. And so that's that's how it looks like with the imperial system. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's go ahead and start that. I've already gotten the code up and running in terms of just the starter, where it's going to be the material UI, Next.js, TypeScript, app starter that I have linked down in the description below. Again, you don't have to use this, but if you do want to use it, you can definitely use that. And then again, this is the calculator that we're going to be using. We're going to be using the design from Frontend Mentor. So again, if you do want to follow along, you can definitely do that. I'll link that in the description below as well. So first things first, I'm going to go ahead and clean up some of these styles because the starter is meant for like a dark mode start, but this actually looks, it's a light mode start. So let's go ahead and get that going. All right, so I'm gonna start by building this calculator hero section, and we'll build the hero and the calculator. Or let's just start with the calculator itself because that is kind of the most important thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a new folder, components. I'm going to store all my components in here, and then new file is going to be calculator.tsx. And I'm going to drop this file into my page.tsx. Cool. I'll say calculator. All right, cool. Good to go. So we have our calculator there, and we can see, yeah, it's showing up. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So yeah, as I said, I don't want to focus too much on the styles at first. I want to focus on the functionality so we get that going, and then we can throw it in with the styles once we have it working. So looking again at our design, basically what we have is two selects. So you choose whether or not you're using the metric system or the imperial system, and then it'll calculate your BMI. I've also gone ahead and saved a little image. I just Googled how to calculate a BMI for metric and imperial, so we can have that as a reference for when we're actually doing the logic for this. So first things first, let's build out just this component. So we'll style up this component just so we don't have to do that separately, and I'm pretty sure this component is going to use state, or use client, then use state. So first thing, we have a typography element, or we'll use a typography element. We have some text, and we'll say enter your details below, and drop that in there, and we'll say font size is going to be, I think it was 29 pixels, so we'll do that. And then we have these two selects, radio buttons, I should say. I think we can just drop in regular radio buttons for now. Oh, they do. They have one from, Okay, let's see if this works. We'll try the radio group, and then we'll say radio. And the first one's going to be metric. Oh, it doesn't. That would make sense. Let's take a look. Okay. Let's take a look at the examples for the radio button here. Oh. Radio group. Ah, gotcha. Form control label. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I just want actually the 2 radio buttons. So I'll use the styling of it, but I don't think I'm gonna use the radio group. So we'll say that. Okay, and then we also want to set up, okay, so there'll be 2 buttons. And the value, let's see. Okay, so there's just labels there. Gotcha. Okay, so I could really just add a typography element after them and then just make my own label. So we'll say typography and we'll say metric. Whoops, metric and typography imperial. Oops, imperial. Cool. And then, yeah, we do want to basically set the value once these buttons become checked. So we'll say const selected value, set selected value. We'll say use state. And we'll start with metric. That'll be the default. So checked selected value equals metric. And then we'll say const. Let's say const swap change system. Or change system. We'll say on click. What if it's on click set selected value to imperial. And then here it'll be the same thing, set selected value to metric. Oops. And then check selected value equals imperial. And value will be imperial. And value will be metric. Our label A. Alright, I'm just gonna comment out what I am not using. Expression expected. Might not like all those comments. Why does it not like that? Oh, silly. All right, cool. Let's check it out here. Okay, awesome. So metric, imperial. So far, so good. That works. Let's do a little bit of styling just so we can see things a little bit better. So we'll say, we'll wrap these 2 in a box. And we'll say, oh, I wonder if this is going to be difficult to style. Let's see. We'll say, inspect that. say border 1 pixel solid. No, that does not take. Stroke. I don't think stroke is right. No. Let's see. Oh, it's like an icon situation. Gotcha. If we say fill. Okay, cool. Let's say fill. Okay. Let's try that. So we have, this is the radio button, I think. And then we'll have, oh no. So we have the box, and it gives us a span. Yeah, so this is the radio button. So we want the SVG inside the span. There are 2 spans, and we want the SVG within that. All right, let's see if we can do that. So we'll say span dot. Well, actually, it's not really span dot span. It's really MUI button base root or MUI radio root. This might be a little bit more complicated than it's worth. I think I might just want to use a regular radio button for this. Input. I'll just say type equals radio. Oops. I think you can add a label. No, aria label. All right. Yeah, that's a lot better. Since we're not actually using any of the styles, I think it's just gonna be much more complex. Okay, so input type radio, on click. We can add that. Checked. We can do that. And save that. Let's see. Let's look up HTML radio. Okay. Looks good. Let's see. Oh, get rid of the second one. Cool. Get rid of that. And then we can actually use labels and stuff like that, as they suggest that we do here. Set value equals metric. Actually, this should be a metric. And value should be imperial. All right, good. Start. Okay, awesome. Working as expected. Perfect. So then we'll just turn this into a flex box. And yeah, so it defaults to metric, and then we can swap it over to imperial should we want to do that. Looks good. All right, so let's just say justify or align items. Oops, align items to the center. Cool. And then I'll say label label for oops, metric. No, it does not like that. No? Okay. We'll leave it as a typography element for now. Not super mission critical. Okay, so we have those two. Next thing we want to do is this little height and weight input section down here. All right, so this is our first box with our radio buttons. And we'll also do justify content space between. And then I'll set a max width of this box to 44, I think. Or no, 5 something. 564. Okay, so we'll say this larger box, we'll say max width 564 pixels. We'll save that. Okay, cool. Awesome. And then I'm just going to group these two together, the input and the labels. So we'll set box. All right, cool. Awesome. And I should have also made those flex boxes. And cool, they're both flex boxes now. Perfect, so that looks pretty decent. Yeah, let's do the next input. So now we need the height and the weight. So I think I'm gonna just go ahead and drop in another box down here. I'm gonna say box, and then I can do another input actually. Input type equals text. Yeah, let's do type equals, oh, technically it's actually a number. Yeah, type equals number. And then we'll do the same with the label here. We'll say, except it'll go in front, we're gonna say height. And we'll put a box around that. And again, boxes are just divs. And then we'll have another one for the weights. Awesome, weight. Cool, so we have our height and our weight. Awesome. Cool, looks good. So we want it to be height and weight, 85 or 185 centimeters, weight in kilograms. So this is our metric calculator. For the height, for the input, what I'm thinking is that I want it to suggest centimeters. So I'm gonna add another typography element that says centimeters here. And then I'm gonna wrap these two in a box. I'll say style, oops, for the input here. We'll say style equals border none. Let's see if that removes the border. Awesome. And then we'll say display flex. Cool. And then we'll say border is going to be, border is going to be dark electric blue. All right, 1 pixel solid, this color. Cool. And then border radius is going to be, what was it, 12 pixels, 0.75 rem. Okay, minus that little weird piece being cut out, looks pretty decent. I think we could add some padding, probably. Yeah, 1.25 rem padding. Okay, cool, looking pretty good. So I'm just gonna do that same thing now for the weight. and it's going to be kilograms because we're using the metric system, kilograms. And awesome, looks pretty decent. So now we can actually put in our input here without giving us trouble. And I don't know, maybe I want to, do want to use text? Because I don't want it to suggest like an up and down like that. Like I just want it to be a box, but we'll use that for now. All right, cool. So we have that, and then we'll have our result. So we'll say whatever the calculation is, that's going to go down at the bottom there. So we'll add in one more box, and it'll say, all right, and I don't know where they're getting the data for this, like whether or not it's healthy or not. I don't see, yeah, they didn't provide any information there as far as I can tell. I'm not seeing anything that says. So we'll just go with, we'll just sort of give back the BMI. We won't necessarily make like a comment on whether or not it's healthy or not. So we'll just do this bit here. Your BMI is. So we'll say typography, and I'll say your BMI is ... and then we'll have a second typography element that's gonna be BMI. So we'll say const BMI set BMI. Oops, BMI equals use state. No. We'll say that is what's going to be in here. And it might not like. Okay, cool. That's good. Awesome. So now we can actually do the calculation and make sure that it's working correctly. So looking at our formula here for our metric system, BMI is the weight in kilograms and the height in squared in meters, weight divided by the height. So when the user puts in their weight, we want to save it somewhere. So we'll say const weight, whoops, weight set weight equals use state 0, or we'll start with null, although I think I'm probably gonna have to change it to 0. Const is weight and height. Set height is use state null, and then we want to perform a check. So we want to say, or we want to calculate. We'll say const calculate BMI. We'll say, and then we'll call this on change. So as they update the values, the BMI will change. So we'll say input, this is the height. We'll say on change e.target. Oops, we want to set height to, oops, set height to e.target.value. And did I spell height wrong? I said weight twice, that's why. Set height to e.target.value. Cool. And e.target.value. Yeah, it's going to give me an error. So we'll say, we'll give it to, we'll say 0. See if that still might not like that. It is not. All right, we'll say any. Let's see if it hates that. Okay, it's fine with that. Again, don't recommend using any, but in order to speed through this, we can go back and type it later correctly. So yeah, set height. And then we want to do the same thing with the weight. So on change, we want to set weight. And yeah, that should work. So then now we want to go ahead and calculate the BMI. So we want to first do a check. If selected value equals metric, do this, else else if selected value equals imperial, do something else. So if the selected value is metric, we want to take the weight. So we'll say weight, weight divided by height squared. We're going to say set BMI to that. Const value. Okay, so it's going to set BMI to weight divided by height squared. And it's not assignable, we'll say any. Okay, and then otherwise we want to set BMI to weight divided by height squared times, times 703. That'll be our answer. And then we want to calculate this on change. So this is going to be on change. We're setting the height. Ooh, is that going to create a circular dependency? On change. Let's see. Let's see if it gives me an error. We'll say set height and also calculate BMI. Oh, okay. So far, so good. Let's see if this keeps working. Same thing. Calculate BMI. And yeah, we don't need to pass it anything. We already have all the values. And then, yeah, BMI will be returned there. All right, so let's see if this works. Let's say if I am 100 centimeters tall and my weight is 100 kilograms, BMI would be 0.01. I feel like that's not correct. I feel that's very much incorrect. So it's definitely the formula. I think it's probably this bit right here. Let's say const height squared equals height okay, let's try that again. 100 centimeters, 100 kilograms. All right, maybe it is just me doing it incorrectly. Let's do a real BMI calculate. There we go. There's a real BMI calculator. All right, let's just go with metric units. Let's go 100 and 100 and see what we get. Okay, maybe that's not the best way. Let's do 185 by 65. BMI equals 19 kilograms. Oh, maybe we need to multiply it by something. Let me see. Let's see that. So let's say 185 by 65 by 65. And the calculator is giving us, not saying it's 19. BMI calculator. 185, 65. All right, so the answer should be 19. That's the result we're expecting. And we are getting like 17 point something. So that's definitely not correct. So let's sort out this calculator. So let's say console log. Let's console log the weight. Oops. Weight, height squared. Let's see what that is. Okay, we'll refresh real quick. 185, 65. Ah, it's turning it to text. Gotcha. That's the issue. So let us turn it into a number. All right, so which one is it turning to text? No, what did I? Console log weight, console log height. Height's weird. Oh no, it's also not setting it, looks like. Set height, centimeters. Set weight, no, okay. Oh, it's just because I have it backwards. Okay, so 185 is the height, but 65. Oh, okay. Well, let me do this forward so I don't confuse myself. Height, weight. $185. Oh, interesting. It's not updating. Ah, got you. Okay, and 65. Got you. So when it gets to the calculator, it hasn't updated. Got you. Interesting. On change. Then we calculate BMI. Maybe I just need to pass it into the calculate BMI function. That might be the better way to go about this. Rather than doing like a setter and everything like that. That might be better. But how would I do that? That wouldn't work. Maybe I'll just create a calculate BMI button and that'll fix the problem. That's probably the most straightforward way to do this. So if I say height, weight, and then out here I say button, we'll say on click, calculate, on click, calculate BMI. Does that work better? $185, 65, calculate. Okay. Yes, that actually worked. So it's calculating it. I think we just need to multiply it. All right, so let's do one more test. So if we were 125 centimeters and 40 kilograms, let's try that and see if we get the same result. So 125 and 40, calculate. Yeah, your BMI is 25.6. All right, so we have it. It's just we can't do it on change. It has to be through a calculate button. So I'm fine with that. There's probably like a flush you can do to actually set the state each time. If you know what that is, comment it down below and we can use it in the next tutorial. But yeah, as I said, we just want to kind of get through this and create something that you can add to your portfolio. So again, so we have our button here. BMI is being calculated correctly, and then we want to, oh, and we should also check if it works with imperial measurements. We'll say, oh, well, we don't have that set up, never mind. So set BMI to be all of that times 1,000. Nope, 10,000. We'll say BMI calculator formula. Oh, that's what it was doing wrong. They have it in centimeters and it's supposed to be in meters. That's where the issue is. I was like, why is this not working? Because they have it in centimeters. So yes, this actually does make sense. Because centimeters to meters or meters, whoops, meters to centimeters. Okay, yeah, so it's 100. Okay, so height is going to be in centimeters. So it's actually height times 100 squared. Got you. That was part of the issue. I was like, why is the number just doesn't make sense? All right, let's try this again. Let's go 125 by 40. Calculate. Oh no, that's even worse. All right, let's see what's going on here. Height times 100 squared. Try that again. 125 by 40. Okay, we're getting the base numbers right. Or no, sorry, it's going to be height divided by 100 squared. Yeah. Height divided by 100 squared. 125 by 40. There we go. All right, cool. We've got the BMI now. So that's what we needed to do. Height divided by 100. Whoops, squared. And that'll be our answer. Let me just make sure it still works. 125 by 40. Calculate. Yeah, okay, so cool. Our BMI is working for the metric system. All right, let's go ahead and set it up for the imperial system. So what we want to do here is we have our metric values. What do we need? We need the height in feet and inches and the weight. I'm just concerned in the weight in pounds, right? Because it's the total weight in pounds for the calculator. Not imperial. Yeah, weight in pounds. Oh, we have it here. I didn't need to look it up. Weight in pounds, height in inches. So I don't think I'm going to be concerned about stone. I just want to know pounds. And we'll go with that. We could do the conversion for feet to inches. Like if you're 5 foot, 11, we can do that. All right, so let's see. Height we can leave, but the input's gonna have to change. So we'll say selected value equals metric. If yes, show this. If no, show this. And then this is going to be a box. Actually, yeah, we could just make this a box. And drop that in there. And it's going to be 2 inputs. And the first one's going to be feet. Second one's going to be inches. And then we want to actually not set height, but we want to const feet, set feet, use state. And then same thing with inches. Set inches. Cool. So we'll do that down here. We'll say set feet. And we'll say set inches. Cool. So we got the feet and the inches. And then for the weight, because we're going to just do pounds, I think we can actually just change the label. So we're going to say selected value equals metric. Metric. If yes, show me kilograms. If no, show me pounds. Cool, and that looks good. All right, so let me try it out and see if that actually changes first of all. So metric, imperial, yeah, we're getting our feet and our inches. Doesn't look super pretty, but it works. All right, let's make it look a little bit more pretty and then we'll fix, we'll set it up. So we'll say box. We'll say, what do we say? Oh, you know what? That's my fault. I'm actually doing this in the wrong place. For this, I actually need to do it outside equals metric. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. That. This box closes here. Yes. We don't need this. Good. If that is that, do that. Selected value equals metric. Or else, show me another box. And we'll drop that there. But we do need to wrap it in, wrap each of these in this. So wrap that in a box, and wrap this in a, whoops, that in a box as well. Okay, and then this can actually be an empty component. Not perfect. Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah. So that works. And then for the, oh, actually, no, this is actually going to need to be a box. This is going to be, it's going to set it, set it side by side. Cool. So that works. So now when we get feet and height, feet and inches, sorry, what we need to do is we need to say, if it's imperial, we want to say const total inches equals feet times 12 plus inches. And then we want to take the total inches, square the total inches, and then, we can just do the same thing with the weight and then multiply by 703. So that should work. Let's try a BMI calculator using feet and inches. So we'll say 5 foot, 11 inches, weight, I don't know, 180. Calculate that. 25.1. So we'll try it here. 5 foot, 11 inches, 180. Calculate. Okay, not quite. And we're getting totally different. Let me actually refresh, make sure I'm doing it correctly. 5 foot, 11 inches, 180. Calculate. Yeah, no, totally wrong. All right, so let's see what needs to change. Total inches equals feet times 12 plus inches. Yes, that makes sense. Total inches squared, right? Total inches squared. Weight divided by total times 703. Should be correct. Let's console.log some stuff. So say console.log total inches, and we'll console.log the weight and see what we're getting here. Refresh. Imperial, whoops. 5 foot, 11, 180. Calculate. Okay, this is where we're getting the text error. So it needs, it's just literally concatenating them instead of actually adding them. So we need to basically just make sure this is a number. These are both numbers. So we'll say number plus number, inches converted to a number. And that should give us the correct BMI, I think. So we'll say 5 foot, 11, 180. Yes, 25.1. Yes, that is correct. Awesome. So it was just a matter of the types being incorrect there. So again, one of the good reasons, like with TypeScript, is it's good because it makes you think about these things. But that works. All right, cool. So then BMI will be, we also want to do one thing. Limit JS, limit a number after decimal. JavaScript, I think we want to do, 2 fixed. to fixed. So we'll do 1 decimal place, I think. So we'll say dot to fixed. We'll go 1, so that way we don't get, yeah, there's 25.1. Awesome. So the calculator is working. So that was like the major sort of thing we had to do here. Now let's work on the styling. Let's just make it pretty and turn it into a real portfolio piece. I think for the sake of time, so this tutorial isn't super long, we should just focus on getting this initial style working, and then we can always expand a little bit later and add all these extra pieces. But if you do want to see other videos where I have gone and done through the whole landing page, I'll link it up here so you can check those out. So yeah, let's hop into the actual, just this top hero section and see if we can style this out, because there's actually some interesting stuff we're going to do here. All right, so looking at our page right now, it's pretty boring, pretty basic. I think what we're going to need is we need to make this like background situation here, this gradient. So I think, yeah, that's what we're going to have to do. So let's go and create like a hero component. If we're just building, or we don't need a hero. We can actually do this using just a singular box, I think. Let me do the hero. Let me start with the hero. Another interesting thing to note is that actually this is like an individual box, and then the calculator goes on top of it. I was thinking that maybe the calculator would go in the hero, but maybe it's going to go on top. So let me start by creating the hero component. So say hero.tsx, and then create that. We're going to use a box, and yeah, let's say that's box. Cool. And then we will go ahead and drop this in here. So we'll drop the box there. Awesome. Not the box, sorry. We'll drop the hero in there. There we go. Okay, perfect. So we have our hero. It's just sitting up there. For the gradient, we want to use, let's take a look at the color. Okay, so it's, this is the color we're looking for. So I'm going to go into the hero. I'm going to say background. And let's look up background gradient. Let's look up how we should do this correctly. Okay, so we're going to do background image linear gradient. That makes sense. Okay, let's do it like that. So we'll say background image linear gradient. And then it'll be, I guess, from whatever color to whatever color. Okay, sounds good. Let's get hex converter, hex to RGBA. Let's do that. Because the hex for is this. So we want to convert it into, yes, RGBA, so we can use these colors instead. So we're going to say that's going to be the first color, and then the second color is going to be the 0. And that's going to be the background color there. Awesome. Taking a look. Okay, yeah, and it's already doing it. Perfect. So now we just need to set the background gradient. We just want to turn it. So I believe we just add, yeah, we just add a turn to it. 0.25 turn. We could set it in degrees. Let's try with the turn. So let's say 0.3 turn. Is it one? No, it's not. It's one word. All right, turn. And let's take a look. Okay, other direction, I guess 0.7 turn. Because we want it, yeah, light on that side and getting darker on this side. All right, so that looks pretty good. The next thing we're going to want to do is sort of build out the size of this box. So the box is going to be sort of most of the page in terms of the vertical space, and like 2/3 of the page in terms of the horizontal space. So for that, I am going to just create some height and width. So we'll say the height is going to be like 80 view height, and then the width is going to be about 65 view width. And we'll start with that as our box. Okay, not too bad. Oh, the other thing I do need to fix is this like extra little margin on the top and the bottom there. Just because if we have that, we want it to be intentional, but right now it's just due to not having a reset style. So we'll say body and HTML, we'll say margin 0. We'll save that. Okay, cool, perfect, fixed. Then there is a little bit of margin on the left of this, it appears 1.5 rem. So we're gonna add some rem to the some space, some margin to the left there. So we'll say margin left 1.5 rem. So now we can choose to add the margin because it suits our design better. And then the final thing we want to do here is curve these edges here. So it looks like the corner radius is mixed. What is that? Okay, 35 pixels. So we'll say border radius, top right, 35 pixels, and we'll just convert those. So that should just target the bottom left and right. Yeah, and it's hard to see here. I think we might even need to turn the turn a little bit more. Maybe we'll turn it to 0.8. Bring it around a little bit more. Yeah, and then we're just kind of getting the edge of that. So now we have our background for our hero. So we can start there. And then the next thing we're going to want to do is we are going to want to add in our text. So let's add in our typography elements. So we'll say typography. Import that from Material UI. Typography. Cool. And then we'll say body mass index calculator, and this is definitely going to be an H1, so we'll see variant H1. Cool. And then we have like a body text piece here, so we'll say we'll create another typography element and we'll drop that in there. It should just default to, yeah, a body style. So those two are good. The other thing we want to drop in is this image. I'm sure if they want us to add it, we have it somewhere here, probably the logo. I'm going to guess it's the logo, but we'll find out. We'll go ahead and import image from Next.image, and we'll say source equals, let's copy the relative path, and we'll say alt equals logo. And then for this, we're going to say 64 by 64, height is 64, width is also 64. And take a look at that, see if it shows up. Yeah, okay, perfect. That's the right thing there. Awesome. So the last thing I'm going to want to do now is just sort of position everything correctly. So I'm going to add in, let's see, looks like 116 pixels of padding to the left and 75 to the top. So we'll say padding 75 top, to the right, not sure yet, to the bottom, appears like quite a bit, 200. To the right, we could probably say what, like another, let's say 300. And then to the left, it was 116. And again, we might have to adjust these numbers, but we can start off with that and see what it gives us. Okay, so that adds a lot to the actual image itself, which is fine. We just need to shrink the height and the width. So we can just say 60 and 45. Yeah, that'll bring it back to kind of where we want to be. And then I can probably make it a little bit shorter, in fact, probably 55. Oops. Okay. Yeah, and then we'll just space them out accordingly. So we can just say, for this box, we'll say display flex. Flex direction is going to be column. And then the way we'll justify our content is using space between, so we'll space out accordingly. Cool, and that looks pretty decent. I think actually we might want to wrap these two in a box, just so we have a little bit more control. Or maybe we don't want to do space. I think probably do want to do space between, wrap these two in a box, save that, and then maybe set the height of this box. Action column, column, justify content, space between. And then I'll set the size of that box to be like 271. Cool, that looks pretty good. So we have those two there. Let's now move our calculator on top of it. So we're going to go back to our calculator, and basically we want to give it some style, some details here. So we have a drop shadow here. Let's take a look. Oops. Okay, so let's take a look at drop shadow, or it's box shadow. Property for box shadow. So basically what the details they're giving us here in the design is basically what we're going to use there. So we're going to say for the outer box, we're going to say background, we're going to say box shadow, and then we're going to say 16, 32, 56. So 16 pixels, 32 pixels, 56 pixels, and then the color is going to be this right here. But we want to add 25%. So I think I actually want to convert it to RGB BA converter. Go ahead and convert that. Yeah, I'm going to grab this and then set it to 0.25 so we can use the actual opacity. All right, so we have a bit of a box shadow going on here. Let's see what else we need to do here. Oh yeah, we need to set the border radius, the corner radius, I think. Did we do that? No, we didn't do that. So let's say border radius is gonna be 1 rem. Cool, we'll save that. And then now we need to position it. So we want the position to be absolute. So we'll say top 10. Cool, it puts it right up on top there. Really where we want it is probably about 100 from the top, maybe probably more than that, maybe 200-300 from the top. Maybe 200 from the top. And then from the left, we're gonna want it about 600. Oh, and I should give it a background color, because right now it's just picking up whatever is underneath it. Good. Okay, awesome. Background color, left maybe 700. Cool. And then we can, I think we might need to adjust the hero text. Yeah, I think we need to adjust it a little bit so it breaks. Say width of this is going to be 400 pixels. Okay, good. Yeah, body. Oh no, actually, body mass index calculator. You know, maybe I need to actually just break it here. I'll put in a break there so the words break on the right lines. Okay, good. That looks pretty decent. Yeah, so let's finish up with the calculator. So the calculator now, we want to add in some padding. It's about 2 rem all around. So let's say padding, 2 rem. Good. Enter your details below. That is going to be 29 pixels-ish. Probably smaller than that. 24 pixels, yeah. So we're going to say, for this one here, we're going to say, we did the font size. Then we're going to add some weight to it. Say font weight 600. Let's save that. And then we have our 2 buttons here, metric and imperial. They look pretty decent. I think what I want to do, justify content space between. I wonder if I do text align left, if that'll move it over to the left at all. No. Let's take a look. I don't know if space between is exactly what I want. I think more so I want it to be not center. Flex start. Kind of flex start, which is the default, but then I want this to take up. I want it to take up more space. So let's do that. Let's say flex. Let's leave it how it is, and then we'll say this one takes up flex of 0.5. Let's see if that worked. Okay, cool, that worked. Awesome. Next thing is, well, we want to add some margin, some padding, some margin to this box, this larger box. So we're going to say margin, margin top bottom is going to be 2 rem, left and right will be 0. Cool. And even some margin, margin left will be 0.5 rem, just to the labels there. Cool. Margin left, awesome. And then, yeah, for our height and our weight now, we want them on separate lines all the time. Oh, this is for imperial. For metric, we want it on the same line. All right, so for metric, it's fine. I think what we just need to do is figure it out with the button. So we'll say, how should we do this? Let's say style, max width 3 rem. That way too small. Let's say 5 rem. That looks good. We'll do max width for both of them. So centimeters. Oh yeah, and the width doesn't have to, the weight doesn't have to change. Good. And then I'll say, first one, I'll say margin right. 1 rem. I'll probably put it in the right, yeah, probably. Nope, didn't put it in the wrong one. Oh, you know, it has to go on the box. Margin right, 1 rem. Cool. And we'll do the same thing for this box. Margin right, 1 rem. Good. And now for the button, I want to make it kind of cool. So let's say style equals, let's choose a background color. Let's grab this blue. We'll say background color, color is about to be blue. The text color is going to be white. Save that. And then the border will be none. And then the border radius will be 1 rem. Cool. And then we'll say padding, padding 0. Let's say height, actually. Let's do height 1 rem. Okay, let's go height 2 rem. Good. And let's just align it with everything else. So we'll say align items to the center. I'll save that. Cool. Not bad. Not great, not bad. I think the other thing we could do maybe is give it like a bit of a hover state. So we'll say, oh no, actually it's gonna be a little bit difficult because we're using a regular button. So we'll just leave that alone. And then for your BMI, we should probably say yours instead of you. So we'll start with that. We'll say your BMI is, and let's create this little box here. So we'll go ahead and say background color is going to be that same color. And then we'll say padding 2 rem. Good. We'll say margin top. It's also going to be 2 rem. I'm going to say that the colors for these two is white. Good. Cool. And then the size of this is going to be Excel heading 64. And the size of this one is going to be 16 but bold. So we'll say font weight, put to 600. 600. And for this one too, we'll put font weight at 600. Okay, looks good. And then we just need to do our little border radius thing. We're gonna say border radius, and it's gonna be for the right. It's gonna be 16,999. 16,999, probably 1,000, but maybe it can't go past 1,000. Awesome, and that looks pretty good. So other than the error where it's saying not a number, I think if we put in 180 centimeters and 45 kilograms and I calculate it, we get our BMI of 13.9. So we're not going to give any opinion on whether or not it's good BMI or bad BMI. We're not doing that, but it seems to be working. So yeah, and if you want, we can also go ahead and do the imperial styling as well. Yeah, let's go ahead and drop that in there really quickly. We can say height, weight, do the same thing, right? We want max width of 5 rem. Height is feet, 5 rem. Inches, same thing, 5 rem. Weight doesn't change. Margin right, though, will change. We'll say margin right, 1 rem. Oh, 1 rem? 1 rem, I think. Yep. And my margin right, 1 rem. And then, yeah, we could also drop it down to the other line as well. Box. Height. It would be this outer box. Let's say flex direction column. How about that? And then align items would be flex start. So we say if selected value equals metric, metric, we say keep it as row, otherwise set it to column. And then same question here, we say center, otherwise we say flex start, I believe. Oops, flex start. Looks good. Make sure we didn't screw it up on the other end. Nope, that looks good. And then the calculate button, I think that'll be the last question there. We can actually, I think it would just be good to add a little bit of margin on top. Margin top 1 rem. And that way it'll look a little bit more normal in the other view as well. I think the last thing I want to do is actually set the width of the calculator to be fixed. So if we could do that, we'll just say width. We'll say, all right, so 25 rem. I think that's a good width. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So we've set our metric. We were able to calculate metric values, imperial values. We're able to calculate the BMI based on what we were given there. We've done sort of the intro to our body mass index calculator. As I said, you can always expand upon this and add in the rest of these pieces here, but you've seen me do this a ton of times before. If you do want to use this as your portfolio project, though, I would recommend finishing it out entirely and making it a bit more of a robust site. But all right, so here's the pricing component that we're looking to build. It's fairly straightforward. It just is, a header, a toggle, and basically once we flip this switch, we want to change all the prices here from, a monthly pricing structure to an annual pricing structure. So things will change, like the pricing, the amount of, actually the amount of storage stays the same. So really it's just the pricing that's going to change. So let's hop over and build this. I've already got the app up and running. What I used was my Material UI Next.js TypeScript starter, again, link down below. And the design we're using is this free design from Frontend Mentor, which I'll link down below as well, so you can actually download the assets, download the design, and work alongside on this project. So I've got the app up and running. I'm just going to clear out the default styles, which are set for dark mode, and we'll get started. So clear that out, clear that out. Awesome. Let's take a closer look at the design. All right, so it looks like we have this sort of pinkish color. I think it's this page color up here. So I'm going to go ahead and set the background color of the entire web app to this. So background color is going to be that. Cool, so we'll start with that as our background color. Next thing we want to do, let's see, we have these sort of squiggly lines, but I think I really want to focus on actually getting the functionality working, then we can worry about the sort of flourishes later. So first things first, we have our header up here. So let's go ahead and drop in a header onto our page. I think I can probably build all of this all on one page, but we'll see. So it says our pricing. So we're gonna set that there and save. Awesome, looking pretty good. The other thing I'm gonna wanna do is, I think I'm gonna drop in a container. I'm gonna actually change this to container, sorry. I'm gonna change it to a container instead of a box. So we'll say import container from Material UI. Cool. And then we'll say max width is probably going to be large, and that's going to give us that padding on the side, that margin on the side already. Cool, looks pretty good. Next thing we're going to do, I'm going to change this into a flex box and set the direction of the flex box to be column, so everything just falls straight down in place. And the final thing I'm going to do here, I'm going to say I want to align items to the center, so I just center everything horizontally on the page. Perfect, looks pretty good. I think we can add probably some margin to the top and the bottom here. So we can say margin top bottom was like 71 pixels. You don't have to be exact, but we can just add a little bit of margin top and bottom there. Or did it add it? No, yeah, it should have added margin. Let's just add margin top for okay, interesting. Okay, so we'll go with that. So we have our pricing. I think it's actually even a little bit too big. I think that probably should be just 2 rem. So we'll save that. And then we'll now want to add a switch. So we'll say, or not a switch, let's say, we could use, let's see if we want to use, I think they have a toggle. I think they call it a switch though. Yeah, they call it a switch. All right, so we could use the MUI switch and go from there, because that'll give us the design we want pretty quickly. So let's try that, and if it doesn't work, we can always replace it. So we'll grab the switch here, drop it in there, and then actually we need the label as well. So we'll say let's switch default checked. Awesome. Cannot read properties undefined reading call. Okay. And so on one side, actually we might not need the label, yeah, because it's a little bit different. We want oh, here we go. Off and on. That's a good example. How did they do that? Okay, so they just did typography on each side. So let's just do that. Let's just do a switch, default checked, and then we'll have typography on the left and the right. So we'll say typography, and it was annual and monthly, monthly and annual, annually and monthly, annually, and then it's going to be monthly. I'm just going to wrap this in a box, And I'm going to set it to be a flex box so everything displays horizontally. I'll save that. Awesome. Looks pretty good. I'm just going to align it so everything's nice and centered. I'll save that. Decent. Looks pretty good. All right, so then I need to know a little bit more about this switch component. Like, how does it work? So checked. Okay, so basically checked is the whether or not it's checked. Got you. Okay, so we can use that to basically swap over whether or not it's checked. So we'll say const. Const. I don't want checked though. I wanted like it should be annually or monthly. Const. I guess the default is to show monthly pricing, and then we'll say const show annual pricing, or const flip pricing. Const because I want it to be straightforward, so there's no confusion if I come back and like refactor this code later. So say const pricing type, and we'll set pricing type. We'll use state, and we'll say the default is going to be monthly, and then we can change it. Okay. And we need to turn this into a client component before it complains. Before we see it complain, probably it's already complaining. Cool, we can get rid of this. All right, so pricing type. So basically default checked. So it's always going to be start checked. And then we're going to have the pricing type. So we'll say checked. Checked equals pricing type equals monthly. Oops. And then on click, we'll go ahead and set pricing type to the opposite of pricing type. Oh shoot, that's gonna be a problem. Because it should be, yeah, it's not a Boolean. On click. Could do a bit of an if else. So it on click if pricing type equals annually. Set pricing type to monthly. Else set pricing type to annually. So we could do that. Awesome, cool, working. So we got the pricing, the switch set. Now we want to be able to do things because of this switch. So the next thing I want to do is I'm going to start creating these cards. I'm going to create like a base card, and then we'll sort of expand upon that base card. So we'll say I'm going to create a new folder, components, and we'll say new file, base card, tsx, save that. Okay, so yeah, we have our base card. Basically what I want to do with this is go ahead and like create a reusable card that we can use for each of these. So there's pretty similar styles. The only difference is this one is a little bit bigger and a different background color. So I think what we're going to do here is just style one and then pass in the props. So it looks like it's 31 pixels. So let's say 2 rem for padding. So we'll say padding 2 rem. It has some sort of typography element there, so let's say typography. And that is going to be, let's see, let's define our props that we're going to take in. So it's going to be potentially SX props. definitely is going to be plan or label title. Let's call it title. What else do we need? We need the price. Actually, that's going to be actually, no, we can do a number. We need the details, like the features. That's what we're going to call it, features. And features is going to be a string array. And the learn more button is going to be the same. If we were building it out, we'd probably have a link for each of them. But because we don't have any more details other than what's right here, we'll just use what we've got. So yeah, let's go with that. And let's drop these in place. So we'll say title is going to go there. Let's say the, oh yeah, we need to pass these in. That would help. We'll say SX, title, price, features, props. We'll say title, and that's going to be 18. So we'll say font size 1.25 rem. 1.125 rem. Font weight, probably a 600. Then we have our actual price, which is going to be, another typography element. We're going to say font size 72 pixels. And then font weight is going to be, let's try 600 as well, but it might be thicker than that. Let's try 800 actually. And then I'm going to put the $sign in just so we don't have to worry about that, and then just put the price in after that. And then we'll have our features. So then for the features now, I want to go ahead and I want to take features. I want to map over each feature. And I want to go ahead and return a typography element with the feature. The key will be the feature. And there will also be a horizontal rule. I think we did something particular for the last one. So that might be a thing to do as well. So I'll say, we'll just put an HR for now. And so we have the base card. Let's go ahead and actually drop this into our home page. So I want to just quickly define the data that we need here. So we'll say const data equals, and again, you could do this in a separate file. You could do this from an API. You could do this a dozen different ways. So it's kind of whatever makes the most sense for you. So we'll say title is basic. Price is $19.99. Features are this, and this. Oops. And then there are no additional SX props. I'm just gonna copy and paste that. We will add some SX props to the second one, but for now we can just update the pieces of information here. 24 and 39 terabyte, 5 and 10 terabyte, 5 and 10, and then 2 terabytes, 10 and 20. So 2 terabytes, 10 and 20. All right, cool. And we have our data. So then underneath our toggle, our switch, we're going to just map through these. So we'll say, we're going to say data.map for each plan. I think they're plans. And then we'll say we'll return our base card. I think we can do props. No. Oh, key. Equals plan dot title plan. think that works. Yes, that does work. Awesome. All right, perfect. So we have our base cards all sort of set up. Now what I want to do is I'm going to wrap them in a box just so I can set them up a little bit better. I'll say display flex. Perfect. And we should actually give them some like background color and stuff. So we'll say for the first, actually we'll say the default background color is white. So we'll say background color is white. Save that. Border radius as well, which you didn't even talk about, is it's 10 on the left and the right. Border radius is 10 pixels. Cool. And then that looks pretty decent. All right, so that's that. Let's go ahead and center these now. So let's go ahead and center the text. We'll say, what if we could just do text align center, if that would work? Ah, perfect. So we centered everything on the page. Looks good. One thing we forgot to do, or I forgot to do, is add in the button. So I'm gonna go ahead and just create a regular old button. And it's gonna say learn more. Let's say text transform. Oh, I'm using the wrong prompt. Text transform, uppercase, transform. Learn more. We'll say, background color is going to be, we're going to default to this purple situation. So we'll say, what is it? Linear gradient, this to that. No, that's not it. Maybe background. Yeah, there we go. All right, cool. And then we'll say border, none. And then, oh yeah, the color of the text. Color's gotta be white so we can read it. And so add some font weight, so we'll add about 600. And then we'll add in some padding. So we'll say width 100%, so it should take up all the space. And vertical padding, add in, what, like almost 1 rem. Cool. Looks pretty good. The last thing I want to do here, I always say last thing except for the last thing, but we'll add in a border radius of 6 pixels. Cool. What else do we need to do? Seems pretty good. Might actually be the last thing for that. Next we want to work on the spacing. I think also some of the colors might be a little bit off, so let's add in the colors for, what is that, the price. We'll say color is this. And I'm guessing that's going to be the same for that, yeah. Oh no, different color. We'll say color is this. Okay. Good. And then the horizontal rule. Oh gosh, what was it? It was like border. Yeah, so horizontal rule is going to be this color. think there's something I need to do here to get rid of that default. No. Okay, we'll just leave that alone for now. I'm going to drop in one more horizontal rule on top of all of this. And then I'm going to add in, what shall I add in here? Let's add in some margin from the top of that button. So we'll say margin top 2rem. Cool. And margin bottom here should be 2rem. Good. Awesome. Looks pretty decent. Pretty solid. One thing I did forget that we're gonna have to do is the toggling of the actual prices, but we'll get to that in just 1 second. The next thing I want to do, I should say, is actually work on the styles and the colors, because this center one is going to be completely different based on whatever our design, well, based on this design. So I'm gonna say for this one here, let's say, I think I'm just gonna pass in a prop. I'm gonna say reverse colors true, and that's gonna be what I pass in. It's gonna take in a reverse colors boolean. I get rid of the SX prop, and then if reverse colors is true, then I want to change up all the colors and all the styles and everything. So we're going to just call this in a few places. So if reverse colors is true, we want to do a linear gradient background with these two colors. This one and this one. Otherwise we want a white background. And then for the typography, if it's true, we actually want it to be white. Otherwise we want it to be that color. Good. All right, good. Looking pretty good. Gonna do the same thing there, and the same thing for the text. Yeah, because these are actually supposed to be what color? That first color, so we can actually borrow this line. Cool. And what else? Cool. Pretty good. And then the last one is going to be this background color. So we'll say reverse colors or this linear gradient. And JK, not the last one. This is the last one. The color is going to be that purple color. All right, so we're going to say, yeah, this. Cool. Pretty good. Oh, and you know what? It needs to be optional. It cannot be mandatory. All right, cool. So pretty good. I think the only thing that I need to do now is, if it is reverse colors, or maybe I should have called it larger card, but whatever it is, I need to make it a little bit bigger. So if reverse colors is true, we need the height to be 110%. I wonder if that's gonna Say 501 pixels. Oh, and they all change. All right, so 501 pixels, if not 453. Good. And then I think for the cards now, we need to align them in the center. Good. And then if it is reverse, we need to set the width, width to be a little bit wider. So it's going to be 350. Yeah, reverse colors in hindsight is not probably the best name, but we can always change the name. Oh, they're actually the same width. Oh, okay. So I get rid of the width. We'll leave that alone. Okay, cool. So then I guess actually for the border radius then, if reverse colors is true, we want the border radius to be that. But if it's not true, we want it to be, let's see, this top. Oh no, but that's actually going to make it a little bit too much. We'll just leave that as how it is with that. Last thing I want to do, add a little bit of spacing up here. Let's say margin top 3 rem. Cool. And then we want to actually just trigger whatever happens when the price changes. So it looks like for the price, we just like 10x it. So if the pricing, let's see, how should we do this? If the pricing is monthly, oh, you know what we should do? We should just set pricing type. Pricing type equals pricing type. And so we'll pass that down, all right? And we'll accept it. We'll say pricing type is a string. Pricing type is a string. And then we'll say pricing type equals monthly. And we return the price. If not, we return the price times 10. And so then when we swap, yes, it does work, but hold on, let's make it a little bit shorter. Price to fixed times 10. Let's be of type any number. Price is a number. It shouldn't be about pricing type, right? Surely that can't fix the issue. Const annual price times 10. I wonder if it'll do to fixed. Okay, cool. So then all right, and there we go. So we have our basic component structure. I think the only other thing I would do is really fix the width on these guys. So I'll say, what if I'll set the fixed width. So I'll say width 350 pixels. So that way, actually that's a little bit too wide. Let's say 300 pixels. but that way when they swap, it doesn't matter. So yeah, we've created a toggle. We've used state to determine which version is going to be shown. We've dynamically loaded up our data. We have our learn more. We have our features and our prices and everything like that. All right, so yeah, we're going to be building this pretty straightforward time tracking dashboard app. It's going to be a good chance for us to use CSS Grid or Flexbox and just lay this out pretty neatly. So let's go ahead and hop into it. I've already gone ahead and started up the app. Again, you can use the starter code. It's this Material UI Next.js TypeScript starter. I'll link it in the description below. And the design we're following is this time tracking dashboard. It's one of the free challenges available from Frontend Mentor. So again, if you want to follow along, I'll link that down below as well. So first things first, I'm just going to go ahead and clear out some of the styles. I've also gone ahead and grabbed the images from the starter code that they give us, so you can use those as well. And I'm just going to set the background color of this whole page. Okay, and it looks like this is the background color. Say body. Cool. And that's going to be a background color. Awesome. Next thing we're going to hop over to is the page, and I'm going to actually create a new folder for my components. And let's take a look at what we need. So we need basically, I think we could use the page as a container for this, like the dashboard. And then we need this like profile / switcher component, and then the 6 cards that are going to be dropped out. And then if we can like change up the logic. I think the idea is that when you click daily, weekly, and monthly, it changes the numbers for the data. So yeah, pretty straightforward. Let's go ahead and build it out. I think what I might want to do actually is write up the data. Yeah, let's start by writing, or let's build the component, then we'll write up the data. All right, so first things first, we have this sort of informational component with this important trigger here. So I'll call that like the profile component. So I'll create a new file, say profile.tsx. And the profile, we're going to use box from Material UI. And what colors are we using here? I guess there are 2. So we have this background color. And it's going to be like the larger box. And then we'll have a smaller box, and this will be the background color for that. Cool. So in the outer box, we're going to have these 3, I think they're going to be buttons, daily, weekly, and monthly. So I'm just going to create a couple of buttons. I think I'm going to do it just regular styles here. I'm going to say daily. Yeah, we'll do buttons. Daily, weekly, and monthly. And we'll style these up in a second. And then in this top piece here, we have our type. We're going to need some typography elements in an image. So we'll say image. From next image, the source is going to be, I think it's this one. Alt equals user image. And then we'll say height 78, width 78. We'll save that. Cool. And we should actually drop it on our page so we can see it. Okay, cool. Okay, awesome. So far, so good. So continuing on with our styling here, as I said, we want to use either CSS Grid or Flexbox for this. So we're going to want to think about how we size it and style it. But let's just finish up the couple of pieces we need in here. So yeah, as I said, we need a typography element. And it's going to be report 4. Then we need a second typography. We need Jeremy Robinson. And this is going to be size 15. This is going to be size 40. Cool, and then we'll need to change the color on both of them. And in fact, the color on the whole website pretty much is white, so I'm wondering if I could just set that as a global. If, no, it doesn't look like it's gonna take it on. That's all right. I could set it in the styles as well, but I'll just set it here for now. We'll say color. And color here. Cool. So that works. Awesome. So we have those two. Let's add some padding to this box here. So it's going to be 32 pixels, give or take, all around. And let's see, how should we do this? Yeah, we're going to need the padding here. So we'll say padding 2rem. And then we need the border radius of 15. Okay, and we'll need that same border radius here. And then, what else? I think we're gonna have to wrap this in a box. Possibly add the padding to this box. I think if I add the padding to the other box, I'm gonna have an issue. Yeah, there we go. That makes sense. Okay, cool. And then we'll say, oops. Cool, 3 buttons, awesome. And that's pretty much the basics we need for our style for the profile. I mean, there's more that we need to touch up and fix and sort of make it look clean, but that's the basics. What I want to do now actually is look at CSS grid and take a look at what we can do with our potential use of grid. So we'll basically use a container, a box on the outside to set it to display grid. And then we want to define the columns and the rows and basically drop out our different cards based on that. So let's see if we can get this done correctly. So let's go back to our page. We're going to create, well, we actually have the larger box here. I think, I'm going to do one more box just because I think I might want to use that larger box for something else. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to say display grid. And then I want to just create kind of placeholder cards so we can kind of see where everything's moving and then go from there. So I'll create a new file. I'll say card.tsx. And we're just going to give it the basics of whatever this is. It's going to be a box with this as the background color. So box, we'll say background color is that box. Cool, and then we will display 6 of them on the main page. And so now this is not how we're going to do it later, but I'm gonna just put up 6 of them here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good. We're gonna map through the data later, but just to give us an idea of what it looks like. All right, so then we have these cards. So the way we want it to be displayed, we'll say grid template columns, and we want 4 columns. So let's see how the best way to do that is with grid. Okay, so you can define it 1 fraction, etc., etc. 1 fraction, 1 fraction, 1 fraction. So taking a look at the design, it seems like it's about 1 fraction each. So I think we can do that. We can say 1 FR, 1 FR, 1 FR, 1 FR, and that'll be the columns. Okay, yeah, and that's pretty much working as we expect. The rows, on the other hand, we want to do something a little bit different. We want the first row to be a whole thing, and then we want 2 rows ultimately. So let's see. Oh, we could do grid template. That might be better. Grid template areas. Ah, okay, we could do that. Let's try that. Let's say grid template areas. And then, okay, let's try that. We'll say grid template areas. We'll say, what is it gonna be? Profile, oops, profile card, and then profile card. How would we do this? Maybe like this, and then like that. It's a little different because we're doing it inline, but I feel like something like that might be the way. And then I called this grid area profile, profile. And then I would call this the grid area of card. Okay, yeah, and it did exactly what, well, oh, maybe not exactly. Let's see. It looks like we have 1 big card. Card. Oh, why are they all on top of each other? That's interesting. No, I don't think that worked out as expected. All right, let's look up something. Let's see. So on the left here, if you've never used CSS tricks before, the left is like the properties for the parent, the right is the properties for the children. So we can actually modify the child as well to sort of make things a little bit more straightforward. Oh, also, I did not go ahead and take out this. I wonder if that was screwing anything up. No, okay, never mind. All right, I don't think the grid template areas is doing exactly what I wanted to do in this one. So go back to the columns, take out the grid area. Okay, good. And then I think maybe I could modify the individual items. Let's try that instead. So we'll say, grid column start end, grid row start end. So try, whoops. Yeah, no, it's actually grid column. Grid column. Well, it's really row we want. So it's grid row 0 span 2. Let's see if that works. No, not quite. I'm also considering using Flexbox for this because I think we'll get a similar desired effect. But let's give grid 2 more minutes, then we'll see if we need to change it. I think grid template areas would work perfectly fine if we weren't using inline style. So maybe that's what we need to do. Grid template areas inline styling. Okay, let's try it like that. Let's give it another shot. We'll say grid template areas. What did it say to do? Backticks. So we'll say profile and then profile, card, card, card. Profile, card, card, whoops, card, card. Okay, let's see if that works. Call this grid area profile and call these grid areas card. Oops. All right, cool. It's still not working as expected. Okay, yeah, it's not working as expected. I don't want to drag this on too long, so let's change over to Flexbox because I know we can do it using Flexbox and go from there. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we'll have the profile there, and then I'm going to wrap these in a box. Whoops, in a box, and then we'll say flex, flex, wrap, wrap, and then we will then calculate the size of the cards. Let me do one more thing. I'm going to add in a container to this larger box here. I'm going to set this box, the one I remember we left earlier, I'm going to set that to be a container. Container. I'll say max width. Whoops. I'll say max width is going to be medium. Maybe large. That seems a little small. Cool. And then for the cards and the profile, we're just going to have a fixed max width of, let's say, 20 view width, I think. So we're going to say width is 20 view width. Oh, that's a little, oops, oh, I put view height, view width. Okay, and same thing for the cards. We'll say width is 20 view width. And then it automatically wraps. So that's kind of what I was going for there. All right, cool. So the next thing we need to do there is we need to, using this box, we'll say justify content space between. And maybe there's not enough space there. We can CSS Flexbox. CSS Tricks also has a Flexbox guide So you can do the same, you can have the same information there if you want to follow along. And I think you can actually print it out and get a poster. But anyhow, I think maybe I want to make the width a little bit smaller. So we'll say maybe 18. I just want to probably adjust the size. Let's try 15. Okay, so no, it's too small. It's gonna wrap like that. I just want to give, oh, maybe I should put margin. That might be a margin. Yeah, if we add margin, then we get, okay, but that's on the top and the bottom, which we don't want. So let's not do that. Let's do space between, and then, I'm going to add it here too. I'll say justify content, space between. I'll do that. There we go. All right, so now we're getting our horizontal spacing. I also want to do vertical spacing. I think I might have to set the height on that for that to work. So I'll say width is 18 view width. Height is going to be like, yeah, let's do the same thing, like height. Are they squares? They're kind of square. Let's try 18 view height. Or no, it wouldn't be 18 view height though. Height would probably be maybe 25 view height, because the height is shorter. Okay, yeah, and we're getting a little bit of space now. And then I think what I need to do for the outside box, which will make the difference, is give that a height. So we could say, yeah, height of this will be like 50 view height. Or 70 view height. Yeah, and then now we're getting the space. So then this, okay, so we have that and that space between. 70 is probably a little bit too big, actually. Let's do 60. And then for this box, for content space between, align items, center. Okay, no, we don't do that. Save that. I think we'll just add a margin right to that. Margin right. See, again, it would have been just easier if we worked with grid, because then we don't have to worry about all this like spacing and stuff. But margin right, margin left. Okay, cool. Not too bad. So that looks good there. What I want to do, let's see, flex wrap, just about space. We can say align self flex end. Would that work? Okay, no, that wouldn't work. Yeah, this would work a lot better if we were able to get the grid working properly. All right, let's just keep going with it. Let's just go ahead and style these cards. So the cards are going to have some data that we pull from. So we have to go back to the main page here. I'm going to create a const data object, or I should say an array of objects, and each of those are going to have a title, number of hours, and previous week. So we'll say title is going to be work, hours, we'll call it weekly hours. Weekly hours is going to be 32, and then previous weekly hours is going to be 36, and that's going to be, oh, and then it's going to have an image, and then icon, and I think, let's see, okay, so the icons, for the icons, I'm wondering if they are the full the full with the background, or if we're going to need the color as well. So let me copy the relative path here and take a look at one. We'll do a test. So let's say data.map. For each item, we want to return a card. I'll just take in item. And the key will be item.title. And then we'll set card to take in the interface. The props. So we'll say item. So item is gonna, from the item, we're gonna get the title. The title, which is a string. We'll get the weekly hours. We'll just copy these three, basically. Number, string. We'll save that. Title, weekly hours, previous weekly hours, icon, and then props. I'll say that. Cool. And then, now if we're going to go ahead and display this, we'll create a couple of typography elements here. And say typography. It's going to be, title. And then we'll do weekly hours, previous weekly hours. And then we're going to have this image. And really, it's probably going to be the background image. But let me grab it just so we can see it first. Source equals icon. Equals icon. Alt equals icon. Height equals. I'm assuming it's just going to be this. 78 by 78. But I could be wrong. And then data.map. Oh, return. Cool. All right, so yeah, it's just the icon. No color. Oh, that's a little bit annoying. So now we have to actually go and grab the color. All right, so we'll grab this color and we'll say that's the color as well. So we'll go back here and we'll add a color. And so it will also take in color. And so what I am going to do, actually, I'm going to create another box. I'm going to say background color is going to be color. Oops. Going to be color, and then background is going to be, I think it's source. It's either source or URL. Icon. Let me get rid of this. Oh, but that's interesting. If the background color is that color and the icon is that color, how do you see it? Oh, this is the background color. That's what's, it's incorrect. All right. Maybe it's source icon or it's URL icon. There we go. Okay. All right. So that's not exactly what we want to happen. So what I'm going to do for now, I'm just going to get rid of the background image. I'm just going to use it as a color. I'm just going to use, yeah, like this color there. Because it's the same thing we did here. We just had the second piece on top. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do for the card. Background color is going to be color. And then, why is it so tall? Oh, maybe this size should go here. Okay. And then 16. Oh no, that's not what I want. I want the I want this to be 20. Right. Now why is the background appearing on the bottom though? Oh, because I have line self flex end. Let me take a look at how I did the profile card. No, I just had it one after the other. Say display flex. Say align. Line items flex end. Or probably, yeah, okay, so cool, that works. So we'll just have the color for that, and then we'll do the same border radius. And the good thing is, once we build this once, we don't need to do it 10 times. You know, we can just use the same code over and over, so we're not repeating ourselves. Looks good. And then we need that same border radius on the bottom. And the top, actually, so that works well. And then there's a little bit of padding here. 30 pixels padding. We'll say 30 pixels of padding. 30 pixels of padding. Oh, it's just pushed it out. Gotcha. Okay, so maybe I'll make the height a little shorter. That should probably be the square, and then oh, okay, interesting. We'll just make it one round then. Okay, and then we'll set the color to be white. Oops. Save that, and then that is going to be 18 pixels, so we'll say font size, I think it's 125 round, and we'll say this one font size is going to be 56 pixels, 3 RAM, and the last one is going to be, oh, and it's actually not going to be white, it's going to be this color. Font size, 15 pixels, and color is actually going to be this. Cool. Got those set, and then say last week dash hours, and then this week is going to be hours. And cool, so we have our first card. So now we just need to duplicate this data and put it in for the other pieces of information there. So go back to our profile, or to our page, sorry. I'm gonna grab this and I'm just gonna duplicate it a few times. Oops. And then the second one's gonna be play, study, exercise. So play, study, exercise, social, and self-care. Cool, so we have that. We have 4 We're going to ignore the icon because we're not going to use that, but we're going to grab the colors. So let's grab these colors. So it looks like we're using this color for play. We're going to use this color for study. I'm going to use this color for exercise. And the reason I'm not really spending too much time on the icon is, like, we could get it to work. It's a nice to have. And if you're doing this as a polished piece, 100% add it in, spend the time. But in terms of just getting things built and doing sort of an MVP, I want to make sure that we're not stopping ourselves because we're not doing things perfectly. Don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. All right, cool. So we have our basic grid set up here. So far, so good. The next thing that we're going to want to do here, we are going to want to center this on the page, actually. So let's try and do that. So center, line items, center, save that. Oh, and then I think the container needs a height. Height, 98 view height. Cool, so now it's centered on the page, looking pretty good. The next thing I want to do is I want to have some interaction with these buttons. So we have daily, weekly, monthly. Right now when we click them, absolutely nothing happens. But what I would like to happen is that when I click on it, something changes here. So I want, because these are the weekly number of hours, we want that to change to the daily number of hours, so divided by 7 when we hit daily, or multiply it by, I guess, 4 if we do the monthly version. So how we want to do this is we're going to say, I'm going to use state in this section. We're going to say const set, what should we call this? Set unit, maybe? Set unit, or unit and set unit. And the default, we're going to use state. And the default is going to be weekly. I'm going to turn this into a client component so it doesn't complain. Instead of that. Cool. So we're going to assume that it's always going to be weekly unless we're told otherwise. We're going to pass in the unit to our card here. And we're going to take that in. We're going to say unit is a string. Say unit. And then what we can do, we can just write a quick function here. We can say const return number, return correct number of hours. Or no, what we could do, let's say we have the unit. We want to basically modify weekly hours. We could just say hours, const get hours. I could say unit, if unit equals month, or weekly, weekly, return weekly hours. Else if, unit equals daily, return weekly hours divided by 7. Else return weekly hours times 4. We'll save that. And that'll be the result there. So then what I'm wondering if I can call get hours. and get the number of hours. All right, so then what I want to do is I want to pass in set unit to profile. It's going to take in that prop. Set unit. I'm going to say on click, set unit to be daily. Cool. And then we'll just set that for the next 3. Whoops, forgot to copy that. We'll say weekly and monthly. Monthly. Perfect. All right, cool. So that should call the setter and then set the unit, and the unit should be passed. So let's see if it works. So if we click daily, awesome, it's working. Weekly, awesome. That's exactly what we expect to happen. Perfect. So then the next thing I want to do, let's clean up 2 things. So if it's daily, return. What if I can do to fixed or to fixed 0? So I do daily. Yeah, perfect. That's what I want to happen. All right. So let me put in the actual data. So we'll change up. So it's 3, 10 and 8, 4 and 7. So we'll say 10 and 8, 4, 7, 4 and 5, 5 and 10, 2 and 2, 4 and 5. Oops, I missed something. 4 and 5, 4 and 5, 5 and 10, 2 and 2. Cool, so we have the weekly hours set there. I think actually what we'll want to do is, rather than say last week on the profile, we can say, or on the card, sorry, we can say, you can say get const get text, and we can do the same thing here. We can just borrow this format, and we can say if unit equals weekly, return last week. Oh yeah, actually we'll just do this whole thing. So we'll say return this. But if it's not that, if it's daily, we're gonna say yesterday divided by 7, and then we'll do last month that should work. So I go daily. Oops, let me refresh. Daily. Oh no, it's still, oh, I didn't actually implement it. So we put get, if we call get text, we actually use it. Say get text. That should work. So we'll say yesterday, last week, last month. Perfect. All right, and we just want to modify this, say to fixed 0. All right, so we'll say daily, 5 hours, weekly, monthly. Awesome. So that looks pretty good. I think we're pretty set on that. I as I said, the things that you could clean up, things you could make better, you could align things better. But in terms of just getting something done, getting something added to your portfolio, I think this is a really good example of, even if it's not perfect, you can still do something impactful and useful in your portfolios. So today we're just going to be building this fairly straightforward landing page. Being able to build a landing page is something that's so important for a front-end developer, because it's something that a lot of businesses will have you or commission you to do just so that they can get their business up and running. So let's go ahead and get this started. I've gone ahead and spun up the app as usual. I've downloaded the files from Front End Mentor. Again, this is one of their premium challenges, so you do have to have a subscription to access the assets. But I do think if you're trying to get into front end development, and if you're really serious about the career, and if you can afford it, of course, it's definitely worth the investment. So yeah, I got the assets from Front End Mentor. I'll leave a link to that down in the description below. And then I'm using this starter Material UI, Next.js, TypeScript app router starter, which I'll also link in the description below. So I haven't done anything to it yet, just spun it up. So I'm going to go ahead and modify some styles in here. I want to go ahead and set the background color to whatever color that page is. So I'm going to set the body and the HTML to be whatever color this is. So let's see if we can grab that desktop. I think it's this cream or the cream white we're going to be using here. So let's try and grab that. Yeah, let's grab that and use that as the background color for now. We can always change it if it's not right. But yeah, being able to just build a quick landing page, I think, is super important. So let's see how we can speed through this, not necessarily in a rushed fashion, but just in a way that's going to make it look good and worthwhile for our audience. So when I'm looking at a landing page, I want to really think about the entirety of the design. So if you notice here, the top section is light, and then there's this darker lower footer here at the bottom. But that impacts how I set my background and my background colors. So I've gone ahead and set the body background color to this this light color, but I'm also going to want to set it to this darker cream color, the lower footer section. So that's something to be to consider, to be thinking about when you're building. And then also the other bit is that there is this there's this container that we're obviously using for everything that's within the app. So thinking about using a container from the get-go will help with a lot of that stuff. So yeah, just two things I'm thinking about as I'm about to dive in and build this project. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to drop a container in this section of the app and leave the box on the outside so I can put the footer outside of the container later, or maybe do some stylings with it outside. So I'm just leaving myself room to do that. So we're going to have the container here. And sorry, it's going to be the max width is going to be large. And then let's start by building the nav. So I'm going to create a folder here, because the other thing is when you're building a landing page for a client, you want to make sure that you keep your files very organized, because usually they're going to ask for changes. And if everything's kind of spaghetti code, it's going to be difficult and hard to maintain when you do have to come back and make those changes. So we're going to create a box, and then I'm guessing this is probably it's probably a logo, so we're going to use that. The other thing I'm looking at is how often am I using the same style. So for instance, the logo is repeated twice, but it's probably just an image. But that could be its own component. So we might make a component for the logo. And then these two buttons, the request beta access, they're similar in style, but they're not exactly the same. So I think we can use a base for that and make our code a little bit more semantic by doing that. So I'm going to create another component, and it's going to be logo.tsx, and what it's just going to be is that image from Next.js. And so the source, let's see if we have it, would be in here in the images files. Yeah, we have a logo, so I'm just going to copy that path. Logo, and because it's the same size, I can just use whatever size. I think it's at 78 by 24. Or width is going to be 78, and that's going to be our logo. So we can now import the logo into the nav logo, and just use that right off the bat. So just clean up our code, keep things nice and organized. Then the next thing is we want to create this button, right? So again, I'm going to create a button style. I'm going to call it beta button. You can call it whatever you want. I just do know that when I call it button, it does interfere with the Material UI button import, so I try to avoid that, just to make my life a little bit easier. All right, so we're going to say button, and let's take a look at it. So there are going to be two versions of this button. There's like a light button and a dark version. So we'll say interface, props, and we'll say, should I call it version? We'll say color scheme, and color scheme is going to be a string. We'll say color scheme, and we'll take that. Those are props. So depending on the color scheme, we're going to display different colors for the button. So for the color, let's just start somewhere. With the color, it's going to be dark blue. I'm guessing this is maybe the same dark blue. Yeah, dark blue is going to be for the background. So actually what I'm going to do is create two quick constants. We're going to say dark blue is this. And I'm going to say, what color is this? I guess it's that cream. I think that's that cream color. Const cream equals that. All right, and we're gonna interchange between those two colors. So we're gonna say the color of the text is color scheme, and we can also do another quick check. We say const get color scheme. We'll say if color scheme equals light, we can return light, else return dark. Or how would we do this? No, let's not do it like that. Let's just say color scheme equals light. If yes, then return dark blue for the color so we can read the text, else return cream. And that'll be our check. We'll just do color scheme equals light, and that'll be our check. So the color, we can do the same thing with the background color. Light, if yes, the background color is going to be cream. Otherwise, the background color is going to be dark blue. And then the border. The border is probably going to be the same. Or no, if it's light, it's going to have a border. Color light. Border is going to be one pixel solid dark blue. Otherwise, it's not going to have a border. And what else? And then we just need the general styles, I think. So looks like it's just normal text. Maybe some font weight could be added. Font weight 600. We'll add some padding. Maybe 1 rem on top, 2 rem on the left and right. Maybe we can give it a max width, or maybe we'll give it a fixed width of 219. Oops. Or you could do like a certain width of the page. You could maybe say 5 view width, if that's preferable, just something that, so they're both consistent there. So we can do that there. And then the text is actually going to be the same. So you can just put in, you can hard code the text, but the text could be another property that you take in depending on how many times you're going to use this button, right? So that'll be our beta button. We're going to bring the beta button into the nav. Save that. And then I'm going to say color scheme for the nav is going to be light. The other thing I want to do is turn this outer box into a flex box. And then I'm going to have them spread across the page by setting the justify content property to be space between. So we'll save that. Next thing we want to do is actually import our nav so we can see it. So let's bring it into our main page. Save that, and let's see what we have so far. All right, cool. So we have our suite, we have request beta access. I think we do need to override a couple of styles still, but it's looking not too bad. Let's go back to the button. We'll say text transform is going to be none. And then the width, I think probably 10 view width, maybe 20 or 15. 15 view width. Yeah, that looks a lot better. What else is missing? I think actually that's probably the wrong cream color. It should be the same cream color. That's the background. So let me copy that and set that here. Oh no, that's the same cream color as the background. So that the background isn't being set to that cream color. Body HTML. Interesting. Not sure why that's not being set. Oh, you know what it is? I put it in quotes. That's why. I was like, why is this not working? There we go. Okay, good. Okay, so that doesn't look too bad. I think maybe just a little less padding on the button, and we should be good. Yeah, that's a little bit better. All right, so we have the button. I think we're going to add a little bit of margin to the top of this nav. Maybe the top and the bottom. Say margin, top and bottom. Oh, sorry, that is on the button itself. We want it on the nav. Okay, good. And then we can move on to the next bit. So let's build out our hero next. So I'll create a new file, hero.tsx. And you can also make folders within this as well to make your life a little bit easier if you know you're going to be using, like you have a nav section, stuff's only in the nav, just to make your life a little bit easier. So we'll see if we need to do that as we add more components to this. So we'll say box. And then, okay, so it's going to be this, these. Okay, so what I'm thinking right now is there like, it's like there are two layers. I'm wondering whether to absolutely place the image or the text. I think probably the image I'll try and absolutely place. And then have the text be in its own layer. I think that's probably the best approach. So yeah, taking a minute to sit and think about how you're going to implement something is really important. Again, you might not come up with the right implementation if you do think about it, but if you don't think about it, you're almost definitely not going to come up with the right implementation. So okay, I think it's this image we want to use, so I'll copy the relative path for that. And we're going to start with the image. Oops. Thought we grabbed the relative path. There we go. So that's the image. We're going to say alt equals phone. And I want to try something. I want to see if I set the height to like 100, width to 100, and then if I override it in the style, if that works. So we'll say height is 40 view height, and width is, let's say, 20 view width. And drop the hero on the main page so we can take a look. That actually might have worked. Let's see if we keep modifying it, if it changes. Okay, yeah, so that's working. Great. So yeah, I wanted to do something that was a little bit more dynamic and responsive, but because Next.js requires you to set the height and the width, it wasn't giving me that option. So this is great. Now we can actually be a little bit more flexible with what we're doing. So we'll use that. That actually doesn't look too bad. And again, we can change it if we need to. Then I wanted to go ahead and set the position to be absolute. Because yeah, it's going to be absolutely placed. And then maybe I'll set the right to be maybe 200. Or maybe about 700. Okay, somewhere in the middle, 500. Yeah, because it's a little bit off to the right. So yeah, I think that's good for that. I think we'll leave that there and keep going. So the next bit now is I'm going to make a little box here, and this box is going to contain all of our text. So it's going to be these two, a super solution and these numbers here. And I want to see what else. What other images we have? Pattern, curve line. So there's a kind of curve line we could implement as well. We'll see how much stress that gives us. All right, so we'll say a super solution for your business. So this is going to be our H1. So we'll put in a typography element here. We'll say variant equals H1. We'll drop in the text. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the bold tags for this. So I'm going to say set the color first to this. The size of the text is probably going to be, there we go, heading XL, 72. So we'll say font size 72 pixels. I'm not sure if that's what it was already. Oh, and it's going to give me an error because I haven't imported it correctly. Good. Okay. Also probably need to set this maybe to -1 so it goes to the back. Or 0. Okay. Or maybe I set the Z index of this. So it comes to the front. No, yeah, I think -1. Let's see. It's just interesting that it's cutting off all of that. Maybe if I say background color, none. No, interesting. Or say background none. It's interesting that it still cuts it off. Not sure why. But okay, we'll keep going forward from there. All right, so super solution for your business. I think the font weight is probably natively going to be 500. And then what we'll do is we'll use the bold tag for super solution and business. We could also use spans and set it, but seeing as the bold tag does everything we needed to do in one, probably just makes more sense to use that. So super solution for your business. Awesome. We then have this box here. And so also I'm going to make a separate box within the box to divide the left and the right. So this, then we're going to have another typography element. Variant is going to just be the body, and we'll grab this text. And we're going to grab, that's going to be our color. Oops, save that. Cool, have that. And then we'll drop in our button. And we can just drop in our beta button. So we'll say beta button. And then we'll say color scheme is going to be dark. We'll save that. And awesome, already styled, so it was useful making that beta button. So that's going to be the left side. Then we want to make the right side. So let's make another box. And it's going to be all of these numbers. So it's going to be 2K companies, 8 languages, 1.2 million leads. And I'm going to actually create another component for this. I'm going to create a new file. It's going to say stat.tsx. Because it's pretty much the same styling for each of them. So I'm going to create a box. And I want to take in a title and the, or a number and a label. Actually, not number, a statistic. Yeah. And because they're both going to be strings, and a label. Oops, label string. Save that. Statistic, label. And then we'll have 2 typography elements. The first one is going to display the statistic. Oops. And the statistic is going to be this dark blue color. And the height is 48. And it's going to be bold, a little bold. So we have this, oops, and I put that all on the wrong piece. That's supposed to go here. Cool. Then for the second typography element, that's going to be the label. I think it's probably going to be the same color, but I could be wrong. Could be that. Oh, it's a gray color. Never mind. It's going to be the gray color. Gray. Text transform is going to be small. Text transform. Uppercase, and it's 1 rem, so we'll leave that as is. But yeah, that should be good. So we'll just loop through those within our hero. So I'm just going to create a data.json, because again, you never know, the client might start asking for additional information, additional data to be added. So by having all your data in one place, it just makes your life a little bit easier. So we'll say export const equals an array of objects that the statistic is going to be 2K plus label is going to be companies. Next one, oh, you know what? I could just copy and paste this so I don't have to keep spelling statistic. 8 languages. 8 languages. 1.2 million leads. Awesome. So we have our stats. So within this box here, what I want to do is map over stats. So I'll say stats, import that from data, stats.map over every stat. Oops, stat. And then we want to go ahead and return a, what do we call it? A stat. And that's going to take in a statistic, which will be stat.statistic. And it's going to take in a label, which is going to be stat.label. And it's going to need a key, which we'll use the label. Key equals stat.label, because those are unique identifiers in this case. Cool. So that looks pretty good. We have those there, so that's looking pretty decent. Oh, I said the height. I was like, why is it so small? Because I said the height, not the font size. All right, there we go. A lot better. I don't like that it's overshadowing this. We might have to fix that, but we'll keep pushing forward with the hero for now. All right, so in this hero, let's look at the structure here. So we have the box that is holding both of these. So what I want to do with that is set that to be a flex box. So we'll say set that to display a flex. So now left and right, that's exactly what we want to happen. And then now within these boxes, so this is the left-hand side typography box, we'll go ahead and also set that to a display of flex. But then we'll say set the flex direction to be column. So just kind of how it is right now. But I want to do this so I can do justify content space between and hopefully have them space out on the page. Yeah, a little bit. I think we need to probably set the height of this box for it to work fully. So we'll set the height to be, let's say 60 view height. About 60% of the page. Looks about right. Maybe 50 view height. And actually, you know what? Rather than setting it here, let's see if it works there. It might kind of go against what I'm doing. Oh no, that worked. Okay, good. So yeah, that'll be the height for that. And then the width, or no, the width, yeah, I do want to set the width of this. Or maybe set the flex. What if I set it to flex of 1? Does that make it any smaller? So flex of 0.5. It does make it a lot smaller. Okay. Let's do flex of 0.75. So I'm setting the flex of this box to be smaller. And then the width of the box, I think I should also set. So we'll say width. I wonder if I do 100% if that works. So I don't have to take the whole page. No. Width, let's do 80 view width. And I set these to, oh, you know what? I set those to display flex, but I didn't set it to justify content space between. So I'm wondering why it's not pushing the two apart, but I did not set that property. There we go. That's exactly what I want. All right, perfect. So that looks good. I think, yeah, generally speaking, that all looks good. Maybe we can set a bit of a margin on top of the whole hero, or of this part of the hero, I should say. Or even, you know what we could do? We could say display flex, 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 align items in the center. Maybe I do need, oh, maybe the height of this needs to be, yeah, that's it. All right, set that height. All right, cool. I'm wondering what I can do with this image. Like if I can just move it within this box, if it would show up. No. So I put it on top, it shows up. But I don't want it to go on top of my text. I wonder if there's like a background position prop. Background position. Okay. Top, left, center. Okay, let's try this. Let's try setting it rather than the image. Comment that out. Let's try setting it as a background position situation. So we'll say background image is URL, I believe, and that. Okay, good. So far so good. We'll say background repeat, no repeat. And then background position, let's borrow something like this. So say background position, let's do 60% and 10%, just to see what it does there. Okay, yeah, and that looks pretty good. pretty much what we want there. So I think that was the better move there, to set it for the background rather than try to make it its own image. So learn something new every day. Let's see, background size. I think we want to do contain. Yeah, perfect, perfect. And is 60% good? Yeah, 60% is pretty decent. So I'm pretty content with that. I think we can move on to the next part of the landing page. So we have our hero. That is good to go. We can close that out. But as you can see, we start creating new components, and it starts to get slowly more and more complicated. All right, so the next piece we want to build is kind of like our last major component, and then we'll build the footer and we'll be done. It's this, I don't know, it's not quite a CTA. It's just like an info card sort of thing with a picture of the CEO. So I'll just create a new file and we'll call it info. We'll save that. And we'll start by creating a box. And now for this, so there's the picture of the CEO and the text. So I guess we're going to want to do an image on one side. And we're going to do an image because it's meant to be prominent in the frame. And then it's going to be image Jeremy, I guess is his name, large. And it doesn't appear that there are any background pictures. Pattern blur, pattern carved line, pattern blur. I'm not quite sure what pattern blur is, so I might have to take a look at that. But let's use image Jeremy large for this image. Alt equals CEO. And then now that we know our trick, we can just set it to whatever, just so it doesn't give us an error. And then we can set the style to be, height is what, like 40 view height. Width, I wonder if we can just set the width to 100%. That would be happy. And we should also bring it into our page so we have it. Okay, no, we do not want 100% width on that. Let's say 15 view width. Okay, that's not too bad. The quality's not super great. Maybe that's why they gave us so many different images, but that's not too bad. So we'll roll with that for now. And then we need to do this background piece right here. So we're going to set the background to be this dark blue. Going to be that. And this is going to be, we do want it to be a bit of a limited height. And I think I might end up doing the position absolute with this. So maybe everything we learned from the last one we can apply here. We're going to say height is going to be, let's say 35 view height, and width. Width is going to be 100%. And it said not spelled right either, so that's that too. All right, cool. So that looks pretty good. Next thing we're gonna want to do is want to curve the edges on this. Don't know if that's the next thing, but that's the next thing we're gonna do. We'll say border radius is gonna be 1 rem. And we want to place Jeremy. We'll say bottom 0. Not quite right. Top 0. Oh no, that's not quite right either. Bottom 0 was a lot closer. All right, we'll worry about placing Jeremy in a minute. Let's drop in our other text. So I'll create another box here, and I'll use a typography element for our text. Typography. Yeah, because maybe I don't have to absolutely position him. What if I just set the bottom to 0? No, that has absolutely no effect. All right, we'll figure out a good way to do this. But we have our text, so I'm gonna set this to be an H2. Whoops. Variant equals H2. Drop that in there. And the color is gonna be this color. The size is going to be heading large, 46. Or 48, sorry. Yeah, 3 around. And the font weight should be normal, but then for work should be bold. So we'll do the same trick using the B tag and make that bold. And then we'll set this. This will be the next typography element. We're gonna drop that in there. It's gonna be that cream color. I think it's slightly different color. Color's gonna be this. And then we have title of the CEO, or the name, I guess. $800. And then we'll have, CMO. Whoops. Oh well. We'll drop that in there. Change this, CMO. And that'll be that. Okay, so we have this second box. I'm just gonna set it to display flex. And flex direction of column. And justify content of space between. That's going to be that. Okay, so it's showing up down there. What I want to do here then is I also want to set this to display of flex so that it shows up on the right side. Perfect. Oh, and I do need to set the colors for those last two. The color for this is going to be this color. And the color for this is going to be this color. Oops. Okay, cool. Not too bad. The other piece we want to do here with these two, we want to say display flex, justify content, space between. I don't want this one to be so big. This like section, so I'm gonna try and set it. Let's see if the flex 1 should be default, so maybe flex 0.5. Yeah, let's try 0.5. That's much closer to what we want actually. So I think we should go with that. Maybe I'll just add in some padding to this whole thing. Yeah, it looks 88 pixels of padding, so let's do that. Which is 5.5 RAM. Or maybe the padding actually goes in this box. It looks like there's margin here, so let's maybe set this to margin. There we go. I like that a lot better. And maybe he's a bit bigger then height 589. Height. Width 359. Okay, that's much bigger. The quality is really terrible. I wonder if there's a better image. We could use a WebP. Oh, large at 2x. Oh, okay, let's do that. Refresh and see if it gets any better. Okay, still kind of rough. Maybe that's something we can't fix. But the height is probably going to be closer to 50 view height. I think that's what we've discovered there. And the width is going to be closer to 20 view width, maybe 60 view height. Yeah, that looks a lot closer to what we're trying to go for. And then this, the height of this inner box here, probably closer to 50 view height. And then we can increase the margin as well, probably 88 pixels. Maybe set that to 0.75. No, let's leave it at 0.5. Okay, so it's getting there. I mean, it kind of is in the flow, you know? I think we could actually move the margin back to this outer box now that we've done that and possibly set it to padding. But it's more, No, let's leave it back where it was. And then we'll set some padding. We'll say margin. Or maybe we can say align self center or justify self center, something like that. Or just align self flex end. There we go. That's looking better. All right. And we'll say justify self center. That did not do anything. Let's see if we can set it with margin. Or margin left. Let's just do margin left, because really that's what I'm after. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm pretty content with that. So we'll leave that as it is. There is this one image that I'm not quite sure if it's pattern blur, like if we're meant to use that for the little like background thing that's going on with him. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create another image. And I'm going to grab that. I'm going to use that. Say alt equals blur. Height 100, width 100. Let's see if it shows up. Okay, so yeah, this maybe is that thing that's going on behind him. I'm wondering how I would set this. Maybe if I wrap the two in a box. And then copy some of this. Align self, flex end. Okay, good. Oh, okay, that didn't work. Flex end. And then maybe set, how would I do this? position absolute. And then just set the left. Don't set a margin left. Don't do that. Probably needs to be 20 as well. Position relative. Say top or bottom. 50%. Bottom. We'll say left. Try that. What if I put it be in front or before this? Oh, nope, that did not work. That was the opposite of what I wanted to happen. Say z index -1. Oh no, it disappears completely. What if I did? I wonder if, can you do a background image on a background image? Okay, that kind of actually works. Let's say background, oops, ground, repeat, no repeat. Let's take out this extraneous box. Background position, 10%, 25%, 100%. Okay, let's go 40%. That's pretty much it. And then how do I get the edges to be, oh, maybe background. Background size, let's say contain. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much it. Wow, we put a background image on a background image. Fantastic. Maybe say 50%. And 50%. Oh, it totally disappears. Background. Where is it? It's like low. 70%. What do we do for background size? Contain, cover, 30%. Okay, let's try a percentage for the size. Let's try 50%. Let's try 150%. That's too much. Let's try 100%. Okay, maybe 120%. 130%. Yeah, so 130 is probably about where I start to see the edges. Maybe 120%. So it's there. It's not as prominent. Maybe I could make the image itself a little bit wider. Whoops, too wide. 22 view width. You know, give it a little bit more for the background size. But that's pretty cool that we can do that. So yeah, we'll leave that there. The other thing we want to do obviously is separate the top from the bottom, separate these sections. So I think, how am I going to do this? I think what I'm going to do is just set some margin on this info box. So I'll say margin, top and bottom's like 10 view height. Maybe more than, and I'll set margin on, maybe that's something I should have. I made like a container box for each of the, the boxes there. Okay, I'm just gonna put it on the info box, but I'm gonna make it more. I'm gonna make it 20 view height. Okay, cool. So that's not bad. And then I think maybe we set the margin top. Whoops, because the bottom margin is not that big, but the margin top is gonna be, let's say 40 view height. Like just really 30. It's gonna be 30 view height. Just really push it away. So we have that visual space. And then we have the footer. And now this comes to that background image issue, which I'm not quite sure how to deal with. Because it kind of starts at the bottom of the page and goes up halfway. So let's start building out the footer. And I recognize that I'm gonna have to put the footer here outside of the container. And probably just borrow this in the footer as the wrapper. Or no, I want to set a box. Then I want to do a container. So I'll do those two. And I want the background color of that to be that. So I'll say. And I feel like I might have some issues with this, but let's start and go forward. So the footer is imported. Oh, I should probably give it shape and size and stuff. We'll say width. Our height will be, I don't know, what? 40 view height. Width will be 100%. Okay, not bad so far. Yeah, there's a little bit of margin all around. I wonder if I can set that to 0. And that's just due to our CSS reset. Styles. I might just have to deal with that. I don't know if I set margin 0 here, if it's gonna throw everything off. Okay, it didn't throw it off too badly, so that worked. All right, good. So I'll take out this margin 0 here. And yeah, that's just part of the CSS reset. Like once I took out all the reset, it took out stuff that was supposed to be helpful. And then what do we do now? I think maybe we want to make it absolutely position absolute. Bottom 0. Okay, so it went up. Okay, so it did the bottom 0 of the first page. Got it. Which is not what we want to do. I wonder if we need to put the footer within this info box for what I'm trying to do to work. Let's try that, see if that works. So put it inside info. Oops. Take it out of page. Okay. That's with bottom 0? No, that didn't work. All right, let's leave it how it is. Get it out of there. Let's take a look at how positioning works. Static, relative. For the normal flow, remove for the normal flow, removed. I think maybe, maybe fixed is what we want to do. Oops, fixed. Yeah, no, not what we want to do. I think absolute. And then the bottom, I think that's just the issue I'm having is setting the bottom. Bottom 100%. No, I didn't set it at all. Bottom 0, puts it there. Bottom 100, moves it up. All right, so let's go bottom minus 1,000. I'm trying to avoid absolute like hard coding this because then it's going to give us an issue later. And then it disappears entirely. All right, I'm not loving this. I think I'm just gonna leave this as like a lower element for now, and if we can move it up, we'll move it up. If not, we'll leave it as it is. So we have our container here. We're gonna show our logo. We're going to, I'm gonna say max width equals large. And then SX equals display flex. And justify content is gonna be space between. So we have our logo. We have a little tiny copyright thing here. Oops, typography. And then we have our 3 icons. So that's going to be a little box with little images. Gonna grab the images from there. It's icon Facebook. Oops. Equals social icon. Did we not import image? Next image. So this should be typography. Okay, and then we just need 3 of them. And it's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Say that. Okay, cool. Looks pretty good. I think we can make it even smaller. Oh, that's not even setting the width. All right, we'll say width. Good. Good. justify content, space between, align items, flex, end, or that, no, center. Oh, it's because this is not the full thing. We set height here. Yeah, then if I set it to flex end, that would work. Give it a little bit of margin, padding, 4rem, 5rem, top and bottom 5rem. That looks pretty decent. And then I don't know if I should just translate this whole thing up. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Maybe I don't set the background color on this. Don't set the background color. Don't set the height. Or height is like 10 view height. 10 view height, you know, it's something really small. And then there's just this weird box in the background, which would be cool. Would be cool to do. What if I wrap it in another box? Just trying something. No, it can't get bigger than that. So maybe if the info was outside of the container. Yeah, and then I put a container within it. Right, background size and then background position, but I don't think it's gonna let me move it down. Yeah, no, I don't think so. So I think I'm just gonna skip out on that background color there, as like a separate element. What else? Oh yeah, I'm gonna put that back where it belongs. Oh yeah, that was, I think I changed it to 30, that's all it was. Yeah, I think I'm gonna skip it as a separate element. I'm just gonna put the footer, I'm just gonna set the footer to that. Line items, center, and then I'll set the margin top to that, margin bottom to 0. Oops, got rid of the wrong one. Yeah, so we still have the footer. It's still a little bit different, but it's just not exactly what we were looking for. So not bad. But yeah, this was just a quick look at how, if you were going to build a landing page, you could do it in a fairly organized manner, keeping your page pretty clean and, labeling all your components and, working with the styles and data and information provided you from your client. All right, so yeah, we're going to be building this social media dashboard out. Basically, we're going to have, stats for Twitter, Facebook, et cetera, and then we're going to actually build it out that we're able to switch the from dark mode to light mode. We're going to switch the theme basically based on what mode the user wants to put it in. So pretty straightforward. Let's go ahead and get started. Now, I got this this challenge, this design, I should say, from Frontend Mentor. So you can check out the link in the description below. I'll have that link down there. And then if you want to use the starter code that I have that also linked on my GitHub and also down in the description below. So first things first, I started up the app using my starter code, but I also went in and created a couple of JSON blobs, a couple of variables that have just the information that I'm going to need for the statistics here. So rather than trying to sort of put it in on the fly or put it in dynamically, we're going to just use the data that I've put here. So I've just gone ahead and thrown them into a couple of variables. So that's what I'm going to be referencing throughout this tutorial. And then I've also grabbed the images, mostly just the icons and things like that, from the same starter from Frontend Mentor. So if you do use their starter, you can access those icons and images as well. All right, so first things first, we're going to clean up the styles a little bit. Let's take a look at the colors that we have going on here. So it looks like there's like a little, what is this? Some sort of section here that they want us to use as the background color. So I guess we'll have two background colors. We'll have this like larger background color and then a secondary background color. Okay. So it looks like this is the background color. So we'll set that. Although actually, before I go and set it here, let me think about this for a second. I'm going to clear these two out and then I'll think about how I want to set up the backgrounds, etc. I think because I'm going to want to change it, I'm going to want to set it here in order for it to be easily modifiable. So I'm going to say body HTML, HTML margin 0. Padding 0. Oh, interesting. I wonder why that is happening. Okay, I think it's because the HTML background isn't set. Got you. Okay, so I think what instead I'll do then, I'll actually set HTML dot light. Background color is going to be this. And HTML background color, actually, background color is going to be this. Oh, interesting. It's not changing at all. Oh, you know what? I'm putting it in the wrong file. That's why. All right. There we go. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. Cool. So close that out. Go back in here. So yeah, that's going to be our dark background color. But if we're set to light mode, we want to use a light background color. So I think one of the first things I'm going to want to do here is set this to a client file. And then I want to basically set up the state for my toggle for dark mode. So we'll say use dark mode, or I'll say dark mode. We'll say toggle dark mode. We'll say use state. And right now we're going to start off, dark mode is going to be true. And so if dark mode is true, we want it to be this color. If dark mode is not true, we want it to be, let's see, I believe it's this color. Yeah, just regular old white. So, cool. So far, so good. And this box, we're also going to have the height be 100 view height. Perfect. Awesome. The next thing we want to do, let's take a look at the design. I'm going to add in, oops, this nav, which will contain our dark mode toggle. It's not, and it's not much of a nav, it's just really this sort of box here. So we'll start with the title, going to be the H1 here, social media dashboard, and then total followers is a smaller typography element underneath, and it'll be that. This is going to be white. This color is going to be this kind of purplish color. Cool. Oh, and then make that white. And I think everything I do here is going to be swapping, yeah, when there's dark mode versus light mode. So I think I should just get used to doing dark mode, question mark, do this. If not, do that. Because I think that's going to be the default. Dark mode, if not, should be this. Cool. All right, so we have that. So this is, let me wrap this in a box. This is going to be that like top nav, and then these two are going to be on one side. Oops. And then we're going to put this toggle. I think we can use a switch from here. Switch. Yeah, we can use a switch. For the other side. We'll say that. Cool. We don't need the label. Yeah, and by default it's going to be on. And then we'll put a little typography element next to it that says dark mode. So they know what they're switching on or off. Dark mode. And then again with the colors. Dark mode. If not dark mode, it's going to be this. Good. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, so far so good, not too bad. I think, yeah, we need to wrap these two in a box. Oops. Box. And then, whoops. Let's see. This is the box with the text. For this box, I want to set it to display flex. So this is the box that's holding the text and the switch, dark mode switch. And then we'll say justify content, space between. And I think, yeah, we do want to add some sort of container for all of this. So I think we're going to just maybe we'll drop a container here. We'll say container. And we'll say, we'll do max width is large, but I think we're going to need some margin on top. Yeah, we'll say 36 margin top. Let's go with 2 rem. Oh, let's go with padding top. All right, cool. Looking pretty good. Dark mode, light mode. Oh, and then this needs to be Flexbox. And then now to hook into this, I think, is it on change, on switch, on change, handle change? Yeah, I think it's on change. So on change, set toggle dark mode to be the opposite of dark mode. Let's see if that works. Okay, awesome, working. So let's clean up the styles a little bit. I will say align items to be centered. Do that. Good. And yeah, it looks pretty good. So far, so good. I don't know if I'll be able to target the inside of that just because it is a Material UI component, but if not, if we can, we'll try that a little bit later. What I want to do now is start building out these little cards because that's going to be kind of the bulk of the work here. So looking at it here, there are 4 like sort of larger informational cards, and then there's like a today section of like changes. So I think I'm going to call these like platform summary cards, like a platform summary card. And we'll make a sort of like a base for that and plug in our data, and then we'll make like interaction cards and then make a base for that and then plug in our data. So let's create one of those. So I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna say new folder, components, and then we'll say new file, platform summary card, because like each is a platform: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, etc. We'll say box, and actually, yeah, I don't think we actually need to make this a client component. What it's gonna take in though, it's gonna take in dark mode, because that's gonna be important. Every component basically, we can either prop drill dark mode or we can do it in a global state. And I think because it's a very straightforward app, we'll just prop drill it. But if it was a more complex app, we could do something different. We could put it in the global state. So we'll say platform summary card is going to be a box. The background color, let's see. Is this the fill? It seems a little dark. All right, we'll go with this as the fill. We'll say and it's background color based on the dark mode. So if dark mode is true, dark mode, yes, do that. If not, do this. All right, and then it's gonna be, oh, it has this little border on top too. How should we handle this? Say border top? Yeah, border top, maybe 4 pixels solid. 4 pixels solid. Oh, and you know what? This is actually going to take in a lot of stuff. It's going to take in all that information. So I think one of the props I'm going to pass is color, and it's just going to be the hex. So I'm going to pass in color, and then it's going to be that color. So 4 pixel solid color, and then we're going to say border radius. I'm just going to assume 1 rem for now. And then yeah, let's put in these pieces here. So first line, I want to start with a box. I'm gonna actually put in an image here. So we'll say image from next image, and the source is going to be, again, this is something I'm gonna import. This is gonna be, let me take a look at how I defined it in my data. Platform icon. So source is going to be platform icon. Alt is going to be icon. And then the height is probably 16, width probably also 16. And that's going to be the image there. Beside that, we're going to have the handle of whatever platform it is. So we'll have a little typography element next to it. And oops, this will be the color if it's dark mode. So we'll say dark mode. if it's not dark, whoops, if it's not dark mode, the color is going to be this color. Is that the same color? No. They're very close though. They're very close colors. I wonder if it could have been the same color. Maybe it doesn't work without the background. And then here we'll say, whoops, display flex, so they appear next to one another. Save that. And the good thing is we'll spend a lot of time making this one little card, but then we don't have to make it again. So that's the nice bit. All right, so the next bit here is going to be the 1987 or whatever number it's going to be. And sorry, within this is going to be, I should just keep my data file open. Here it is. It's going to be handle. I should close this. Yeah, it's going to be handle, string, handle, and here, handle. That's what that's going to be. Oops. And then next typography element is going to be the audience size. Whoops. Audience size. We're also going to take in the daily change. Daily change. I think that's it. Oh, audience type. So it's going to be like followers or subscribers. So audience size is going to be that element. So we'll say font, color, dark mode. If yes, we want the color to be white. If not, we want the color to be this color. We'll save that. Okay, good. And then size-wise, we want it to be 56 pixels. And then font weight. It's probably going to be 600 to 800. So we'll save that. All right, so then under that now, we'll have another typography element, and this is going to be the audience type. And the type is going to be whatever this thing is, followers, subscribers, etc. And we'll say color, again, dark mode. If yes, will be that. If no, it's going to be this. Okay. At some point we could just do a theme and just say dark mode or light mode and have different themes. And then last step here is going to be, what was it? Daily change. Daily change. And the color, it's actually going to be something different. So we're going to say color, daily change greater than 0. If it is, if it is, then we want the color to be this green. But if it's not, like if it's a negative number, because we have some negative numbers in there, we want it to be this red. And we'll see if that works for us. Okay, cool. So that's the initial styling. One thing I also know that we're going to want to do is we want to set this to a flex box, and then we want to use the column direction, and then we want to, what is it, align items to the center. Yeah, and I think, well, let's see what it looks like, and then we can plug and play, put some more information in there. So on the main page here, outside of our our sort of top nav there. Let's go ahead and we'll map through these. So we'll say it's the audience stats. So we'll say audience stats dot map for each stat. We want to go ahead and return a platform summary card dot stat. So that'll pass in all the stat information, and then we also want to pass in dark mode. And save that. And then it also needs a key. It's going to be stat dot. Let's do platform icon. That should be unique because there's 4 different platforms. Cool. And that looks good. Let's see how these look. Okay, that's pretty close. That's not bad at all actually. I think what we need to do is display them in a box and make that box a flex box and do all of that. So let's do box. We'll say display flex. Then yep. We'll say justify content. We'll say space between. Good. And then we'll add, let's see, we can add a little margin to the top and the bottom of that outer box. Margin, top and bottom, 2.5 rem-ish. Yeah, just give it some space there. And then for the actual box itself, we can add a lot of padding. So we can say 32, 64. So we'll say padding, 32, let's say 2 rem, 4 rem. Yeah, there we go. I'm happy with that. That looks pretty good. Oh, we're missing the color for this one. Oh, you know what? I think that was because of the way I wrote the code for that. I think maybe you need to do a linear gradient. Maybe that'll work. Maybe not. Inspect it and see if we can get it working. Oh, there's a little extra letter there. That's what's wrong. No, still not working. All right, never mind then. We can fix that later. All right. Next thing I want to do, just kind of align a couple of things. So we'll say align item center. Give it a bit of margin. We'll say margin left. We'll say 0.5. Oops. Actually, we'll say 1 rem. Save that. Good. And awesome, the colors are working. So we're seeing 12 and in green, like the positive numbers in green and the negative numbers in red, which is exactly what we want it to happen. So that's great. We'll say font weight should be about 600. Save that. And let's see, audience type. We'll say text transform uppercase. And maybe put a little bit more margin below that. We'll say margin bottom 1.5 rem. Cool. And that looks pretty good to me. I think that's pretty solid. Let's move on to the next section, the next card. So the next card, that was platform summary card. This is going to be like audience interaction card, or maybe I'll call it interaction card. So I'll create a new file, interaction card. Save that. And for this one now, it's a much more straightforward card. Actually, let me throw in this header as well, because that's kind of important. So on the page, right below this, add another typography element. Drop that in there. We'll say SX color, dark mode. Yes. And you can see how much easier it is to put in the dark mode and the light mode information when you're actually building it for the first time versus going back in and trying to add it in later. So I definitely recommend doing this in your first pass rather than after you've done it. You know, you've gone ahead and built it in light mode and then you want to go back and change it into dark mode. It's just going to be a lot easier. All right, overview today, 24 pixels. Good. Cool, looking good. All right, so yeah, looking at our interaction card now, it's going to be quite similar to the other card, just with a few fewer flourishes. So we'll say box. And yeah, so it's basically going to be a box with it's going to take in 4 elements. And I define these already here. Interaction type, platform icon, count, and percentage change. So I'm just going to go ahead and declare these variables in the interface. So, and again, if you don't want to use TypeScript, you don't have to. You can definitely just use JavaScript if you prefer to do that. And you can skip some of these steps. String, number, interaction type, platform icon, count, percent changed, props. Cool. And then you can actually, I think, borrow some of the styles from this box. Oh, and then dark mode. Dark mode, Boolean. Yeah, we can borrow some of the, like the background color based on the dark mode is going to be the same, so we can borrow that. We could have made like a base box, but we did not. But that would definitely been something, a potential option there. Border radius is going to be the same. Flex direction will probably be column. Do that. And yeah, that looks pretty good. Now, so that's the outside of the box. Now we get to the inside. So we're gonna have, I think, probably 2 rows. And we'll separate these 2 into rows and these 2 into rows, and that's how we'll build it out. So I'm gonna say in this first box, I'm gonna say it's gonna be what is the interaction type and a topography element. Okay. And again, dark mode, question mark. Light mode is going to be this one here, very similar but not the same. Okay. And then this is going to be a flex box. Justify content space between. So it's going to be a typography element and then an image from next image. And the source is going to be the, whatchamacallit, platform icon. Alt is going to be platform icon. Height 16, width 16, we'll save that. That'll be box 1. Box 2, which will be the lower box, will be display flex. Same thing, we're gonna do justify content space between. And here as well, we're gonna do justify content space between, so they have some space between them. And then it's going to be the number and the increase or decrease. So it's going to be the count. That's what we called it, typography. We're going to say count. And the count is going to borrow the same coloring as the audience size. So we'll just borrow that. And then the actual size of this is going to be 32. So we'll say font size 2 rem. Cool. And then the second typography element is going to be the daily or percent changed. Oops, percent changed. And we're also going to borrow some styles from here. We're going to borrow this whole piece there. Oops. Save that. And it's going to be based on if percent change is greater than 0 or not. And cool, that should be the base of what we need to do here. So the thing I need to do now is actually map over this underneath the typography element. So we'll say interaction, what did I call it? Account interaction. So we'll map over account interactions dot map for each interaction. We want to go ahead and return an interaction card. And we're just going to pass in all of the interaction props as well as dark mode. Oops, dark mode equals to dark mode. And then we need to set a key, which will be interaction dot, probably count. I don't think that would be, and count is probably string or number. Okay, cool, good to go. And so looking here, same thing. Oh, except we have this weird whiteness at the bottom. We'll fix that. Oh, you know what? It's probably, we need to make it bigger, or we'll just fix the way it's displayed. So we just need to wrap this in a box. We'll say display flex. And then we'll add some padding to these cards. So we'll say padding 1.5 rem kind of all around. And maybe we'll set the width or the min width to like maybe 15 view width. I will say on the page, flex wrap. Good, awesome. And then we'll say justify content space between. Awesome. And then we'll give these some margin on top. We'll say margin on rem. Awesome. That looks great. What else can we touch up? Oh, you know what? Let's fix the alignment of that second line. Say align items center. Do the same thing for the other one if we didn't. Align items center. Cool. And then if we've done it correctly, when I flip the switch, everything should swap. So let's see. Awesome. Pretty good. Looks fairly legible, fairly readable. I think, yeah, that worked pretty well. All right, so yeah, as you can see in our design here, it's a single page portfolio, but it does utilize a lot of sort of reusable components and things like that. So today we're really going to focus on using as many reusable components as possible and also using our theme and working as best we can with our theme. So let's hop into our code. If you do want to follow along, this is the single page design portfolio option from Front-End Mentor. You can definitely, I'll leave a link to that in the description below. And you can also use the starter that I have also linked in the description below. So it's a Material UI, Next.js, TypeScript starter using the app router, but you don't necessarily have to use that if you don't want to. All right, so I've gone ahead and I downloaded all the starter files and I dropped the images into the public folder here. So we have access to all of that and the app is up and running. So I'm just gonna go ahead and clear out the reset styles that come with the starter kit. And let's go ahead and start by setting up this background color. So it looks like we have several sort of repeating colors that we're going to be working with here in the project. And there are a couple of ways we can access and work with these colors. For the first step here, I'm going to just set the body and HTML color to be this background color, because that's going to be the easiest way to just set it in this globals.css file. But for the rest of them, I think I actually want to create some variables and work with Material UI's built-in theme and styling components. So that's what we're going to be focusing on today. All right, so I'll open up the page file because we're going to be working mostly from there, and I'll open up the styles and the theme file. So as you can see, we can create a theme here using different palettes. I'm actually going to change the mode to light here just so we have that flexibility. And then we can actually customize all of the different headings and sort of typography elements that we have here. And that's great because it'll allow us to be consistent with our design language and also use, accessible names and accessible headings and things like that, which is super important when you're trying to build a portfolio piece that you really want to show off to employers or potential employers. So what I want to do actually here is I want to kind of just go back and forth between the design. I think they actually have, there's a sort of language here, basically a design system that we can work with. And let's just go out and create a couple of these variables, a couple of these headings, and then we'll get started. So they don't do the H1, H2, H3. They do heading large, medium, and small, which I am not as big of a fan of, but it does look like that H1 large is only used in one place. So we're going to sort of co-opt that as our H1. So I'm going to say this is going to be our H1, 56 pixels is going to be the size of that. So let's go ahead and say 56 pixels, 3.5 RAM, and I think we can assume 800. Maybe we can change it to maybe 600, and we can play around with that based on what works for us. So we have our H1. Let's work on an H2 now. So going back here, our medium is going to be our H2, and that's going to be 40 pixels. So we'll say 40 pixels, 2.5 RAM. Looks good. And then we'll have our H3, which is going to be this smaller bolded option here, and it's going to be 32 pixels. So that's just going to be 2 RAM, and we'll have that as our H3. So this way now, when we put in our variants in our typography elements, it'll be really easy for us to access sort of these consistent themes without having to do too much work. The other thing I believe we can do is set the color. Let's take a look if the color is not standard black. Yeah, so it's this black here. So I'm going to set that color in here. And actually, rather than just setting the color straight, let's create a colors file. So we'll say new file. We'll say color, or should we? Yeah, let's say colors.ts. And I'm going to create a colors variable. And we're going to say black, export const colors. Black is going to be this. So then now, instead of if I need to change the color black, like if I want to say, I want to set this to 00000 instead of having to change it in multiple places, what I'm just going to do is change the variable, and then it'll automatically change in all those places where black was set. So that's great. So here, I'm just going to say, it's going to be colors dot black, and that's going to be the color, and it's going to be the same for all of these. So we use that same black as opposed to the default black. And I believe that's true. Yeah, that's the same black. Cool. So we have that. And then we'll have this last body style. I'll use the body one. And we're just going to say body one. And the font size is going to be 1.125 rem, 18 pixels. And the color, let me see what color this is. This is actually a medium brown. So let's go ahead and define that variable in our colors file. We'll say medium brown. And that's going to be that. We'll say colors dot medium brown. Cool, we'll save that. So that's looking good. So we have our typography sort of initialized as far as what we're going to work with H1, 2, 3, and our body one. So we're good to go in that sense. Let's go ahead and create some variables for the rest of these colors here. So let's see. We're working with, actually, I wonder if I can just, we can grab the whole selection here. So I'm going to grab this. This is called Galactic Blue. We'll say Galactic Blue. I'm just going off the names they're giving me here. Galactic Blue. We have Summer Yellow, so I'll grab that. that. We have, what is this? Like a salmon sort of thing. Let's call it pink. When I'm naming them, they don't get these fancy names. Oh, no, see, that's more like, okay, it's a light red. I was gonna say that's more like a salmon. So we'll call that light red. The other important thing about these variable names is that you actually remember them. I might end up changing some of them. This is a cyan. This is like a purpley kind of violet. I'm just gonna call it purple. For the sake of our project, it can be purple. We have the black, we have the medium brown, and then we'll have our light cream. Although, yeah, okay, so there's light cream and there's cream, because we have the cream as the background color. So this will be light cream. Save that, and then this color. Oh, is that the same one? Okay, same color. I'm actually just gonna change galactic blue to blue and summer yellow to yellow, just so it's easier to remember which ones we're working with. Not that I will remember, but you know, be hopeful. All right, so now that we've defined our color, we've set up our theme a bit. Let's go ahead and start to actually build out our components. So there are several reusable pieces that we're going to be using here, as I mentioned. So we want to be thinking about how we can not build the same thing over and over again as we're working on this project. So for instance, one thing that I'm looking at as I'm looking at the design language, obviously the buttons are pretty similar. They all have the same text inside. Really what the difference is whether or not it's that like salmony light red color or if it's black as a background color. So really that's kind of the only difference. Possibly the text color might be different. So definitely one component we're gonna make is a button, like a customized button. The other thing that I'm noticing is that there is this like style of box that we're working with, and I think it might be useful to just make some sort of customized box that has, you know, a certain border radius, and then we can pass in additional additional properties there, just to make our lives a little bit easier. So I think those are probably two components that I'm gonna have as reusable components, and as we go on we might notice some other things. It's a pretty straightforward design, so maybe not, but just things to think about as you're starting to build. So to start, let's start with the top, work our way down. We're going to start with our nav, and so our logo and our first free consultation button. So we're going to build out that button. So hopping over to the code here, I'm going to create a folder, components. And then I'm going to create a new file, and it's going to be nav.tsx. And again, we're trying to make this as clean and the code as clear as possible, because we want to make sure that we're not just building a lot of stuff and building cool stuff, but as we get farther and further into this challenge, we want the quality of our code to improve. So we want to make sure that we're building stuff that can be easily used for clients, that, again, employers would be proud to see, and things of that nature. So we want to kind of improve on our code as we go down these 30 days. So first things first, I'm going to go ahead and import the nav here from the components. And I'm going to actually change this box into a container, because if you notice, everything seems to be, or for the most part, most things seem to be within a sort of section here. I might change my mind about this later due to this sort of larger spreading piece, but if we can if we can sort of override the stylings of the container, that might work. But yeah, we're going to start with setting this to be a container instead of a box. So we're going to say container. And then the max width we'll start with is large. We'll go from there. So we have that. Cool. Awesome. So then hopping into our nav file now, what we're going to do, I'm going to go ahead and change this into a box as well. Again, we're doing specifically named imports to avoid the issues with server-side rendering versus client-side rendering. And what I need for my nav now is to showcase this logo, have some padding, so 34 pixels on the top, and then have this button here. So we'll say for our SX props, we'll say margin, we'll say 2rem and 0, so top and bottom. And then I'll import image from Next.image. And our source is going to be, let's go into our images and see. Okay, we're going to copy the relative path here and that is going to be our source. And actually, to be honest, we could have our logo as a reusable component if we wanted to do that. And yeah, let's do that actually. Let's make our logo a reusable component because that'll make our lives a little bit easier because we do have it in a second location. So I'm going to take the logo. I'm just going to set this to be what we need for the logo. All right, so we have the logo. The alternate text is going to be logo, and then the height is going to be probably 16, and the width is going to, the width is also going to be probably 16, and we can adjust that if we need. And so then here, I'm just going to import the logo. So that way, when I do it again in the footer, we don't need to go ahead and put in all those styles. It's the same size, same color, same everything. So that will make our lives a little bit easier. Next thing we want to do is now build our custom button. So I'm going to say new file. I'm going to say CTA button, call to action button, CTA. Maybe I'll just call it custom button. Let's use that. And for this button, let's take a closer look. It looks like, yeah, it's going to be using black and the white color for the center. And then let me take a look at this one. It's going to be using that light red and the same white for the center. Okay, so the only thing we really need to change is that that outside, background color really. So that's good. That's the only thing we really need to worry about. Corner radius is going to be 28 pixels. So let's start there. Let's define the button. Import it from Material UI. Import button. Good. And then we'll say background color. And then this is actually, so we'll start to think about the sort of two versions we have of this. So we'll say interface props. We could call this custom button props, like whatever you want to call it. And then we'll say color. And this color is going to be a string. And then within here, we'll say color, and we'll say custom button props. And that'll be what we're working with. So then for the background color now, we'll say color equals, and we could say black. Oops. And if that's true, then we return colors dot black. Else we return colors dot, I believe it's the light red we're working with. And so that's how we can determine what the color of the button is, the background color. So just really quick, really simple. Next thing we want to do is set the word. So it's free consultation. And then we also want to set the border radius. So we can say border radius, 28 pixels. Set that. I think we'll probably end up needing some padding as well. Let me drop this in our nav and see how that's looking. We'll say custom button. Okay. Yeah, so we'll need some padding there and also to override the text transform. So text transform, none, and then padding we'll say probably top and bottom 1 rem, left and right 2 rem. We can always update that. Save that. Okay, maybe 0.5 rem and 1.5 rem. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Cool. And then we want to set the color. So we know the color is going to be consistent. So color is going to be colors dot white. Oh, sorry, light green. We'll save that. And I think also it's going to need some font weight. Let's set that to 600. So it's just a little bit more prominent. And yeah, that looks pretty decent. This first button is going to have the color, and let's make color optional so that way it defaults. If we don't set the color, so we'll say color equals black. And so that way, yeah, we'll have that button as we want it. Looking at the logo, it does seem a little bit small, so let me change that to 64. Actually, I could just check. Yeah, 64. All right, so that's the right size. And then we can close logo, we can close custom button. We can then set this to be a flex box. So this is our nav. We're going to say display flex. We're going to say align items center so that they line up perfectly. And then we'll say justify content. We're going to say space between. And that way they spread across the section. So yeah, that's looking pretty good. We have our button, we have our logo, and now we can move on to the next piece. So I'll close out our nav for now. So we have the nav, next major component. So that's going to be our hero header sort of section here. So let me go ahead and make another component. We'll say new file, hero.tsx. Cool. And we'll go ahead and import this on the page so we can see what we're working on. Hero. Awesome. So in our hero, let's start off with a box as we do. Boxes are just regular divs that allow us to access the SX prop from Material UI. We're going to have our header. So we're going to import also a typography element. And then now we've gone ahead and already defined all of our styles. So really, we don't really have that much to do as far as styling goes. So we can say typography, and we'll say, we'll copy this text, design solutions made easy. We'll just set the variant to be an H1. And then if we create another typography element, we'll copy all of this text and we'll put that in there. And then we can set the variant to be body1, because that's the body text we're going to be working with. And so that already is pretty much set for us. We don't really need to do too much more. I think the only thing we want to do is probably text align it to the center. And to be honest, no, that's not consistent across. Otherwise, I would have made that piece on the theme. So I'm going to see if I can do a text align on the box and see if that will, that will apply to the two elements. If not, we can go ahead and style that separately. Oh, and it worked. Perfect. So yeah, we don't need to worry about that. The other thing that I can actually make, I'll just do some margin on the bottom of the H1, and then I'll do some margin on the bottom of the body element. But that's actually something we could define and set if that's very consistent across all the pieces. And it does look like we sort of have some sort of consistent level of styling on the bottom of all these. So maybe we can say margin bottom of 1.5 rem. And maybe that's a consistency across all of the headers. And it might not take. That's all right. Could possibly do line height as well. Say line height. Let's do 20. Something absurd. It would help if I put on an element we could see. Right, that will make it huge. So we can say line height 1.5, maybe 2. Yeah, and that'll give us a little bit of a built-in margin automatically. So we could do that. Cool. So we have our initial margin on the bottom there. I think the other thing we want to do, I think possibly what we want to do actually is wrap these two in a box, because it looks like there's a similar amount of padding on the top and the bottom there. So I think I'm going to wrap everything else in another box. And this is going to be the div that contains that. And I'm going to say margin, top, bottom is going to be, what did I say? About 66 pixels. Yeah, about 4 top and bottom. So that'll just give us some space. The next bit we want to do is these boxes here. This like, I don't know which we want to call this. Sometimes they have some sort of description here, which is really useful, but I'm not seeing anything here. Design solutions made easy. Let's just call it solutions. And that'll be that section there. So actually, I'm going to go ahead and create I'm going to create 2 components. I'm going to create a new file and call it solutions. Oops. Cool. And within this solutions file, it's going to be a box. We're going to create this whole solution situation. So solutions is going to go here. So that's where it's going to show up. So it's going to be, yeah, underneath there. So that's great. So we're kind of done with the hero, like that code for the minute. What we want to do for solutions now, I think I want to create that. Remember I was talking about making that box that has, you know, sort of similar stylings. I think I want to go ahead and create just a like custom box and use that. So I'm going to say new file, custom box.tsx. And then we're going to say box. And what this box is going to do, it's going to take in SX props potentially. That's going to be a type of SX props. And SX props. It's going to start off with a corner border radius of 8. So we'll say border radius 0.5 rem. And that's going to be the consistent element across it. And then we'll pass in the SX props, what other SX props that we have that we want to, you know, we want to update the background color, etc., etc., etc. So that's what that's going to be. And then it's also going to take in children, React node, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Say children, and those are going to go in the middle. So basically, it's just going to be a wrapper for whatever other elements we want to put inside there. So going back to the solutions tab now, I want to go ahead and use this box. So we'll say custom box, and the box is going to have something in it, right? It's not just going to be an empty box. So within the box, we're going to have two elements. We're going to have a typography element, and we're going to have an image element. And actually, what we could do even further is take the custom box, sorry, and make a solutions box. So we could say solution box, and we take our custom box. This is getting complicated. We can take our custom box, and then we can just basically style this one time, and then repeat the styles essentially. So we'll say interface props. We'll say it's going to take in text, which is going to be a string. And then it's going to take in an image, which is image source, which is going to be a string as well. And we'll say the text and the image source are props. And then it might also take in SX props, because these are not all the same, basically the same type of box and down the same size and things like that. So we'll say custom box SX equals SX. And what else? Oh, and it's also going to need a color on that, because they all have different colors. So we'll say background color, color is color, and then whatever other SX props we have there. Yeah, and so then now within it, we're going to have a typography element. And this is going to be import typography / typography. Get rid of it there. And within the typography element, we're going to show our text. And then, actually above that, we're going to have the image. So the image is going to be from next image. The source is going to be image source. The, what else? The alt is going to be decorative image, because that's really all they are. Height. And I wonder if there's any consistency. No, there's no real consistency around these images, their sizes, I mean. So we'll just say height equals 100, width equals 100. And then what we can do now is say style. We can say height. We can reset the height. Height we'll pass in a prop called image height. Height. String, and image width, string. So height will be image height, I'll pass that in there. So image height, width, comma, width will be image width. We'll save that and close off. There we go. And there we go. So now we can dynamically set the image height and the image width. So we have we're actually going to take this custom box out because we're going to use our solution box, and we have it somewhat set out. We're going to have to do some modifications now, but I want to sort of start to see what it looks like. So I'm going to say custom box, or sorry, solution box, and I'm going to pass in all of our details now. So we'll say graphic design. And really, what we also could do is map through all of these. Like we could create an object and map through all of these pieces here. But I think because we don't actually have it already set up, we'll just go ahead and put it in one by one. So we'll say text equals graphic design. Image source is going to be, now we got to figure out which one is which. Okay, great. Pattern, graphic design. So we'll copy relative path. Image source. Image height is going to be, let's see if we can grab that there. Height is going to be 192. Width is going to be, I think it was 128 pixels. What else are we missing there? We need, color is going to be colors dot, and which one is this? Is that like purpley color? Blue? That might be the blue. Let's see if it's the blue. And yeah, so that's all we need to pass to it. The other thing I'm going to want to modify in a second. So yeah, we have the box right there. Oh, we need to modify the color of the text. That's important too. So we'll say sx equals color is going to be colors dot light cream. So that's going to be the color of the text. And that's interesting. I wonder if this bold 24, is that our H3? No. So this is actually a separate text element that they didn't give us access. They didn't tell us that we needed to set up. So, take the design system with a grain of salt. So it looks like 24 pixels, font size 1.5 rem, font weight would be 600. Cool. So that looks pretty decent. What I want to do now is refine the design a little bit. So let's take a look at how much padding there is, because that's going to be consistent across all the boxes. So 1.5 rem of padding, and that's going to be here. So we'll say padding 1.5 rem. And then for the image, let's see, how do we want to do this? We want to pass this in. Or no, it looks like the images are always right aligned. So let's see if we can set this to a flex box. So we'll say display flex direction column. And then we'll see if we can say align self flex end. See if that works. Yep, that works. We're going to say justify content space between. Good. And that seems to be pretty decent so far. The other thing that we'll do is within solutions, we'll sort of set like a max height, max width sort of thing. So it's going to be, if you're looking at it on the page, and again, trying to make it a little bit responsive, maybe max height of, 50 view height. max height 50 view height. And then the width is already determined by the box. So I think that's probably going to work. So we'll have that's our first box. You could do this using grid. You could do this using flexbox. It kind of depends on what works better for you, what you find it easier to work with. I'm going to actually do this using flexbox just so we can try it a little bit different way than what you might see in other solutions for this problem. So because I want to use flexbox, we have our first box there, right? We have our first solutions box. I'm actually going to set this to be a display of flex just so we have that flexibility, pun intended. So we have our first flexbox, right? It's right there. The next thing that I want to do, and honestly, I think we might need to make it maybe even a little bit. We might just have to set the height to 50 view width. The next thing I want to do is have the create this box essentially. So it's whatever's going to live in these in this section here. So I'm thinking of them as like columns essentially, and then within the columns we can divide them into rows. So for these two or these three, we're gonna just make a box. So we're gonna wrap these three in a box, and what we can actually do is create a variable. We say const section height, and then we'll set it to 50 view h, so that way we don't need to keep changing it in multiple locations. So I think what I'm going to do is say height of this is also section height, so that we are consistent across what we're doing here. So section height, we have this box. We're going to create 3 solutions boxes. We're going to create another box within here and put 2, and then we're going to put 1 outside, and that's going to be our 3 boxes. So we have them, they're kind of just stacked on top of one another. That's fine right now. We'll create this, make this inner box a flex box. So we'll make those 2 sort of line up next to one another. And then that bottom one will take up the remaining space. So you're starting to see kind of how it makes sense a little bit. We have to go ahead and change some of these heights and widths and things because that's what's kind of screwing with our design right now. So we'll say 64 by 64 for this one. 64 by 64, and it's going to be UI UX, and it's going to be pattern dash UI UX. The second one is going to be apps. So text is apps, pattern is apps, size is going to be same 64 by 64. Oh, I'm sorry, not 64. 64 pixels, which is 3 rem, 4 rem, right? So 4 rem, 4 rem, 4 rem, and then illustrations on the bottom. The good thing about using their assets is that they have a very similar naming convention, and then it's going to be 128 by 64. So height is going to be 4 rem. Width is going to be 8 rem. And then the colors, it's that yellow, I think. I think that's the pink. And I think the last one's the light red. Cool. So that should be kind of already set. Yeah, that's looking pretty decent. So yeah, that's pretty solid. I think what we might want to do is, how should we do this? Display flex, height is section height. We'll say display flex, flex direction is column. This is for that larger box now that holds the 3 elements. Flex direction is column. And then we're going to say justify content space between. And we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to say justify content space between. Space between. Great. And we're going to set probably a width on this box. Or we can actually probably do flex. Because, yeah, this is a flex box. And then this is a flex box. So actually we want to set the flex to be maybe 1.5. Okay, we'll say flex. Flex of 1 is normal. Okay, we'll do flex of 0.5. 0.1. Okay, there we go. Wasn't changing there for a second. I was like, oh no. All right, so flex of maybe 0.35, and it's just the amount of the space it's going to take up. All right. The other thing I could do probably is add a little bit more space between the image and the, yeah, it does look like there's a bit of a similar level of space between the image and the text. So what we could do is we could say, how would we do this? It wouldn't necessarily be SX. We could say, in the solution box, we could say, justify content, space between. We could say, oops. We could probably say height. Yeah, maybe set that to 20 view height. Yeah, and then that'll get it a little bit larger. And give us a little bit more space there. The other thing I'm noticing now is I want to do justify content space between for the larger solutions box so they spread apart. Again, we won't have them that far apart when we actually finish up, but just something to think about. Okay, so maybe height is probably going to be like 15 view height. And again, we can keep playing around with this. Maybe we just make this whole thing a little bit shorter, generally speaking. Like maybe the section height is actually only 40 view height or 45 view height. 2 view height. Yeah, and we'll keep playing around. So, okay. The next thing, so we have this box, that box, this box. One more box. We want to make one more box. We'll say box, and this is going to hold these two, photography and motion graphics. And again, same sort of deal. We're going to say solutions box. Actually, we'll just copy and paste one of these because that'll be a lot easier. Paste 2 of those, and we'll say for the outer box, the container essentially, display flex, flex direction of column. And it's going to be photography and motion graphics. So photography, oops. And motion graphics. Then we'll change this to photography. We'll change this to motion graphics. We'll take a look at the image, 160 by 64. What's this one? 128 by 64. So that one can stay. This is going to be 160 by 64. And then it's going to be cyan and I think what I call purple. And those are going to be those two. All right, cool. And it kind of already puts it in the style we want it. Let's go ahead and say justify content, space between. We'll save that. Good. And then what else do we need to do there? Yeah, I think at this point we just need to sort of squish them together. It's really only 3 of them. Yeah. And then color should be cyan. Did I not set the right color for cyan? Colors. Oh yeah, I set cyan and pink is the same color, which would not, that would not be helpful. So we'll say this is going to be the color for cyan. Oh, actually cyan, pink, and light red are all the same color right now. All right, light red. Let's grab that color and set that. All right, cool. So now we have different colors. Great. Okay, cool. Yeah, now we're seeing the right colors. Awesome. yeah, what I want to do now is just kind of get these in the right shape. So I think, like, for instance, this graphic design one needs to be a lot wider. So I think what I'm going to do for that first solution box, I'm going to say flex is like 1. See if that makes it wider. Oh, that makes it huge. All right, let's do flex is 0.75. See if that shrinks it at all. 0.5. Okay, I think it's going to probably be about 0.45, maybe a little bit less. Then this box, flex probably closer to 0.3. And then also making the inner boxes large. I'll say flex. Let's flex 1. Okay, there we go. Let's see what happens. Oops, when I set it for the next one. Okay, they just take up the equal amount of space. I think maybe then what I want to do. Oh, you know what? It's actually, I want to do it here. We'll say flex of. Is it? Let's see how. Yeah, it's about. They're all about the same actually. They're all about 0.3. So if we set that correctly. Oh, and I'm here setting SX within SX, which doesn't work. Flex of 0.3. They should all take up an equal amount of space. No. Okay, that's 0.3. Maybe 0.4. If I take this out, would it get any bigger? No. Okay. Flex of 1. Oh, interesting. It goes straight down. Am I doing it? Oh, that was the wrong box. Let's do flex of 1 here. There we go. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I was doing it on the wrong one. Okay, let's try 0.45. Flex 0.3. 0.2. Oh, not this box. That's not the right box. Flex 0.5. 0.6, and then flex. We'll try this one also 0.6. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'm just gonna keep messing with these for a couple of minutes just so we can get this design looking nice, because this is kind of like a crucial part of the design. But you can see why somebody would just do it this with grid. It'd be a lot easier. But it's always good to try new things. All right, let's do 4.5 again. Cool, that looks pretty decent. And then photography and motion graphics. I think what I want to do for those two, I want to just set this box height is going to be section height, what it is, and then the height of one of these to be 15 view height. Again, something else that could be a variable. Whoops, wrong one. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, I think definitely some tweaking that could still go on here, like flex of this outside box. I think it'd probably be 0.45. Maybe 0.4, because it has to add up to 1 at the end of the day. So like, who has to get smaller? Which box has to get smaller? I think this first box probably has to get smaller. Maybe 0.35. And then, yeah, the last one doesn't need to be 0.45. This could be 0.3. And then the one in the middle could also be 0.3. So then, yeah, There, it really should be probably 0.33, 0.33, 0.33 for all of them, just to make them equal. But yeah, so I'm happy with those two sections. I think we can move on to the next piece now. So we'll close out solutions, close out solution box, close out custom box. We're done with all of those for the moment. And again, something else you could do is to start wrapping these in folders. So we could say hero and drop hero, solutions and solution box into that one, because those are all part of the hero component there. They're part of the hero section there, right? So just to make things a little bit more straightforward, a little bit clearer, let's say /solutions. Yeah, make things work just a little bit better there. Cool. And then we have the page. We still got hero. Awesome. Yeah. So yeah, just to clean things up a little bit. We could have maybe a shared folder, shared components that we use across each piece. All right. Next piece here. This is the, I guess, about. So I'm going to create another file. I'm going to say about.tsx. And this is going to be this circular situation here, and then a sort of typography button combination here. So pretty straightforward relative to what we do. I think the last component we built is probably the most complicated one we're going to build today. So we'll say box, and we're going to import an image from next image. I'm going to say source is equal to, let's go grab that. So we'll go to public, images, and it's going to be image Amy. We'll copy relative path. Awesome. Save that. Alt is going to be Amy profile, and then height 100, width 100, and then in my SX props, I'm going to actually just go ahead and set the height to 100%. Oops, 100%, and oopsies. Set the width, width to 100%. Oh, I'm sorry, not SX, style. Cool, so we got our first image. Let's also drop this here. We'll say about, drop that in there. Good. So, okay, we have Amy. She's a little bit too big right now. Maybe we'll make Amy a little bit smaller. 445 by 445. Let's see. Let's go with like 20 view width. 20 view width. So it's the same unit of measurement. That looks a lot better. So we'll go with that. Another thing I noticed, we'll need some margin. So we'll say margin, let's go with 88 pixels top and bottom, 0, just so we have a little bit of space there, and then maybe more actually, and then let's put in our typography elements. So I'm going to make a box. I'm going to set it to be a flex box, and the column is going to be flex direction is going to be column. And then we're going to just drop in our typography elements. So this is where it gets a little bit plug and play. Like we've done a lot of the legwork already, so we can just start to put things where they're supposed to go. So we'll say typography. And we'll say this one is, I'm Amy, and I'd love to work on your next project. Awesome. This is, I think, going to be the H2 variant, if I'm not mistaken. Amy, love to work on your next project. Awesome. Oh, and then this also needs to be a flex box. And then in our second typography element, we have this, which will be our body one. Good. And then in this last one, we'll have our button. So we'll say custom button, and we're not going to give it any color because it's already the right color. Awesome. So that looks pretty good. I think what I want to do is, I think I want to set a max width for this now that looking at that. I'm going to say max width of 228 pixels. just so we don't get it to go quite across the whole page. For the H2s, I think I'm going to actually go ahead and change the line height because that seems like it's way too big. That looks a lot better. And then for this outer box, I'm going to say justify content space between. And I'm going to set this second flex to be 0.5 so it doesn't take up so much space. Or maybe 0. It looks about half. Maybe the image needs to be bigger as well. 0.7. And then also for this, we'll say justify content space between. I think maybe the image could be bigger. Let's say 25. And I think the image is aligned in the center. We'll say align self center. Is it align self? Display flex, justify content, space between. Or you know what? Align self center. Justify content, space between. Or could I do justify self center? No, okay. Let me do some margin. Say margin, whoops. Margin, top, bottom, 0, left, right, 5 width. Yeah, that looks a little bit better there. All right. Maybe it's not space between, maybe it's space evenly. Yeah, that looks a lot better. So let's go with that. We'll go with space evenly. I think we can get rid of this margin. Yeah, even better, even better. All right. I think we can go back down to 20 because this padding looks strange. And flex 0.5. Maybe 0.6. Cool. Awesome. I think I'm pretty happy with that. Let's move on to the next section. So close out that about. Close with the theme. Close with the custom button. Next section is called My Work. And again, I don't want to spend too much time going through and really creating complex components. But let's just say work. I think it would be good to have some sort of image showcase. Now, creating a slider is a whole more complex piece than we need to do right now. I think what we can do is just show a typography element that says My Work and then the 3 image. I think that's going to be perfectly fine. So let's create a box. Start with a box as we always do. Start with a box. And we'll import work here. And you see how this page is just being like really neatly kept together? That's the goal by really separating everything out into components like that, just so you don't have really complex components that, become unwieldy. All right, and so then my work is just going to be 2 things. It's going to be a typography element. And I believe the variant is H3, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm probably going to have to go back into my styles and change that. But we'll see. Say My Work. And then underneath that, we're going to have box with display of flex. We're going to have 3 images. We're going to say image from next image. And the source is going to be, it's probably, I think, the gallery images that they call them. Image slide. So copy, or let's see, which image is it? Oh, it's like the second image. Again, we're not going to create the whole slider today because that's a bit involved. Slider alt equals decorate, or no, sorry. my work sample. That's what we sample. Work sample, height, width, style equals height is going to be, I don't know, let's see, how big is it relative to, let's do 20 view width again. And width, one for we'll just do 100%. Oops, width, 100%. Oh, and I need to fix this. Okay, first one. And then we'll drop in 2 more. Slide 3 and slide 4, I'm guessing. Cool. That actually is starting to do exactly what we want it to do, which is overlap. I think what we want to do with the box here, we'll say left 0. See if that. Or do I have to set the position absolute? Okay, looks pretty good. I'm going to say justify content, space between. And width is going to be 100 view width. We'll say 99 view width. And then maybe we have to set the width on these as well. Maybe 30 view width. Although it's interesting that it doesn't display flex, justify content space between. Maybe we just need to set margin. Keep the width at 100 and we say, whoops. Say margin I want our margin. Yeah, I think I'm good with that. Let's do that. Let's just set a margin on each of them. And again, because we're modifying the design a little bit, we're taking a little bit of artistic liberty with the content. But I think that looks pretty decent. 99 view width. I wonder if I could say no, don't save. Let's do 98.5. All right, cool. And we have the my work section there. Let's just do display. Oops, display flex, flex, flex direction column. Align items to the center. Oh no, we've lost my work. All right, let's not do that. Yeah, let's take that out. And we'll just say text align, align of center. Cool, looks pretty good. So we have my work, and then underneath my work, oh, and sorry, we also do have this border radius that I had neglected, which is probably the same 0.5 rem. And we're gonna drop that here. Oops. Drop that here. And we actually could have created a custom image component for these three. So something to think about. We're kind of running low on time here, but I would definitely recommend considering that if you're gonna do it. Do this. Also using some higher res images. I don't know why these are so low quality. And then the last 2 bits here. So we're going to have the CTA and the footer. So let's drop those in. And actually, the footer isn't really a footer. The footer is actually just the nav again. So we can probably just drop in the nav for a second time. So I think just one more piece here. So we'll say a new component, cta.tsx. Save that. And then we'll import it here. Save that. Box. box, save that. And then it's going to be this. It's going to be a box about 320 pixels tall. So we'll say height. What is it? That's 20 rem. Background color. Color is going to be color colors dot black. And then we're gonna have 2 typography elements and the button. Also border radius. We also could have set the border radius as like a variable, so that's something to also consider if you do this again. So we'll create another box here. And we'll make 2 typography elements. Say typography. The variant for the first is going to be, is it an H2? Yeah, I think it's an H2. And it's going to be book a call with me. And then another typography element. It's going to be one of the bodies. Variant equals body 1. And this is going to be flex direction column. Save that. And then on the other side, we're just going to have the custom button. And it's just going to be the regular custom button because it's the pinkish color. And because we set it to absolute, now it's underneath it. Shoot. All right, I think I need to take a little bit more artistic liberty with the work. Just cancel position absolute. And set the width to have the width be what it is. And then have these guys. So maybe 15 view width might work a little bit better. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just set these guys to 15 view width. 15 view width. Great, that looks a lot better. Yeah. All right, so yeah, next, going back to our CTA, we're gonna set the colors. It's gonna be colors dot light cream. And this one is gonna be also light cream. We'll say light cream. Awesome. We have this. This is going to be a display flex. Cool. And then we need some padding. 80 top and bottom, 65 left and right. Okay, so about 4 and about 5. Doesn't need to be perfect. Okay, that looks pretty good. I think, oh, and the height's probably too big now. Height. That looks pretty good. And then this first section will say flex. And we'll say space evenly. I think that's the kind of style. Evenly. No, space between. Space between. And then I don't know why that decided to get so big, that custom button. Max width, we'll say max height is what did I say, 56? 3 rem. Okay, and we'll say align items center. I think we'll lower, yeah, we'll lower the height a little bit. And then we'll give it some margin. So we'll say margin is going to be like 40, top and bottom. Oh, yeah, top and bottom, not left and right. Awesome, that looks pretty good. I think the last thing we want to do is drop in the nav again. Maybe add in a little bit more margin. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, we went ahead, we created this whole landing page. We used very specific code in a way that we didn't repeat ourselves as much. There's still, I think there's still refactor work to be done here. I think you can definitely do a lot better job. If you really want to spend maybe another half an hour, you could get that slider working and get it, you know, sort of make it a real gem of the portfolio piece. So yeah, we have our intro component here. It's pretty straightforward. There are a couple of interesting CSS challenges that we're going to try and implement here. But we're going to try and really just get through this and set up a really nice, sleek looking portfolio piece without doing a crazy amount of styling. So let's hop into it. Again, if you do want to follow along, you can, I'll leave the link to the design in the description below, but it's Front-End Mentor. We're using one of their free projects, and I'm using the starter that I have built, and again, link to the description below. So yeah, this is our intro component. We'll go ahead and just clear out any of the reset styles that I went ahead and put in there previously. Close that out, and then I want to go ahead and start by grabbing this background color. So it looks like the background's just white, so we can leave that alone for now. We're gonna start, I guess, with the nav then. So I'm create a new folder called components, just to make things a little bit more neat and clean. It does really help when employers are looking at your code. If it's neat and clean, they'll appreciate that and respect it, or the other engineers who are potentially hiring you. So close that out. And yeah, in our nav, I'm going to start by using a box from Material UI. So box. And what do we want to do? We want a logo. I believe we have the logo image. So I'm going to start with an image from Next image. And I'm going to grab this path for the logo. So it's going to be source equals image. Alt text is going to be logo. Height, let's see what it is. 32 and width 32. 32. Cool. And we'll save that, and that'll be our image. This box I'm actually going to turn into a flex box, and the content is going to be justified by being spaced between. And then I'll create another box here that is also going to be a flex box. Oops, display flex. And this is going to contain each of our nav elements there. So we have product, features, pricing, and login. So basically, it's just going to be a few typography elements that we iterate over. And it looks like there's a super similar style across all of these. So I'm wondering if I can just create like a theme or something. Or maybe a nav element. Maybe we'll create a new file saying nav link. And we'll just use a typography element for that. So we'll say typography. We'll say text transform, uppercase. We'll say font weight 600. We'll say the color is going to be this blue color, and text is going to take in text. We'll say interface props, text is a string. All right, props, this is a string. So then here now we'll just create, instead of, we'll say a nav link. And then the text is going to be product, product features, pricing, log in, and I'm actually going to pass in also a potential SX prop because I'm going to want to modify that last one, but not the previous three. We'll say .sx. We'll save that. Importing SX prop from material, and then for this one now we'll say the fill. What color is this? Interesting. That's not giving me the fill color. It's kind of this color. Interesting. It's very set on that color. Okay, great. We're getting some more colors now. All right. I'm not 100% sure which one it is, but let's see if we could do maybe this. All right, let's try that for the color. And also, we should probably drop the nav onto our homepage so we can actually see. So let's drop the nav in here. Cool. Save that. Take a look. We'll refresh. Awesome. That looks pretty good. I'm pretty content with that. I'll just go ahead and style this up a little bit. So we'll say display flex, justify content space between, and we'll say flex of 0.5. Maybe 0.3. Cool. That looks good. And then for the margin, for the entire nav, I'm going to say, what? Is it 64? Let's say 4M, top and bottom, left and right 0. That looks pretty good. And I think we'll drop it into a container of sorts. Now let's try dropping it into container. Change this from box to container. And we'll say that the max width is a large size. Cool. That looks pretty decent. Next element, we're going to do our hero. And that's pretty much going to be it. It's going to be just a straightforward portfolio piece that you can throw onto your portfolio. Like I said, it's not that you don't have the time to do it, it's that you got to make the time to do it, you know? I think we can get this done maybe in half an hour, maybe less. Total time spent, we can check at the end. All right, so we'll say it's 1, 2, 3 typography, kind of 4 typography elements in the button. So we'll say display flex, whoops, display flex. And then there's also this image on the right-hand side. I think the image is going to come within our hero, so how do we want to do this? We'll say display flex, and then we'll put all the text on one side. So we'll say box. This is going to be all our text, and then the image from next image source is going to be illustration devices, I believe. Alt equals illustration devices. Height 100, width 100, and then we'll set it in a style prop later. And we should probably drop our hero into our homepage. And also make sure to clean up any unused imports. That makes your code look a lot cleaner. Okay, so within the first box, we're gonna create a typography element. Typography. And it's going to say monograph dashboard. Monograph dashboard. And the color is going to be whatever I gave that nav link, whatever that color is. We're going to use that. So we'll say SX color is, oops. Okay, we didn't need anything. There we go. That. So monograph dashboard. Next typography element. We'll say typography once again. And then we're going to say powerful insights into your team. Variant is going to be an H1, just so we do have an H1 on the page, because that is good for SEO. Powerful insights into your team. Ignore into your team. Powerful insights. Oh, I see what it's saying. We could actually add in a break here, I believe, so it just breaks at the right spot. And then we'll set the size. It was 4M. And then the color is going to be this blue, I think. And then the color is going to be here. Okay, cool. Pretty decent. And then we'll have another body element down. Just a typography, regular old element there. I'm not quite sure what color it is. I'm going to go with this dark blue and see if that looks right. And then we'll make a button down below. We'll say button. Text transform, or no, we'll say button background color is this pink. We'll say why is it? Oh, why is it giving me an error? Button. Oh, we just need to import it. Import button from at movie material / button. Okay. Button's gonna say schedule a demo. Oopsies. Schedule a demo. Take a minute. Okay, schedule a demo. Padding 0.5 rem, 1 rem. Border radius, I think 0.5 rem. We'll save that. Oh, and then the color of the text is probably going to be white. Yeah. And the font weight, font weight is going to be probably 600. We can add a little bit more padding. We're going to go 1 and 2, 1 and 1.5. Yeah, and that looks pretty good. So for the whole hero, the height, I want it to be about 60 view height. It's going to be pretty much the whole page. And for, this is the first box with the text. I want it to say display flex direction column. I want to justify the content by saying a space between and save that. So this is just for the text box. Do we like that? That's okay. I think I maybe need to set the height on this. So say height 30 view height. And then align items to the center. Yep, and then we'll go maybe 40 view height on this. Yep, looks pretty good. And we'll say max, max width. Let's go with like 228. Just so we keep it sort of contained. Pretty good. And then we just want to deal with this image. So the image, height and width, I think it's probably going to be about 1,000 by, well, let's see what they gave us here. 900 wide by about 500 tall. All right, 455, 916, so we'll try that. Cool. And then I think what we want to do is with the style, we want to say position absolute. See if that works. And then we'll say right, oops, we'll say right minus 100. See if that works. Awesome. That's kind of what we're going for. Let's go minus 200. And then we'll say, can we say z index minus 1? Perfect. And then we'll say, it's like horizontal scroll. Scroll X, is that what we want? Yeah, you know the property. Horizontal scroll, none, CSS. Yes, overflow hidden, that's what it is. So we'll go over here, and we'll go over to our globals, and we'll say body, HTML, we'll say overflow hidden. Oh, and I did not do that, all right. Oh, okay, just need to refresh. Cool. I think that looks pretty good to me. I think other than the fact that the font isn't correct because it needs to be more compact, that's pretty much the design that we have here. So I think for this, if I was doing, if I was going to like complete it fully, I think I would change the font. I would change the font to be whatever font this is, Barlow condensed. I wonder, I don't know if we have that. We'll say font family Barlow condensed. I don't know if we have that. Yeah, I don't think I have that on my computer. So we'll just leave that alone. But yeah, that's the one thing I would do. I just make the letters a little bit more squished. But yeah, this was like a super, super, super quick way to spin up a landing page that you can throw it on your portfolio and just say, hey, I'm able to build these things. I'm able to do these things. I can do kind of interesting designs. And it's something that you can add to your piece. So if you enjoyed this video, please hit the like button. If you want to see more content like this, feel free to subscribe down below. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.